Chapter 0260, The Truest Scum. Chapter 260, Scum. The woman who had dark circles around her eyes, she spoke in a grieved manner. We haven't had anything to eat for 2 days. 2 days ago we managed to eat some buns because I let someone have his way with me for one night. These 2 days no one is willing to use food to buy my services. If this goes on, Chi-Chi and I will starve to death. If I sell her to you, she can at least live on. When Pei Shan looked at the mother-daughter pair and her heart was full of sympathy, Yu Zhong. They're so pitiful. Help them please. Yu Zhong glanced at them before giving 2 pieces of chocolates. I'm buying both of you. But let me say this first, since I bought you. You're my people. If in the future you disregard my orders, I will be merciless. If you agree, eat the chocolates. Yu Zhong did not lack food, but he did lack people. Accepting these people under his wing weren't an issue. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The moment the mother-daughter pair received the chocolates, their eyes flashed with delight, and thanked Yu Zhong profusely. Especially the mother, Zhang Qiong, who thought that the best scenario would be Yu Zhong buying her daughter. Never did she imagine that she would also be accepted by Yu Zhong. Even if Yu Zhong wanted her to strip in front of everybody now, she would do so without hesitation, to show her gratitude towards him. During the initial stages of the apocalypse, as their bodies were more robust, men had a slight advantage over women. However, with the flow of time, the strong men mostly died in the fight against zombies. Others perished as a result of power struggles with other strong people, even against some mutant beasts as well. Currently, SY County's ratio of women to men was huge. Zhang Qiong and her daughter were not beauties, and naturally would not catch the eye of any groups around them. These groups were not willing to squander precious rations to care for the 2 of them, hence they had no one to rely on. Now that Yu Zhong was willing to keep them, their hearts were filled with gratitude. When Pei Shan saw that Yu Zhong had accepted the mother-daughter pair, and she was surprised as she sighed in her heart, he is actually a good man. Please, take me in. I can do anything. Master, please take me in. No matter how you want to play me, I will definitely make you satisfied. Master, please take in us mother and daughter. We are willing to wait on you. After Yu Zhong took in Zhang Qiong and her daughter, the entire alley went into an uproar, and a few dozens of women surrounded Yu Zhong, pleading with him profusely. They wanted to live as well. Yu Zhong frowned and called out in a heavy voice, "All of you keep quiet, whoever makes any more noise will have to scram." The women instantly became silent and looked at Yu Zhong with a little fear while awaiting the next words that would decide their future. Yu Zhong called Zhang Qiong over and asked, "Zhang Qiong, I want to buy a street to accommodate all of you. How much rations would that cost?" Master, you would require 50 tons of rations to buy this street. Zhang Qiong carefully calculated before replying. In the age, houses were not valuable anymore. In SY County, as it could accommodate over 100,000 survivors, one normal alley for survivors to stay in would not cost much. 50 tons of food was sufficient to buy it with some balance. Yu Zhong immediately called out 2 of his special combat warriors. Song Wen, Kong Wei, you guys make a trip with Zhang Qiong, go by the entire street. As long as they did not meet someone too overly powered, Song Wen and Kong Wei could easily deal with 20 delinquents or troublemakers. It was enough to ensure that Zhang Qiong would not be taken advantage of. Yu Zhong looked at the women around him and he said coldly, "As for you all, stay here and await my orders." Those women, including their children, numbered a few dozens, and Yu Zhong could not bring them and move around. The group heard his orders and stayed there obediently, not daring to wander about. He really does have the capital. Zhang He looked at Yu Zhong easily taking in all the women and kids around, and his mind was set, and decided to follow Yu Zhong wholeheartedly. "Xixian Shaolan, I'm back." Zhang He excitedly ran into a dilapidated garden and hollered loudly. He had followed a capable person, and from today onwards, the trio wouldn't have to worry about hunger anymore. However, the moment Zhang He stepped into the garden, he saw his younger brother Zhang Xixian beaten up till his entire face was swollen, and was lying on the ground motionless. His precious younger sister was nowhere to be seen, and a foreboding feeling arose in his heart. Zhang Xixian, who had just recently turned 12, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, as he looked to his brother with a stricken expression and said, "Big brother. Mimi had been captured by Shi Ergu, that bastard. Go save her quickly. Otherwise it will be too late." The real question is, what did the brothers expect their youngest brother to do to save her? Zhang He's face turned pale as he immediately kneeled in front of Yu Zhong and begged, "Boss Yu, please help me save my sister. As long as you save her, I'm willing to do anything to repay you. Even if you want my life, I give it to you willingly." Yu Zhong furrowed his brows and asked, "What sort of person is Shi Ergu?" "He's scum." Zhang He spat out as he was kneeling. Shi Ergu was a scum. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a watchdog for a gambling den and a loan shark. He was a resident of SY County. Then, after the change of the world, he made use of his various connections to engage in many dealings, and became a huge figure in the underground scene, all the while obtaining numerous benefits. Currently, Shi Ergu had a small force of 50 fighters. Thus he was someone people didn't dare offend in this part of the county. Those who antagonized him had their families broken, mostly because he was supported by various backers, all of whom were strong. "How is it, boss? How are the goods this time?" "She is that little dog Zhang He's younger sister Zhang Yulan." A huge burly man with decent features and an aura of self-righteousness pointed towards a little girl of about 11 years old. She had snow-white, delicate and pretty-looking skin. "Not bad. She's decent." Shi Ergu's eyes flashed as he broke into a smile. Leisurely he reached his hand out to grab Zhang Yulan's face. "Pay." Zhang Yulan looked at Shi Ergu's disgusting expression, and directly spat at him. As Shi Ergu did not have enough time to block and he received the spit on his face. He reached to wipe his face with his hand and he proceeded to lick his hand of the saliva, and said in an extremely perverted manner, "How fragrant! And I don't think there's anybody's saliva in the world that actually smells good. Spits on hand and shows it for inspection. I beg to differ. Ulamog, I distinctly smell chicken and chips. I'm sure of it. As for the scum, torture is not enough." Zhang Yulan broke out in cold sweat and felt the hair rise on the back of her neck, as she used her voice that had yet to mature and shouted, "Damn pervert! Little bitch, you dare to curse me?" Shi Ergu's eyes flashed icily. His palm immediately slapped Zhang Yulan's face, causing her pretty face to swell as he laughed coldly. "Don't worry, I like you very much. I will train you properly, to become the most shameless bitch. The esteemed buyer likes shameless bitches like you the most. Once you are delivered to him, he will definitely guide you well. However, before then, let me taste you first. Maybe slightly less torture time for this guy, so that I can spend more time on the buyer." Sharpens hatchet. After that, Shi Ergu reached out towards Zhang Yulan's clothes. Zhang Yulan's heart started to beat faster in fear, and tears started to stream down her pale face. "Boss, there's someone killing their way in." Right at this time, one of Shi Ergu's subordinate rushed in and shouted out loudly, "How many are there?" Shi Ergu furrowed his brows as he stopped his intention to violate Zhang Yulan, and questioned his subordinates. "4 of them, there are only 4 of them." The subordinate cried out in alarm. Shi Ergu immediately lashed out in fury, "You have 50 people, there are only 4 of them and you can't take them down. Do you guys eat shit or something?" The subordinate quivered in fear and exclaimed, "They are experts. They are all high-level enhancers." Shi Ergu's face instantly fell. Enhancers had strength that vastly surpassed normal people, and one enhancer could take on 10 people with no issues. He had 3 or 4 enhancers amongst his underlings, but they were at most level 3 or 4, and were not much stronger than normal people. Against higher-level enhancers they were basically useless. Right at this time, following a huge explosive bang, one of Shi Ergu's subordinate was kicked in, and violently smashed into a table, knocking the table away. Yu Zhong strided in. Shi Ergu looked at Yu Zhong as he immediately bowed in a respectful manner and said, "May I ask who you are? Dare I ask what business might this esteemed guest have with us?" Zhang Yulan looked towards the previously arrogant and despotic Shi Ergu, treating Yu Zhong with respect, before looking at Yu Zhong, her eyes flashing with a strange gaze. "Hand her to me." Yu Zhong pointed to Zhang Yulan. Shi Ergu put on an extremely complicated expression as he tried to find a way out of the situation. "Honored guest. This is a person that Director Yuan Yueshan from the Tax Bureau wants. Doing things like this is a little overboard, isn't it? In my courtyard, there are a few more little bitches like her, although they may not compare to her, but they are definitely more obedient than her." The Tax Bureau held a great deal of resources after all. The director of the Tax Bureau was also an important person, such that even when Baogua and Peng Mingda had to keep an eye on him. "If it's like that, then scum like you do have some use after all." Yu Zhong immediately stepped up and lashed out with a kick, causing Shirergu to fly and hit a table, fainting immediately. With the flash of a blade, the ropes on Zhang Yulan's body were immediately cut loose. Your elder brothers have already followed me. From now on you're also under me. I will protect you guys to the best of my capabilities. Yu Zhong eyed Zhang Yulan as he spoke in a heavy voice. Zhang Yulan blinked twice as her eyes had a strange gleam. She walked over to Yu Zhong's side and hugged his arm tightly, as though it was the one place she could feel the safest. Chapter 0261, Go Die. Scum. Scum. He really deserves death. Yu Zhong eyed the scene in front of him as he gritted his teeth and spat out the foul taste in his mouth. What a bastard. He needs to die. Zhang Yulan and Tong Xiaoyan could not help but curse loudly. Especially Zhang Yulan, who thought that just earlier she almost became part of this group in front of her, and her heart felt cold. 4 young girls of roughly 11 or 12 were enclosed inside a cage with collars around their necks. The height of the cage made it so that the girls could only squat inside the cage, and their bodies had scars all over, their faces numb and frozen, causing those who saw their plight to feel immense pity. Yu Zhong released the 4 of them, upon which they crawled out on all 4s. They immediately headed towards Yu Zhong and lowered their heads to lick his shoes. Yu Zhong immediately pulled them up and lectured them sternly, "All of you stand up. From now on you will learn how to protect yourself. Only you can save yourself." The 4 girls only cried out in alarm as their bodies shuddered and pleaded, "I will listen. Don't hit me. I will listen. Please don't hit me." Yu Zhong lightly sighed, but his eyes flashed with incomparable fury. "You wanted to kill someone." Yu Zhong told Tong Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, they will be under your care." Tong Xiaoyan looked towards those pitiful girls and nodded her head. "Brother Yu, you can be at ease. I will take good care of them." "Where is Yuan Yeshan?" Yu Zhong grabbed Shirergu and asked icily. "The Fragrant Hill Villa. He should be at Fragrant Hill Villa conducting his business." Shirergu had no backbone and immediately sold his backer out. He valued his life and didn't want to throw it away with a way out in front of him. In Fragrant Hill Villa, Yuan Yeshan was living an extremely luxurious lifestyle. He had 2 girls licking his smelly feet, and another servicing him at his crotch. He was indeed enjoying himself. As the director of the tax bureau, he controlled a huge amount of the resources. Even the big powers in SY County like Wenbaogua and Pengmingda had to give him face. Though he knew that he could not come out on top of Wenbaogua nor Pengmingda, so he quietly stayed in his job and continued to siphon resources as he led his high life. Yuan Yeshan suddenly shivered as he ejaculated, and let out a light breath of relief, before looking at the young girl's face in front of him. He felt young and full of vigor. In the current world, he could do as he liked in broad daylight. If it was before, he wouldn't have the guts to do so. He could do it precisely because he possessed power and authority. Those who had power were above authority and remand. Even the useless son of Pengmingda had caused so much troubles, yet he remained free. If he, Yuan Yeshan, wanted to play with a few women, whose business was it? Of course, he did all these knowing that it was shameless and was afraid of retribution. Therefore he used his resources and authority to gather a few experts under him. After all, expert fighters also needed to eat. They also had relatives and friends, family members, women and children. To survive and live better, they had no choice but to work for a government official like Yuan Yeshan. Yuan Yeshan had 4 level 15 enhancers working under him. As long as they did not meet a powerful expert, the 4 of them could take down an enhancer that was below level 20. Even an enhancer that had a higher level than that had to be careful, otherwise he or she might fall at their hands as well. Furthermore, near the villa there was a special forces squad. If anything were to happen, within a few minutes the squad would immediately rush to provide reinforcements. Just as Yuan Yeshan was having his way with those few girls, one of his subordinates suddenly barged in and spoke anxiously. "Director, there's an enemy attack." Yuan Yeshan was alarmed and exclaimed, "Who?" The subordinate continued hastily. "I'm not sure. He's only one person. All our brothers have been defeated by him. He is definitely an expert." Right at this time, with a pung, the subordinate that had reported to Yuan Yeshan was kicked viciously to one side, as he flew to the wall and smashed into it forcefully, before he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Yu Zhong strode in power on full display as he stared at Yuan Yeshan and spoke coldly, "You are Yuan Yeshan?" Yuan Yeshan frowned as he spoke sternly in a self-righteous tone, "Who are you? This is government grounds. Do you want to go against the government and people? From a small house on the side, 4 men swiftly arrived by Yuan Yeshan's side and stared at Yu Zhong coldly. They were the 4 experts that Yuan Yeshan had hired. One of them was wielding a Tang replica sword, and looked to be about 46 to 47, while dressed in farmer's garbs as he called out. Quickly surrender. This is Director Yuan. If you want to go against him, it's tantamount to rebelling. You will be regarded as treacherous to your comrades, the government and the people. Yu Zhong glanced at the 3 girls who were lying naked on the floor, with collars around their necks as he spoke out in an incredibly icy tone. Yuan Yeshan, how is a scum like you able to represent the citizens? Yuan Yeshan replied without batting an eyelid. Before I'm replaced, I represent the people of this country and the citizens. Young man, you may be capable, but in front of the government and the people, your power counts for nuts. You better turn yourself in while you still have the chance. You must believe in the law will definitely treat you justly. If you don't wake up, you will only face death. Yu Zhong eyed the 4 experts as he pointed to the girls and questioned them. Do the 4 of you insist on helping this scum? Have your eyes been blinded? Don't tell me you can't see this? The 4 of them maintained their indifference. They were not good men after all. After protecting Yuan Yeshan for so long, how were they not sure of the type of animal Yuan Yeshan is? However, he had the power to ensure that they would not go hungry. Almost more importantly, they could have the women they wanted, hence they threw their moral conscience away. Damn brat. If you don't surrender now, don't blame your father for being merciless. The farmer-like middle-aged man activated his shadow steps with a cold look in his eyes, as his entire being seemed to soar as he shot towards Yu Zhong. Another man who looked decent and cultured also activated his skill airlock, and an invisible airlock shot towards Yu Zhong. Another beefy yellow-skinned man activated his skill super strength enhancement, as his strength soared to 55 points. With the mace he wielded that was heavier than 100 jin, he rushed towards Yu Zhong ferociously. While he liked to use the Tang replica sword to deal with the zombies, against humans he preferred to use the mace, because it allowed him to exhibit his full strength. The last guy just stared at Yu Zhong coldly, while he activated his level 3 skill. Spirit shock and a huge amount of spirit energy rushed towards Yu Zhong. The power of such an attack was overwhelming, and if a normal person was to receive it, he would immediately lose his mental faculties or die on the spot. Even someone who possessed a similar spirit level as the man would lose concentration for a while. These 4 men each possessed a different skill, and when the 4 of them acted together, even a level 20+ enhancer might be defeated under their joint attacks. The spirit attack reached Yu Zhong first. Turns out it was just that Yu Zhong's spirit was much stronger than the man's and the attack had no effect on him at all. This was the spirit shock's weakness, it could not do anything to a person with higher spirit. Yu Zhong brought out 2 guns with a wave of his hands, and he casually fired a shot at the farmer-like man. With a bang, a bullet wound appeared in between the man's eyes, fresh blood flowing out, and he fell limply to the ground, with an expression of disbelief that someone could draw and fire a gun that fast. The next moment, the invisible airlock had locked Yu Zhong's shoulder. Yu Zhong frowned and used all his strength to shake it off, but found that even with his strength, he could not undo the airlock. His right shoulder was sealed by the airlock and couldn't move. The mace-holding expert saw his chance and he laughed craftily, before swinging the mace towards Yu Zhong's head. It was as though he could see Yu Zhong's head being smashed to a pasty pulp already. Yu Zhong eyed the mace-holding expert, before his left hand rose and aimed while simultaneously firing 3 times. The 3 cold-forged leaden slugs immediately found their targets in the heads of the mace-holding expert, the airlock using enhancer as well as the enhancer with the spirit shock skill. With the appearance of the bullet holes, these 3 enhancers were defeated by Yu Zhong just like that. While enhancers were definitely stronger than normal humans in most aspects, they were not invincible. A bullet could easily take their lives unless it was Yu Zhong, Lai Tianyang or even Ice King Zhang Yun, those enhancers who knew how to use imbalanced skills to protect themselves against bullets. You can't kill me. I am the director of the tax bureau. If you kill me, the government will not let you off. As long as you let me go, rations, gold, women, anything you want, I can give it to you. Seeing his 4 experts falling under Yu Zhong's hands, Yuan Yeshan's complexion turned, as he trembled uncontrollably and started begging. He did not want to die at all. At this moment, sounds of siren resounded from the outside. It was the Special Forces squad making their way over. The Fragrant Hill Villa was the residence of many government officials. The moment some trouble brewed, the Special Forces squad would immediately rush over. Hearing those loud sounds of siren, Yuan Yeshan felt relieved and knew he had bargaining power as he spoke to Yu Zhong. Those experts outside are the elite of elites, you will definitely not be able to escape from here. Release me. As long as you release me, I can guarantee that your life will be intact. Scum, go and die. Yu Zhong lightly laughed and shot forward like an arrow, swinging down his blade towards Yuan Yeshan's neck. In his moment of death, Yuan Yeshan's head rolling to the floor, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 0262, Exceptional Trades. The Special Combat Forces were quick to react and had swiftly surrounded the entire villa. To the people inside, listen up. You have already been surrounded. Your only option is to put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Only by doing that, can we guarantee a way out for you. The captain of the Special Combat Forces Xiao Panshan hollered out. The few girls in the villa looked at Yu Zhong with fear, uncertain if this killing machine was going to kill them casually like he'd done the others. Don't worry, I am here to save you guys. Yu Zhong said indifferently as he glanced at those girls who were scared witless. With that, Yu Zhong strode up to the window of the villa and spoke out clearly. I am Ningguang County's Yu Zhong. Today I was under orders to clean up the degenerates of the government. You can affirm this with Secretary General Peng and Mayor Wen. Xiao Panshan heard Yu Zhong's words and was thrown off for a moment. After some hesitation, he still didn't give the order to attack. Secretary General Peng and Mayor Wen were the two major powers in SY County after all. If it was an order by either of these two people, he didn't dare to question nor go against it. Therefore he decided to report it to the higher-ups first. The murder of a director of the tax bureau wasn't a small matter. Both Wen Baogua and Peng Mingda had rushed over the moment they received the news. Wen Baogua's face had turned green as he looked towards Yu Zhong and spoke heavily. Yu Zhong, this time you have crossed the line. If you can't give me a suitable explanation, then I can't help but to announce that you're not a welcome guest of SY County, and would have to order your arrest. Yuan Yeshan wasn't Wen Baogua's subordinate, but he was a government official after all. Yu Zhong had actually killed him in front of other people, without the use of a disguise, and had seemed extremely tyrannical. Yu Zhong pointed to the girls who were trembling uncontrollably as they kneeled on the ground and hugged his leg tightly, sternly speaking to Wen Baogua. Mayor Wen. Yuan Yeshan, that scum did this kind of disgusting and perverse things, don't tell me he doesn't deserve death? Wen Baogua stared at Yu Zhong, spitting one word out at a time. Yes. He is scum. He deserves to die. But he's a government official after all. If you want to take him down, you need to go by the lawful route. Nobody has the right to carry out judgment on a government official. If you want his life, you have to go by the lawful way. Those who sat in the government positions were very concerned about their lives and stability. If everyone acted out in vengeance like Yu Zhong, then all the officials in the government would not sit easy. This had reached Wen Baogua's threshold. Regardless of how overwhelmingly strong an expert was, they had to adhere to the rules SY County was running on. This was on the insistence by both Wen Baogua and Peng Mingda. Peng Mingda sighed while his eyes lit up inwardly with delight. He maintained a steely look as he spoke softly. Yu Zhong. Yuan Yeshan was indeed scum. Yu Zhong laughed lightly as he blatantly distorted the facts. What are you guys talking about? I did not touch a single hair on Yuan Yeshan. When I came in here, I saw his 4 bodyguards fighting amongst themselves and killing each other. He simply was not careful and was caught in the fray. The rest then died under each other's merciless attacks. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingda frowned. They were also experts at twisting the truth, but facing Yu Zhong's shameless lie, they didn't know how to react. The few girls kneeling by Yu Zhong's feet were even more confused. They had clearly seen Yu Zhong beheading Yuan Yeshan with their own eyes. Yu Zhong smiled before he gave an offer. This time, I have invited the two of you to discuss a potential deal. I want to use 100 tons of rations to buy 400,000 sets of quilts between the both of you. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingda were smart people, and naturally knew of Yu Zhong's intentions to wipe the slate clean with these 100 tons of food. Right now in SY County, a quilt was not even worth a gene of rations. Hearing those words from Yu Zhong, the two of them finally started to relax. After the end of the world, 50 tons of rations was not a small amount. In SY County, 5 gene of rations could cause a huge fight to break out and a slaughter amongst the survivors. One person after another would bite, kick privates, gouge eyes, punch and fight as dirty as they could. 50 tons of food could support 100 people for almost 200 days. Yu Zhong was after all a strong expert and had a huge force under him. As long as it didn't reach a point of no return, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde weren't willing to butt heads with Yu Zhong. Furthermore, Yu Zhong had provided them a subtle way out. As long as they put in a little more effort to convince the other officials, this matter would not be too huge of an issue. Wen Baogua pondered a while before exchanging a cold look with Peng Mingde. He then stepped forward and said, "Yu Zhong, this time I'll overlook this. I hope there won't be a second time. If it happens again, I can only give the order for your arrest." Yu Zhong lightly smiled and indifferently said, "I got it." Seeing the obstinate Yu Zhong giving way, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde let out a breath of relief. Dealing with this stubborn and prideful Yu Zhong who could easily go on a rampage was a headache to them. "I have a proposition for the two of you." Yu Zhong suddenly spoke out. "What is it?" Wen Baogua spoke somewhat coldly. After Yu Zhong had killed Yuan Yeshan without regards for the law, Wen Baogua had somewhat less of a favorable impression of Yu Zhong. "I want to impose tax near the river." Yu Zhong smiled as he threw out this unexpected bomb. "No way. Definitely not." At almost the same time, Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde immediately rejected the proposal. Taxation was of utmost importance to a power. While there were few people who dared to fish at the river, and the tax gained per day could not even hit a ton of fresh seafood, it was still a form of rations. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde would definitely not give this up. "Let me finish speaking. I want to clear the mutant beasts in the river. As long as the mutant beasts are exterminated, then we can ensure a fresh and unending supply of seafood for SY County. I'm going to be delegating my power and resources to clear the river. I naturally can't do it for free. Once the river is freed up, anyone can just enter the waters that I cleared to fish or pluck vegetation, but I will take 30% as tax." Yu Zhong spoke out heavily. The river was a treasure trove in Yu Zhong's eyes, and it had a huge amount of potential in terms of food. If it could be made use of, the people of SY County could all have decent meals. "Of the 30% tax, I will use 5% to pay SY County, and it's up to you guys to split it your own way. Once the river is cleared of the mutant beasts, the 5% of freshwater products as well as wild vegetation will surpass the current amount by 10 times, or even 100 times. Yu Zhong's words shook the hearts of Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde, and they knew Yu Zhong was not exaggerating. The river was indeed a precious resource pool. It wasn't for the fact that there were so many mutant beasts, they would not even be worrying about rations. Wen Baogua considered a while before speaking, 50 to 50. "After you clear the river, we split the tax 50 to 50. Yu Zhong replied readily, "Sure." Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde's eyes lit up in delight. While they might be at loggerheads, they wanted to join hands to fleece Yu Zhong like a fat little lamb. However, Yu Zhong's following words caused them both to frown deeply once more. Yu Zhong continued speaking, seeming indifferent to their machinations. "If you can dispatch 30 level 20 and above enhancers to help me, then once the river is cleared the tax can be split 50 to 50. If you guys aren't willing to send help, then I can only give you 5%. I will also need to leave some for the people from the military. If one hoards everything, it would not bode well." Should Yu Zhong monopolize the tax percentage, even if he used all his strength to clear the river, other people will get jealous. He had to give a little as a sign of goodwill. The government and military were both powerful heads of state in SY County, and Yu Zhong's foothold in this county was still too small. Peng Mingde's eyes narrowed as he thought carefully before replying softly, "Then we'll stick with 5%. Recently, our manpower is a little tight, we can't leisurely afford to send out so many experts." Countless strong mutant beasts currently resided within the river, and the SY County's government and military had sent out many forces to try and clear the place many times before. As of now, the government, military and even some civilian experts had joined hands to kill many mutant beasts, yet they always came out on the losing side. In fact, the total experts that had died in these clearing expeditions numbered in the 100s, and a few precious evolvers had already died at the hands of those mutant beasts. Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde naturally did not have much faith in Yu Zhong's proposition. Furthermore, even without doing a single thing, they stood to gain 5% of tax. They will naturally delighted to watch Yu Zhong exhaust his strength. If he was defeated, it was not their problem, and if he won, they stood to benefit from it. "My manpower in SY County is not enough. To battle against those mutant beasts, I need to gather a few more people as well as some form of accommodation. How about selling me Xinglong Street and Nanshan Street? I'm willing to buy them for 100 tons of rations." Yu Zhong continued asking without even batting an eyelid. When Baogua replied without much care, add another 50 tons, you can have Xingye Street as well. Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street as well as Xingye Street were all near the river, and there were currently many survivors living there now. Most of them were prostitutes, thieves, robbers, kids, old people, hoodlums and even gang members. Furthermore, the 3 streets were dilapidated. Dirty water ran in the ditches and it was smelly beyond words. By throwing the 3 streets to Yuzhong, Wen Baogua could stop worrying about the situation there and save on rations as well. Thanks, Mayor Wen. Yuzhong laughed lightly. The 3 streets had plenty of apartments. If squeezed a little bit, he could fit 2,000 to 3,000 people there. With these 3 streets, Yuzhong could also be considered to gain a foothold in SY County, or a stronghold. And all he paid was 150 tons of food. After the business transaction, Yuzhong came to Xinglong Street. Yuzhong walked the entire street and called for Zhang He. Zhang He, I need to gather some people. Go and disseminate the info. Say I'm looking for people who are willing to fight and work hard. Those who work for me, whatever I require of them, they have to do it. Every day I will ensure that they get to eat their fill. In addition, if they do well, I will not scrimp on rewards. I will only accept 200 people, not any more. Qingyu, follow him. Although Zhang He was young, he was mature, and he was a local resident after all, thus he was extremely familiar with the area. Therefore he was the most suitable person for this role. Yes, boss you. Zhang He replied in a respectful manner before he dismissed himself. Qingyu followed Zhang He silently. Little kid. What's the catch for today? I can use my cornmeal to change with you, 1 gene of fresh fish for 2 gene cornmeal. If you let me play with your sister for a night, I can give you 2 gene rice. At one of the streets, a decently dressed middle-aged man eyed Zhang He and spoke out while wearing a steely smile. Zhang He looked at the man with undisguised contempt as he coldly replied. Boss Niu, I'm not here to exchange food with you. The man in front was called Niu Dahue, and was a businessman. He used cornmeal and rice to exchange for various items with the survivors, and was well known amongst the people here as a vicious and callous man. Niu Dahue immediately turned grim and chuckled, then pay your debts. 4 days ago you borrowed 4 gene of cornmeal from me. You owe me 6 gene of cornmeal. If you can't pay up, I will take your sister as guarantee. Niu Dahue had long set his sights on Zhang He's sister. The pretty little flower could be used to bargain and be sold for at least a 100 gene worth of food. Because of this, Niu Dahue had generously loaned Zhang He 3 gene of cornmeal. Zhang He's face turned black as he gritted his teeth and said, I only borrowed 3 gene of cornmeal for 10 days, how is it that only after 4 days you demand a payment of 6 gene of cornmeal? Niu Dahue's expression did not waver as he looked at Zhang He coldly and said, now that rations are so precious, don't tell me my loan to you doesn't require interest. My rates have always been 9 out, 13 return. Every day's interest is 20%. Requiring your payment of 6 gene is already cheaper than what is required, damn brat. You're still not paying up. If you don't take out the rations, I will take your sister as a guarantee. Niu Dahue had given the 3 gene of food with the grace of a magnanimous man, and had seemed decent, but the moment he required payment, he would be extremely callous. Nearby, the survivors came around and looked on numbly. Too bad. The small kid was hoodwinked by that dog. What a pity. Those survivors saw the scene and broke into discussion. However, that Niu Dahue had 4 extremely burly thugs protecting him, thus no one dared to provoke him. Zhang He's face was full of fury as he looked at Niu Dahue, and he didn't expect that this scum had actually thought of such an idea. Niu Dahue stared at the infuriated but helpless Zhang He, and his face broke out into an extremely proud expression. Chapter 0263, Kneel or Die. Chapter 263, Kneel or Die. This should be enough. Qingyu stepped forward and threw a bag in front of Niu Dahue. Niu Dahue pulled open the bag, only to discover that the bag was filled with white rice, and even had about 10 gene worth. His eyes revealed a hint of greed. He had just lent out 3 gene of cornmeal and managed to obtain 10 gene of superior white rice. This time he had really struck it rich. It must be made clear that white rice was much more valuable than cornmeal. The survivors looked at the white rice inside the bag and their eyes all lit up. 10 gene of white rice was enough for these starved survivors to kill 4. Niu Dahue's eyes shook as he spoke out fiercely, no way. I lent you cornmeal. I want back cornmeal. If you don't take out 6 gene of cornmeal right now, hand me your sister. The four burly men behind Niu Dahue stood up to pressurize Zhang He. If it was any other situation with the 400% of interest, Niu Dahue would have stopped there. It's just this time if he could obtain Zhang Yulan he would gain more than 10 times the interest. This was why he couldn't care less and wanted to get his hands on Zhang Yulan so he could earn a whole lot more. Zhang He shook with fury as he shouted out loudly, "It's obvious that white rice is much more valuable. I only borrowed 3 jin of cornmeal from you, and returned you 10 jin of white rice. What more do you want?" Niu Dahue harshly criticized, "You say white rice is more valuable than cornmeal? In my eyes, a jin of cornmeal is worth 10 jin of white rice. You can either pay me 6 jin of cornmeal or 60 jin of white rice, then we can call it even. Otherwise bring your sister here." The four burly bodyguards encircled Zhang He and Cheng Yu to try and oppress them. Zhang He was thoroughly infuriated by Niu Dahue's shamelessness, and he shook uncontrollably while looking at Cheng Yu. A bunch of trash. Cheng Yu's eyes flashed coldly as his body seemed to disappear. In one move he kicked out, viciously sweeping his leg in a circle and caused the four burly men to fly back and hit the shop wall. With another kick aimed at Niu Dahue's stomach, he kicked again. Cheng Yu's attack caused him to double over and his knees gave out, causing him to faceplant the ground into a rather fresh pile of green dog shit. Wouldn't the dogs have been eaten? This is a poor area, there wouldn't be no dogs for dog shit? Unless somehow. Ulamog. Martian dogs equipped with personal teleportation matrices. It's 100% then truth. This white rice is for you. From today on, the debt between you and Zhang He is cancelled. If you still want to find trouble, you will lose your dog life. Cheng Yu pulled Niu Dahue by his hair viciously, as he spoke with enormous killing intent, while pouring the white rice on top of his head. Niu Dahue had a look of horror as he pleaded loudly, "No more. Master. I dare not. Please take mercy and spare my lowly life." Someone who was capable of dealing with 4 strong men was obviously a powerful enhancer. He was an existence that Niu Dahue could not afford to offend. Zhang He looked at Cheng Yu enviously and imagined himself possessing the same strength one day, as to let others fear him. How powerful and domineering. I must be as capable as him in the future. My fellow elder brothers and uncles, I am Zhang He. I am now under Boss Yu. Yu Zhong ordered me to gather workers. As long as you work for Boss Yu, everyone gets to eat their fill. Zhang He stepped onto Niu Dahue's stall, and called out to the surrounding survivors. Take me. Zhang He. I can do anything. Will I really get to eat my fill? The moment Zhang He finished talking, all the survivors surrounded Zhang He and Cheng Yu, then started pleading profusely. To be able to eat one's fill was an incredibly tempting offer. In SY County, there were nobody who didn't want to join the various powers, there were only powers who weren't willing to accept survivors. It was mainly because these powers did not have any more rations. The moment they exceeded their capacity, they would run out of food as well. Yu Zhong currently did not bring too much weight in rations, so gathering 200 subordinates was the maximum that he could allow. When the ration trucks arrived, he could then engage in a wide-scale employment. And then of course Yu Zhong couldn't just take in too many. Otherwise, the government of SY County would not be able to relax. Zhang He had gotten along in this part of town for a long time, and somewhat knew the various survivors pretty well. Under his selection, a few of the honest and hard-working ones who were not afraid to slog were chosen. Those hoodlums, thieves and liars, or those who liked to slack or fool around were immediately rejected. Niu Dahue at this time had already crawled up, his eyes filled with a venomous look as he stared at Zhang He and said through gritted teeth, "Zhang He, just you wait, I won't let you off this easily." After that, Niu Dahue hastily left the place. Zhang He brought the 200 people he gathered in front of Yu Zhong and said, "Boss Yu, as per your instructions, 200 people have been assembled." Yu Zhong sat in the middle of the courtyard. On his left stood Wen Peishan, who had a look of curiosity. Located on his right, Tong Xiaoyun and Zhang Yulan stood together. The rest of the special combat soldiers were on different duties and missions, infiltrating SY County, and observing any strange movements from the different power factions. Right at this time, a group of knife and axe-wielding men rushed in, while an arrogant young man with blonde hair and ear-piercings sauntered over and glanced at Yu Zhong. His eyes quickly landed on Wen Peishan, Tong Xiaoyun and Zhang Yulan, and he couldn't betray the look of lust in his expression. A tanned man wearing a shirt with no buttons, revealing his tattoos, immediately walked forward towards Yu Zhong, fiercely swinging a huge knife before cursing, "Fuck your mother." "You Zhong, you bastard, you come to our Black Tiger Gang's territory to gather people? Have you asked for our permission? Damn it. You didn't go through us and dare to take people in? You must have a death wish, right?" Seeing the Black Tiger Gang members appearing out of the blue, the 200 people who had been gathered immediately hid to one side, their faces full of fear as they watched on. The Black Tiger Gang was, after all, the tyrant around these areas and operated gambling dens and brothels. They loaned out resources at huge interest rates and engaged in various other shady business. At the same time, they possessed a decent fighting force and had over 100 members in their gang who could fight, therefore no one dared to provoke them. The blond young man with pierced ears and an incredibly arrogant face was the son of the gang leader Yun Fei. Yun Fei was also a ruthless youth and had caused the deaths of a few people. The tanned burly man wielding the knife was called Cheng Yunshu, and was one of the top 5 fighters in Black Tiger Gang. Even prior to the apocalypse he was a fighter for a gang, and his knife skills were brutal and ruthless. Of course he had taken numerous lives as well. "Go and die." Yu Zhong frowned and immediately fired a shot at that Cheng Yunshu. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in Cheng Yunshu's head, and his entire person slumped lifelessly backwards. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He didn't expect that Yu Zhong had not spoken more than a sentence, and instead had just decided to kill him instantly. Those members of the Black Tiger Gang who had walked in with strong killing intent watched Cheng Yunshu slump to the floor in disbelief as well. That was one of the prized top fighters in their gang. In the battles for territory and control, he was someone who could take on 6 different people, and such a bull had actually died at Yu Zhong's hands. "The whole lot of you kneel or die." Yu Zhong coldly eyed those 20 gang members who had rushed over and spoke. He didn't even stand and had still remained sitting on the chair. 4 special combat soldiers walked out with their 05 submachine guns aimed at the gang members. Outside of the courtyard's gates, Cheng Yu wordlessly aimed a 05 submachine gun at the 20 members of the Black Tiger Gang. As long as Yu Zhong gave the order, the 5 of them could instantly decimate the over 20 members from the Black Tiger Gang. Yun Fei saw the scene in front of him and his back broke out in cold sweat, and right now he absolutely hated Niu Dahui who had goaded him into this. The man in front of him was obviously extremely decisive and vicious. He would kill without engaging in idle banter. With a single word from him he forced people to kneel. This was the tyrant of tyrants, devil of devils. Yun Fei had wanted to say something, but once he saw Yu Zhong's eyes which were filled with killing intent, his heart went limp. He immediately kneeled down and said loudly, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." The members of the Black Tiger Gang immediately kneeled one by one. There were, however, some who seemed to be hesitating. They had their pride and they were actually being forced to kneel in front of a young man, and that made them indignant. Bang bang. The sounds of gunfire resounded from the 05 light machine gun. Those Black Tiger Gang members who had not thrown their weapons down in time were immediately shot full of bullet holes, their entire body bleeding as they slumped to the floor, fresh blood flowing out of their wounds. The 11 members had just died like that without the chance to resist, and the cruel scene let Yun Fei truly feel frightened at the ruthless slaughter of this youth in front of him. He had always been tough on his enemies while treating his people well, and was afraid that Yu Zhong could just execute them all on the spot. Those who were gathered by Zhang He on Yu Zhong's orders witnessed the cruel scene, as their hearts went cold, and they all kneeled subconsciously. Seeing everyone kneeling down, Zhang Yulan's eyes flashed with a hint of passion, as she looked towards Yu Zhong with reverence. Yu Zhong eyed Yun Fei kneeling on the ground icily and asked, "Who are you?" The deaths of the 12 members of the Black Tiger Group was of no importance to Yu Zhong. In Sy County, as long as Yu Zhong did not publicly execute any government officials, the murder of a few gang members weren't worth shit. In fact, because of the struggle for dominance, the gangs would be engaged in fighting every few days with a few deaths as a result. The government would not bother with them too much. Chapter 0264, Basement. Chapter 264, Basement. I am Yun Fei, the son of Black Tiger Gang's leader Yun Chang. This time we were tricked by Niu Dahui, that's why we offended you. Please be magnanimous and let us off. Our Black Tiger Gang is willing to offer 3 tons of white rice as compensation. Yun Fei kneeled on the floor, his back full of cold sweat. From young he had never felt such tyrannical pressure before. Honestly, he knew if he wasn't careful he would easily become a corpse. Yu Zhong called Zhang He over, Black Tiger Gang? Jianghu, what's this Black Tiger Gang? Jianghu did not hesitate and immediately replied loudly, Boss you. This Black Tiger Gang is Xinglong Street's biggest triad. They are actually pretty good at this kind of stuff. They control the gambling dens, lend out money at high interest rates, force women to sell their bodies, and are basically a huge evil. If it was anyone else asking Jianghu, he might have his reservations. But because Yu Zhong was his backer, he didn't have to fear anyone. Yu Zhong continued asking, do you know where their headquarters is located? I know. Jianghu nodded. His sister was very pretty after all, and he was constantly worried that she would be taken by bad people, hence he knew the layout of the area very well. Yu Zhong casually gave out an order, Cheng Yu, bring the rest and follow Jianghu, go annihilate the Black Tiger Gang. Those who don't surrender, kill them. The 5 fully equipped special combat warriors going against 100 hoodlums without decent weapons, it was definitely going to be a victory, it was only a question of how long. Boss you. It was our mistake. It was my fault. Please let our Black Tiger Gang off. Yun Fei knelt on the floor and immediately kowtowed profusely, causing his forehead to bleed. He wasn't an idiot. Their motley crew of hoodlums would definitely not be able to take on Yu Zhong's warriors. The moment they clashed, there was only death for the Black Tiger Gang. Yu Zhong looked at Yun Fei coldly and said, I'm giving you a minute's time, unless you can give me something worth mentioning, the entire Black Tiger Gang will cease to exist from tomorrow onwards. Yun Fei immediately broke out in further cold sweat, and his brain raced to come up with a way for the Black Tiger Gang to escape this crisis. Yun Fei immediately replied in a loud voice, Boss you, our Black Tiger Gang is willing to throw in with you, and treat you as our biggest boss, whatever you ask of us we would do. If the Black Tiger Gang could rely on Yu Zhong's strength, they would be able to expand and become stronger as well. Yun Fei had thought of this, 1 stone 2 birds. Yu Zhong replied coldly, you still have 30 seconds. Yu Zhong could not be bothered with Black Tiger Gang and its resources. He only had to put out rations and could gather a random team together. Training them for a few days plus equipping them with his items, the Black Tiger Gang would not even compare to that. Yun Fei's back constantly perspired as he racked his brains again, before his eyes lit up and he said, I know a place that has a lot of rations. Yu Zhong asked in a drawly voice, how much rations? If it was just 1 or 2 tons of rations, Yu Zhong wouldn't give a shit, he could easily pull out that amount. Yun Fei replied, definitely no less than 500 tons. Tell me the location. After we salvage it, I will let you guys leave. Yu Zhong called out indifferently. 500 tons was not a small sum, it could let even the likes of Wen Baogua and Peng Mingde to go green. With this 500 tons of food, Yu Zhong could immediately maintain a group of 1,000 people for half a year. Is it here? Yu Zhong followed Yun Fei to a village within the city, as he pointed to a 7-story high detached building on a plot of land and asked. Yun Fei told Yu Zhong the secret he had kept for quite a while. It is right here. Not too long ago I saw some people moving some items here, and where the vehicle passed by, I noticed some white rice spilled around the area. After that, the same vehicle continuously moved items to and fro this place. Based on my calculations, I think there were about 100 trips. Since the vehicle can carry about weights of up to 5 tons. After 100 trips, there should be 500 tons of food at the very least. Yun Fei had initially wanted to strike this place and take the items for his own. However, before he had the chance to, Yu Zhong had gained the opportunity. He could only give this place up to exchange for the survival of his Black Tiger Gang. Yu Zhong frowned before asking softly, is this place under the military's supervision? 500 tons, it was not a small sum. If it was a granary that belonged to the military or government, then if Yu Zhong made any move on it, there would be trouble. Yun Fei had also done his research. Nope. The granaries under the government and military usually have experts guarding them. Almost always the surrounding areas of up to 1 kilometer around those granaries are usually brightly lit, and there are various checks. Even a fly would find it hard to fly in. This place, however, lacks the type of security usually given to those of importance. Stealing from the government and military was a huge offense. Even the Black Tiger Gang would be easily crushed by either the government or military. Yun Fei and Yun Chang were normal people, and did not dare go against the government or military. Yu Zhong observed the place carefully, and discovered that the luxurious-looking Western-style bungalow did in fact seem to not belong to the government or military. Yu Zhong eyed the bungalow, then gave the order to Cheng Yu, go take care of them. Try to keep them all alive. Upon receiving Yu Zhong's orders, Cheng Yu brought 2 special combat soldiers with him. Cheng Yu used to be a top-rated killer before the world changed. In the apocalypse after, he had gained numerous benefits from the God and Devil system with Yu Zhong's help. Killing countless zombies had made him become a level 25 enhancer. If he gave his all in his assassination, even level 30 enhancers would be killed by him in just a move, needless to say anything about other normal humans. Not long after, the 7 guards around the courtyard were taken care of. Yu Zhong brought his new workforce of 150 men, strode into the courtyard with a domineering air and started rummaging for the 500 tons of rations. "Boss Yu. We found it. We found the rations. Come over quick." One of the survivors excitedly rushed to Yu Zhong's side and called out. Yu Zhong immediately brightened up and followed the survivor to a huge underground basement. He discovered that within that huge underground basement, there were stacks and stacks of white rice, cornmeal, wheat and various other rations. All sorts of rations were stockpiled in huge numbers, forming many small mountains. Yu Zhong looked at the amount of rations the basement contained, and his eyes flashed with delight, and based on his experience he estimated, "Not right, the rations here are not just 500 tons, it should be above 3,000 tons. Boss Yu. There are more good things here. It seems there's much more." Songwon was in one of the corners as he called out excitedly. Yu Zhong strode over with big steps and discovered that there was a huge chest in the corner. The chest had already been pried open, revealing brand new 03 rifles inside. Military firepower? There's this much? The amount of firepower here could equip an entire battalion of soldiers. Yu Zhong took a look at the guns contained within the chest, and swiftly came to a judgment on the amount. In the basement, other than the lack of rocket launchers and other missile and explosive types of weapons, all the rifles were enough to equip an entire battalion. Assuming one coupled them with the ample ammunition, it was enough to engage in a huge battle. Good find. Move all these back immediately. Yu Zhong wore a delighted expression and gave the order to Songwon. Everything contained within this basement, Yu Zhong had decided to swallow all the items up. He didn't care if the original owner was someone to be provoked or not. With the support of these rations and firepower, Yu Zhong could immediately train up a battalion of soldiers to be deployed here, instead of taking some from his Ningguang County or Qingyuan County. Yu Zhong looked towards Cheng Yu and casually barked orders as was his wont. "Go spread the command to those newly recruited guys, whoever speaks of this will be directly executed. Those 7 guards we captured. Take them to the Scum Battalion in Ningguang County." Those in the Scum Battalion were treated harshly as befitted a slave unit. Before they killed enough zombies to obtain their freedom, they had to remain in the camp jails or in cages. They could not even step outside for communications with others. Cheng Yu nodded his head and immediately went to convey Yu Zhong's orders. Yu Zhong looked at Yun Fei indifferently and spoke. "Yun Fei, your information was solid. You're free to go with your men. Today's matters, should you reveal even the tiniest bit of information, I will personally come after every single person in your Black Tiger gang. I'll even slowly eviscerate the one with loose lips as an example. As of today onwards, if your Black Tiger gang still wants to operate your prior shady businesses on my territory, don't blame me for being merciless. If you and your guys are willing to work for me, bring your dad to meet me at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning." Yun Fei wiped his sweat rapidly as he told Yu Zhong, "Thank you, Boss Yu. Thank you for your mercy and kindness. Our Black Tiger gang is definitely willing to work for you. I will go convince my father to meet you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. "Who was the owner of the underground basement?" Yu Zhong asked the 7 guards directly. Before sending the 7 of them to the Scum Battalion, Yu Zhong wanted to gain information. Since he had obtained such a huge amount of resources, the person who owned it must have been a big figure. "Pay. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Your father, I will still be a good man after another 18 years. One of the guards stared at Yu Zhong with a hardened gaze. "What a good man with backbone. Please die." Yu Zhong laughed coldly and waved his hand. Songwon chuckled at such staunch replies and directly swung down on that guard's neck with his blade. His powerful slash cleanly decapitated him. Fresh blood spurted violently at first, then slower and less. Soon enough only a sluggish drool of blood was leaking listlessly from the wet stump. The lifeless head feeling slightly bounced with a sickening squish before it rolled on the ground and stopped. Ever so coincidentally, the man's aghast final stare locked on his face was stopped in such a way that it looked towards his colleagues, his cold and flat eyes slowly glazing over. Chapter 0265, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Chapter 265, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Who's the owner of this basement? Yu Zhong glared icily at the 6 remaining guards. Seeing their comrade's corpse, their eyes flashed with fear. The enemy in front of them was more vicious than they had ever imagined. Somehow under such duress they kept their silence. The owner of the basement was too powerful, those who betrayed him would not have a good ending. You can die then. Yu Zhong directly pointed to a guard coldly. The guard's eyes flashed with horror, his entire body convulsing as he struggled to say, I. Before he even got the words out, Song-Wen had already chopped off his head, and the lifeless head whose face was full of hatred and reluctance fell to the floor. This very effectively further added on to the fear of the remaining 5 guards. You were too slow. Yu Zhong eyed the dead body before his gaze moved to the other 5 guards. I'll speak. I'll say anything. Don't kill me. I'll speak. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything I know. The remaining 5 guards lost all sense of their composure, and bawled as they fought to let Yu Zhong know what they knew. They did not want to die at his hands. So it was him. Interesting. Really interesting. After hearing the words from the remaining guards, he gained some interesting information. The owner of the 3,000 tons of rations and a battalion's worth of firepower was the private property of Su Dongming, one of the 5 heads of the military. In the military, as Su Dongming was the overall commander, he was under the scrutiny of the other 4 powers, and every actions of his was closely observed. In order to expand his power, he had siphoned out parts of the military's resources, and sent it to this small, unassuming bungalow. At the same time he was building up a civil force. However, they didn't expect that their hard work would fall into the hands of Yu Zhong. These 7 guards were also the elites of the civil force and possessed weapons on themselves. They could easily deal with a triad of 100 members. In this part of town where the number of experts could not possibly be greater or stronger than this group of 7, Su Dongming had not expected that his prized possessions would be swallowed by Yu Zhong. These resources of Su Dongming had been obtained secretly and could not be revealed to anyone. The moment he did, he might have to deal with the joint efforts of the other 4 heads to dethrone him, and his commander position would not be secure. While the position of the division commander might be in name only and could not possibly affect the other 4 troops, Su Dongming was not willing to part with it. Since Yu Zhong knew Su Dongming would not dare to openly send troops for revenge, Yu Zhong couldn't care less about offending him. Even if Su Dongming knew it was Yu Zhong who did it, he could only grit his teeth and accept the facts. Early the next morning at 8, the blonde-haired Yun Fei and his father Yun Chang stood at the courtyard awaiting Yu Zhong obediently. A small triad like the Black Tiger Gang helping Yu Zhong, whose power was more significant, wasn't much of an issue. A few experts could easily wipe such a small triad out, therefore Yun Fei and Yun Chang father-son duo weren't willing to offend Yu Zhong. Jianghu he walked out and spoke indifferently to Yun Fei and Yun Chang. Boss Yu wants you to go in. Follow me. Yun Fei and Yun Chang both followed Jianghu in quietly. He really is strong. Yun Chang saw the various special combat soldiers standing around the villa with 05 rifles and he was shocked. Last night, after Yun Fei had advised him, he had his doubts about Yu Zhong. However, today he really opened his eyes and discovered Yu Zhong's strength to be more fearsome than Yun Fei described. Yu Zhong eyed Yun Chang indifferently and said, "You're Yun Chang?" Yun Chang looked to Yu Zhong in front of him and spoke extremely respectfully, "This small one is Yun Chang. Boss Yu, last night my Black Tiger Gang had offended you greatly. I hope you will forgive us. Today my useless son and I are here to make amends, and from today henceforth, we are willing to work for you." After the apocalypse, whoever had the largest fist was the boss. Naturally, someone like Yu Zhong who had so much power at his fingertips usually wasn't someone to antagonize others because of prior events. In fact, most would wish to throw in with him to obtain such a strong backer and in the future create more possibilities for oneself. Yu Zhong coolly replied, "I want you to show your face and go to Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street as well as Xingye Street, and clear up all the different gangs. Once they are cleaned up, the entire area will be handled by you. Do you have the confidence?" Yu Zhong had bought over the 3 streets filled with all sorts of characters, and had the intent to clean things up. Otherwise, if it were allowed to continue deteriorating, it would be a hassle for him in the future with regards to security. Yun Chang hesitated a while before replying, Boss Yu, the number of men I have are not enough to clean up so many gangs. Nanshan Street's Azure Dragon Gang as well as Xingye Street's Vermilion Phoenix Gang have over 100 people who can fight, plus those bitches in Vermilion Phoenix Gang have guns. Our Black Tiger Gang is definitely not their match. The Azure Dragon Gang and Vermilion Phoenix Gang might sound intimidating, but they were only two small triads after all. To eliminate them, 20 fully equipped soldiers was all it needed. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, I will send people to help you. You just have to bring my men to capture their leaders and suppress their strength, that will suffice. If they aren't willing to surrender, kill them. If they surrender, absorb them into your ranks, no unnecessary killings. Yun Chang's face immediately brightened up and he replied excitedly, Yes, boss Yu. I promise to execute this mission well. Yu Zhong swept a cold gaze at him, Your son Yun Fei will stay here to assist me. To put it bluntly, whatever you guys did before. I don't care. From today on, if you guys still continue to do those immoral things, then don't blame me for being merciless. Yun Chang's heart went cold as he replied, Yes, boss Yu. Then I'll entrust my useless son to you. From today on, whatever I do, I will be sure to seek your approval. I promise that I won't let you down. Yun Chang was very sure that Yu Zhong had kept his son behind to not only guide him properly, it was to ensure he had a hostage as well. If Yun Chang were to betray Yu Zhong outside, his son would only face death. However, Yun Chang felt elated. This meant that Yu Zhong truly intended to groom and test him, otherwise there was no need for a hostage. The leader of the Azure Dragon Triad, Ran Qingzai, was feeling restless. His backer had just informed him that a Yu Zhong had appeared in Nanshan Street, and then had warned him to be careful. He was told not to provoke or offend this huge dragon, otherwise those on top could not help him. Should I send him a gift? Ran Qingzai hesitated a while. He was after all the leader of over 100 fighters. If he took the initiative to gift Yu Zhong something, it would cause him to lose face. Furthermore, without any rhyme or reason, who knows, Yu Zhong might look down on him. One of the Azure Dragon Triad members rushed in breathlessly reporting, Leader! Leader! The Black Tiger Gang has brought people to attack us. Ran Qingzai frowned and said, What are you panicking for? It's only just that small Black Tiger Gang, what can they do? Let Lulu and Li Bo handle it. Lulu and Li Bo were the top two experts in the Azure Dragon Gang. They were both above level 10 enhancers, and possessed the God and Devil system skills. In these kind of riff-raff triads, there were really no normal people who were the match for these two. The lackey immediately replied fearfully, They have already been defeated. They were defeated within one move by those experts that the Black Tiger Gang brought. Ran Qingzai's expression soured. What? How did Yun Chang get such experts? Only the government or military will have people of that caliber. Right at this time, the sounds of merciless slaughter resounded from outside. 15 members of the Azure Dragon Triad ran into the meeting hall, embarrassingly fleeing from the enemy. Yun Chang had brought a bunch of the Black Tiger Gang members and was sauntering into the meeting hall with an extremely pleased face. He looked around as he scanned the area and saw the leader Ran Qingzai. His eyes brightened up as he laughed coldly, Ran Qingzai, do you want to surrender or die today? 10 of the Black Tiger Gang members held 03 rifles pointing at Ran Qingzai. It was quite evident that as soon as Yun Chang gave the order, they would immediately open fire and execute the Azure Dragon Triad members. With these 10.03 rifles, Ran Qingzai knew that even if all his brothers were to rush up, they would be slaughtered immediately. Ran Qingzai looked at those 03 rifles and looked at Lulu and Li Bo, who were tied up tightly, as he clenched his fist. A hint of fury flashed in his eyes, before he gritted his teeth and asked, Yun Chang, have you been bought over by Yu Zhong? Ran Qingzai was, after all, also a capable person. He thought to the previous night where the Black Tiger Gang had actually offended Yu Zhong, and came to the conclusion with just a little more guesswork. He also knew the actual strength of the Black Tiger Gang, and knew it was impossible for them to possess the 03 rifles. 100% impossible. Otherwise, the entire area might have already been dominated by the Black Tiger Gang long before. It must be known that the government and military controlled the guns very strictly. Even after expending a huge amount of effort, Ran Qingzai had only obtained 2 handguns, 381 rifles and 60 magazines of ammunition. That's right. I am now Boss Yu's man. Yun Chang did not feel ashamed as he said it. Ran Qingzai, you only have 2 options now, to surrender or to die. Ran Qingzai hesitated a while before replying extremely reluctantly, I surrender. Leader. You can't. We will fight it out with them. One of the lackeys from the Azure Dragon Triad immediately shouted out, his eyes red. With a bang, the lackey from the Azure Dragon Tribe found a new hole in between his eyebrows, as he fell straight to the floor, not moving any more. Is there anyone else? Just speak. Cheng Yu held a handgun as he looked at the people from the Azure Dragon Triad as though they were already dead people. Under the cold gaze of Cheng Yu, the members' hearts went cold, no one dared to speak further. Ran Qingzai looked at his subordinate that was executed and his eyebrows twitched, not daring to voice anything else. If it was before the apocalypse he could still holler that he would get a lawyer. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, so-called human rights were basically non-existent, and those who were not satisfied were immediately executed, so there was no need to discuss about rights. The members of the Azure Dragon Triad did not dare do anything else. Under the threat of the rifles, they obediently allowed themselves to be tied up by the members of the Black Tiger Gang, before being taken away from that place. Ran Qingzai's face was currently the color of ash, as he looked towards the extremely complacent Yun Chang and muttered in deep regret. Damn it, if only I had gained Yu Zhong's backing earlier. I didn't expect that I would actually lose to this bastard. The moment the leader of the Azure Dragon Triad was taken away, the rest of the triad became devastated, and a number of the members left at the first notice. Yun Chang brought people and obtained 50 tons of rations from the place. Really, without these rations, the Azure Dragon Triad could not have gathered over 100 fighters to establish a foothold around here. After dealing with the Azure Dragon Triad, Yun Chang gathered his subordinates and in a good mood made their way towards the Vermilion Phoenix Triad. The Vermilion Phoenix's territory was in Xingye Street. They were a triad that consisted of only female members. These women were mostly mistreated by men in the past, and hated them to the core of their bones. The Queen Bee Lu Yujiao was also an extremely ruthless and vicious person. All ruthlessness aside, she possessed strong interpersonal skills, and had garnered a group of over 100 women. Under her leadership, the rest of the women in Vermilion Phoenix could fight and risk their all, and weren't much weaker than most men. In actuality, they were a lot more ruthless. Amongst the triad members of the Vermilion Phoenix, there were 5 rifles, and their power was recognized around the area. The Black Tiger Gang and Azure Dragon Triad had refrained from antagonizing this fearsome group of women in the past. The Vermilion Phoenix also got their news extremely fast. After obtaining info that the Azure Dragon Triad had been annihilated, they immediately sent a group towards Nanshan Street to fight for control of the territory, and came across Yun Chang's team. A decent-looking woman with fair skin, called Jing Yun, whom had a huge knife scar running across her face that disfigured her looks, was also the 4th sister of the Vermilion Phoenix Triad. She looked at Yun Chang with the huge troops behind him as she asked coolly, Boss Yun, what is the meaning of this? The 23 young women behind Zheng Yun wielded their huge knives as they stared at Yun Chang fixedly. The moment Zheng Yun gave the order, they would rush forward to hack Yun Chang and the other men to death. The Vermilion Phoenix Triad could survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world was because they had the capability. The women in the Triad were extremely tight and united. With one order from Zheng Yun, even if they know of the imminent death, they would rush up to battle to the death. Yun Chang eyed Zheng Yun as he coldly smiled and threatened, Zheng Yun, our boss Yu Zhong has given the order to subdue you all. Surrender immediately or face imminent death. The nice guys that did not hit nor kill women did exist in the post-apocalyptic world. However, they were few and usually not in power. Those who could survive for so long were usually leaders that did not care so much about chivalry. If there were obstructions to their goals, they would dispose of the person regardless of gender. Human life had little value anymore. Chapter 0266, Queen Bee. Yu Zhong. Zheng Yun glanced at Yun Chang, then looked at the 03 rifles his subordinates were holding and frowned. After Yun Chang came into the possession of these guns, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Even if the 23 knife-wielding members of her Vermilion Phoenix Triad were to rush up, they would only become riddled with bullet holes. Zheng Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't make the decision. I need to confirm with Lu Jiejia. Please wait here first. Cheng Yu eyed Zheng Yun in front of Yun Chang and said coldly, Go. I will only wait for an hour. After an hour, if you still haven't come to a decision, don't blame me for being rude. Women still deserve a little leeway after all. Cheng Yu saw the determination of the 23 women in front. If Zheng Yun were to give the order, these crazy women would definitely engage in an all-out battle. He was reluctant to slaughter them. Zheng Yun heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately sent one of her subordinates to go report back to their headquarters. Big sis, what do we do? A dark-skinned woman of huge stature and big limbs asked softly, looking towards her leader, Lu Yujiao, who had extremely slender legs, bountiful curves, and exquisite looks. Pretty looks? Smart? Welcome to another member of the harem. Scattered applause. Another concubine on the list. Lu Yujiao was not a simple woman. She was also extremely capable and calculating. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, she had manipulated countless numbers of men to sell themselves for her. As one can imagine, this ensured her survival in this cruel world. After that, she came to a small power, and before long, with the exploitation of her looks and strength, she managed to steal away those women who were constantly abused by the people within that small power and established her Vermilion Phoenix Triad. Lu Yujiao was extremely intelligent. She specialized in looking out for women who had received abuse or humiliation, and by extending a little helping hand, she gained the fierce loyalty of these women. At the same time, she trained them up to become fighters that could hold their own against men. These women who had lost their self-respect and everything in their lives, having been given a second chance, became Lu Yujiao's most loyal supporters. Lu Yujiao frowned as she pondered quietly, Yu Zhong. It really is him. This time it's hard to get out of this. Lu Yujiao had also recently gotten wind of Yu Zhong's fame. She had insiders within SY County's government, and although they weren't very high-ranking, their information was still relevant. The fact that Yu Zhong had murdered the director of the tax bureau Yuan Yeshan had caused waves and reached her ears. Someone who could murder the director of the tax bureau and still get away with it, if he wanted to snuff out the Vermilion Phoenix Triad, it would be beyond simple. I need to meet him personally. Lu Yujiao stood up, and her eyes flashed with a resolute glint. While her personal strength might not be enough to overcome Yu Zhong, the only method she had left was to convince him. Big sis, let me go with you. Lu Manyu, another beauty with long black hair, delicate and fair skin, and pretty features, stood up and told Lu Yujiao. A group that consisted entirely of females would find it extremely hard to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Manyu was responsible for public relations. Just with her efforts alone, she managed to source for the protection and backing of a few powerful factions. Due to that, Vermilion Phoenix Triad could stand on equal grounds with the Black Tiger Gang as well as the Azure Dragon Triad. Without a strong backing, any small force would not be able to stand up to the government. Just a few policemen could annihilate the entire triad. Lu Yujiao maintained her stance and said, No, this time I have to go personally. Otherwise, our Vermilion Phoenix Triad will truly cease to exist. Lu Yujiao passed on some commands to her two sisters. If I can't come back, you all should disband. If they get you all surrounded, just surrender. Big sis. Big sis. Let me go with you. Lu Manyu Zhang Lili looked and shouted loudly for Lu Yujiao to change her mind. However, the Vermilion Phoenix Triad leader did not give a second look, as she left with big strides. Yu Zhong glanced at the lady Lu Yujiao in front of him as he asked indifferently, So you are Vermilion Phoenix Triad's leader Lu Yujiao? Lu Yujiao was currently standing in front of Yu Zhong clad entirely in tight black, with black leather boots and a whip hanging by her waist accentuating her explosive figure and fully exuding her commanding charm. Lu Yujiao smiled lightly towards Yu Zhong as she did not hold back with her appeal. That's right. I am Lu Yujiao. Boss Yu, this time I've come to plead the same case as the Black Tiger Gang, that is for you to let us Vermilion Phoenix Triad off. As long as you let us off from today onwards, I will bring the Triad to follow your lead. While Lu Yujiao could not compare to Zhuo Yadong or Zhou Yanxue in terms of absolute beauty, she knew how to use her attractiveness effectively. So naturally every single move of hers was done with calculation to attract and move hearts. That, coupled with the strong independent character she had forged for herself, gave a strong intense desire in men to dominate her. However, these men usually became the stepping stones on her path. Yu Zhong looked coldly at Lu Yujiao, and his eyes did not even contain a hint of excitement. State your price. As long as you offer something worthy, I will let you continue living. Amongst Yu Zhong's harem, he had 3 absolute beauties. He wasn't the sort that would be fazed by more beauties. Lu Yujiao's charm was ineffective against him. Ulamog, Ha ha, ye teammates of little faith. Yu Zhong is too picky for this chick. Lu Yujiao saw that her charms did not work on Yu Zhong, and she finally revealed her last resort: bullets. I'm not sure if you will be interested in making bullets? You know how to make bullets? Hearing Lu Yujiao's words, Yu Zhong's eyes finally shone with a hint of anticipation, and the gaze he had for Lu Yujiao was also different. No, not me. Seeing that her final resort had worked, Lu Yujiao lightly smiled before continuing. But I know someone who does. Yu Zhong finally revealed a smile. Very good. As long as you hand the person to me, I will let your Vermilion Phoenix try it off. However, as Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street and Xingye Street are under my control, your triad will have to leave. Bullets were hard to manufacture. While Yu Zhong now had men who could reinstall bullets, the amount was not much. However, Yu Zhong did not possess the skill to manufacture bullets, and reinstalling bullets had its cons. One of that was that the reused bullets had low accuracy. Bullets that were not accurate were of no threat to zombies, and having new bullets was an issue that weighed heavily on Yu Zhong's shoulders. If Yu Zhong could manufacture his own bullets, his forces would increase their fighting capabilities. The Vermilion Phoenix Triad was nothing compared to the skill. Boss Yu, I have one more request. Lu Yujiao continued to look at him with her round eyes. I hope to follow in the Black Tiger Gang's footsteps and join your faction to work for you. While the fighting capabilities of our Vermilion Phoenix Triad may not be on par with your subordinates, we are extremely efficient with our information gathering. If you need, we can become your eyes and ears. Fine. Yu Zhong looked at Lu Yujiao and lightly laughed as he promised her. This was a smart woman and she knew how to get to where she wanted. With Yu Zhong as a backer, the Vermilion Phoenix Triad could only expand further. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was not possible to survive without a strong support. One would only be bullied without it. In the following 5 days, the Black Tiger Gang and Vermilion Phoenix Triad joined forces and engaged on an extensive sweep of Xinglong Street, Nanshan Street as well as Xingye Street. They ended up capturing all the hoodlums, liars and thieves and sent them to Yu Zhong. They were after all the leaders of their groups and were extremely well informed of the territories, so these riffraff could not escape their attention. After the 5 days, all 3 streets had transformed into a safe and secure place. The hoodlums, liars and thieves were all forced to become a coolie battalion and made to clean all 3 streets, as well as to clean up the ditches of the dirty water and smelly contents. Whoever was caught littering or anyhow doing their business was thrown into the coolie battalion and made to do corrective work order. Soon, no one dared to relieve themselves nor litter on the streets. The hygiene on the streets became a lot better. After cleaning up the 3 streets, they were split into 8 different gangs, each gang possessing 50 to 60 fighters, and the total number was over 500. After the 8 gangs were established, they immediately sent a request to SY County to seek permission to search for items on the outskirts. After obtaining approval, these 8 gangs brought people and left SY County, when they just disappeared with only a few coming back. After these 8 gangs disappeared, not long after, another 8 gangs were established, and again they gathered over a few hundred survivors. After some time, these new gangs again sent a request to be allowed to go out to search for resources. They left and disappeared in the same manner. Through this method, Yu Zhong covertly smuggled a number of the survivors in SY County out. Chapter 0267, Assassination Attempt. Yu Zhong looked to the extremely skinny and cultured-looking Gao Ming, who seemed 37 or 38, and asked, "You know how to create bullets?" Gao Ming flinched a little before replying, "I do know how to make bullets. However, without the proper tools and materials, I can't do it." Creating bullets was not a simple matter. Without the right tools and materials, even an expert would not be able to make them. Yu Zhong continued, "Where can I find the items you need?" Gao Ming immediately began to reply with a torrent of words, "Longhai County. I was the technical director of the XXX machinery plant in Longhai County. In the machinery plant, there is an entire set of tools that can create bullets, as well as materials enough to create 1,000,000 bullets. Furthermore, the XXX machinery plant has some barrel manufacturing tools." From Gao Ming's info, Yu Zhong discovered that within Longhai County, there were factories that specialized in manufacturing all sorts of ammunition. There were also factories that made mortars, grenades and even artillery shells. If they could subdue Longhai County, then Yu Zhong's army would stand to benefit hugely. Should I make an attempt to attack Longhai County? Hearing Gao Ming's words, Yu Zhong was thinking quietly to himself. Currently, whenever Yu Zhong wanted to send his forces out to clear the zombies around his strongholds, he could only send 3 out of his 7 battalions. The remaining 4 had to always be on guard in case SY County attacked. If he sent out a huge force to Longhai County, and SY County were to suddenly backstab him, then Yu Zhong would be in danger. Longhai County had over 700,000 zombies, and it wasn't a small number. Furthermore, the zombies were continually evolving, and were not as easy to kill as before. At that time, the reason SY County had been easily subdued by the military was due to the fact that not only was the military well equipped, the zombies had not yet evolved to a fearsome level. Now that the zombies were continually adapting, the 700,000 zombies were stronger than a 700,000 zombie horde of the initial apocalypse by a wide margin. If Yu Zhong wanted to thoroughly eliminate the zombies, he would have to expend a huge force. After pondering a while, Yu Zhong decided to abandon the plan to set out for Longhai County, as the threat of SY County was still too huge to ignore. Go back to Qingyuan County first. I appoint you as the production director in the ammunition production department with a rank of lieutenant. Once you are in Qingyuan County, immediately train up a group of people. Even if it's in theory, it's fine. Once I've obtained the materials and tools, we will have to start production straight away. As long as there are bullets manufactured, I will appoint you as the deputy minister of the department with a rank of captain. If you can manage to manufacture grenades, then I will appoint you as the minister, with a rank of major. As long as you work hard, if you want to be an official, I will confer upon you the official position. If you want women, you will get women. Yu Zhong stared at Gao Ming as he said this clearly. Gao Ming's eyes filled with warm tears as he replied in a loud voice. Thank you, boss you. Thank you. I will definitely work hard for you. Gao Ming was a technical person, and unless he met with some fortune, he was basically useless. He could not even hope to compare with the likes of a farmer. As a farmer had more strength and energy than him, the farmer could at least fight and risk it all. In the post-apocalyptic world, a farmer or villager who could fight and dared to risk gained benefits. Before meeting Yu Zhong, Gao Ming had been living on, meal to meal, day to day. If it wasn't for Queen Bee Lu Yujiao accepting him, he might have already become a pile of bones. Lu Yujiao had an astute foresight. She knew Gao Ming was useless to normal triads. But to stable powers with ambitions, he was a treasure that was hard to come by. Therefore, it was considered that due to her sharp foresight, she saved the Vermilion Phoenix triad as well as gifted Yu Zhong with such an impressive technical worker. After settling Gao Ming, Yu Zhong strode towards the outside. Left turn mark. As Yu Zhong came close to the river, he saw Qin Shi currently training the 400 survivors he had just gathered. Qin Shi had grown to become an outstanding commander after countless hours of training, and he was extremely adept at training new recruits. Therefore, Yu Zhong had specially arranged for him to be transferred over to train these survivors. These 400 survivors were currently decked in green military clothes, and were training diligently under Qin Shi's orders. After joining Yu Zhong's power, they could eat their fill every day and even meet from time to time. This led them to feel extremely grateful to Yu Zhong, and they gave their all during training. It must be clear that there were countless people who were envious of their current good fortune, and if they were to be eliminated, someone else would immediately fight to gain their position. When Yu Zhong appeared on the street, the initially dirty and smelly alley had been cleaned up. The numerous reeking piles and puddles of noxious human waste that appeared everywhere was nowhere to be seen, and the litter had long been cleaned up, giving the entire street a clean and fresh feel. The target has appeared. Just as Yu Zhong was walking alone in the street, Su Qin, who had been lying in ambush for an entire 7 days in Xinglong Street, gave the order, his eyes flashing dangerously. At that moment, Yu Zhong felt a strong sense of impending danger, and he immediately activated his shadow steps, before retreating backwards swiftly. With 3 loud bangs, 3 bullets from indeterminate locations shot over towards Yu Zhong. While Yu Zhong's reaction was extremely fast, out of the 3 snipers, 2 were top snipers of the military, and the remainder had the sniper specialization skill. Yu Zhong managed to dodge 2 of the sniper bullets, but was shot in the right shoulder by the last bullet. The force of that sniper bullet was fearsome. Upon impact, even the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar hide that Yu Zhong was wearing could not cancel out the force, and Yu Zhong felt as though an expert had used his entire strength to blast him, fracturing a bone. This was under the condition that Yu Zhong had high endurance. Be aware that if it was any normal person, even donning the various hides as protection would still definitely have their entire shoulder blasted apart and they would be unable to move. Even Yu Zhong found that he could not utilize his right arm after that shot. The moment the attack landed, Su Qin had already brought 8 experts and rushed over. Furthermore, there were 2 other experts hiding in another room, and they looked at Yu Zhong as they started to chant different magical incantations. These skills were dropped from the God and Devil system, and though they required a long casting time, their might was immense. The moment they launched the attack, even Yu Zhong would be annihilated by the skill. Yu Zhong glanced at the 2 chanting experts and a chill appeared in his eyes. He quickly drew a .03 rifle in his left hand and fired frenziedly towards the 2 chanting assassins. A dense hail of bullets was fired at the 2 assassins, when all of a sudden a huge bear appeared in front of the 2 assassins. The enormous bear used its massive body to block the assault. This was one of the skills that the 2 experts possess, summoning a beast to block Yu Zhong's attack. Su Qin brought the 8 experts as they all launched their attacks on Yu Zhong. The attackers used their hands to hit the ground forcefully and a huge spear shot towards Yu Zhong from underground, aiming for his waist. Yu Zhong's face instantly changed as he moved his body in a flash, and dodged the incoming underground spike. His immediate response was to raise his gun at Su Qin and the other 8 experts and once again spray and pray wildly. Alamog, so this is a term kind of used to say one pulls the trigger and simply unloads the magazine hoping to hit the targets. Usually it's in reference to a machine gun or a weapon with very high rates of fire. i.e., more bullets, higher chance of hitting something. Enhancers were still human after all, with the exception of those with overpowered defenses. Guns still posed a threat to most enhancers. Amongst the group of assassins, one lunged forward and waved his hands to activate a psychic barrier skill. Yu Zhong's bullets floated in the air and were immediately dispersed by the psychic barrier. 3 of the agility-based assassins activated their shadow steps, pushing their speed to the maximum. They attacked while wielding daggers and came from 3 different directions to lock Yu Zhong down. An assassin with the firearms control skill pulled out a .05 submachine gun and fired at Yu Zhong wildly. Another 2 strength-based assassins also activated their skills. The both of them were lugging a large hammer and a mace respectively, each weighing over a 100 gene as they rushed towards Yu Zhong. Those huge hammers and mace type of weapons were extremely effective for strength-based enhancers to wreak havoc among normal humans. With the swing of the 2m long mace, regardless of one's swordplay or blade skills, it was useless. Su Qin icily kept his eyes on Yu Zhong like his prey, preparing to activate everything at a moment's notice. Immediate summon. Yu Zhong activated this skill in an instant, and white bones appeared from goodness knows where, and stood in front of Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong activated his encompassing bone armor and the bullets from the .05 rifles bounced off his body. Yu Zhong's right shoulder was temporarily incapacitated, and his strongest weapon, the anti-tank rocket launcher, could not be utilized to deal with these assassins. Plan B. He looked towards the assassin with the firearms control skill and activated his Art of Fear skill. A huge oppressive aura assaulted the mind of the assassin, and he threw up fresh blood, before he fell to floor with horror in his eyes, and died with a twisted expression. At the same time he extended his palm, and 3 bone spears shot towards the agility-based assassins. The eyes of the 3 assassins were filled with shock and dread, as they hastily retreated, trying to escape the reach of the bone spears. However, while they were fast, the speed of the bone spears was faster, and within a few blinks, the 3 assassins had been pierced in the heart, head and throat, before they fell to the ground twitching in death. While Yu Zhong was taking care of the 4 assassins, the other 2 strength-based assassins took advantage of the time to rush to Yu Zhong's side. Arriving there, they yelled as they swung their weapons downwards ferociously. If the attacks landed, even if Yu Zhong was covered with the bone armor, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Maybe even death. Those within a certain circumference could not escape the terror. The 2 strength-based enhancers were enveloped by that soul-chilling aura nearly immediately. As their spirit stat was low, they could not defend against its assault and fell to the ground, terrified and broken. Yu Zhong's Art of Fear also reached Su Qin. It was somewhat you expected though that while Su Qin's spirit was not as high as Yu Zhong, it wasn't low either. All he felt was a little headache as he swiftly retreated backwards in response. That crappy excuse. Yu Zhong wanted to rush towards Su Qin but was suddenly hindered when the assassin possessing the ground manipulation ability struck the ground, and a sharp spike rose from the earth in front of Yu Zhong, almost bifurcating him at the crotch and thoroughly blocking his advance. Yu Zhong opened his right palm and shot a bone spear towards the ground, propelling him upwards as he spread his legs to avoid the tip of the spike and angled himself perfectly in descent. The result was a beautiful-looking maneuver followed by Yu Zhong shooting fiercely towards Su Chen like an arrow. The assassin wielding the 05 submachine gun took out a hand grenade at this time and threw it at Yu Zhong. With a bang, the grenade exploded in front of Yu Zhong. A fearsome amount of shrapnel flew out, causing Yu Zhong to be blasted backwards. Yu Zhong tried to dodge at the first moment, but was still heavily struck by the sudden attack from the grenade, and parts of his encompassing bone armor were shattered and sent flying by that attack. Fortunately, the shrapnel and resulting explosion did not affect his body that was boosted by his high endurance. Go die. While in midair, Yu Zhong looked towards that assassin with the 05 submachine gun, and activated his Art of Fear skill. The assassin wielding the 05 submachine gun immediately went rigid with fear as he curled up, and let out a soundless scream while struggling, before he spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Seeing this scene, the assassins with the psychic barrier and ground manipulation skills immediately felt fear. This was the first time they saw someone being killed off by such an ability. Right at this time, the two assassins muttering their incantations finished the chanting. Their level 2 skills Rapid Fireballs and Great Wind Blade finally activated, as 5 bright red fireballs like a row of pearls and the wind blade shot towards Yu Zhong. If there was a special characteristic of the God and Devil system spells, it was that as long as a user had used his or her spirit to lock onto the target and finish casting the spell, the activated spell would definitely hone in on the target. Due to this, Su Qin had selected 2 of his strongest enhancers with magic skills to deal with Yu Zhong. Break for me. Yu Zhong faced the fearsome rapid fireballs and the great wind blade. His eyes flashed as he activated his Devil Flame skill, and with a wave of his right hand he instantly expended 50 spirit points and 20 stamina points to produce a huge fireball that met the attacks of the spells head-on, exploding upon impact. Under the catastrophic explosion, the rapid fireballs and great wind blade dispersed violently. However, they were after all level 2 skills and had undergone enhancement. They managed to break past the Devil Flame fireball, and exploded on Yu Zhong's body, knocking him back 6-7 meters when they hit. He crashed into a nearby building violently, resulting in a huge hole amidst dust and debris. Fire attribute skills tend to be more offensive, while ice attribute skills tend to favor defense. If Yu Zhong had obtained an ice attribute skill, then as a spirit-based evolver, he would just have to expend the necessary amount of force to deal with the attacks. While the Devil Flame was devastating in terms of its destructive power, it did little to protect Yu Zhong, and was of not much use to block the remaining attacks. Su Qin saw that Yu Zhong had received the full brunt of the explosion, and he immediately rushed towards Yu Zhong's position swiftly. He wanted to make sure Yu Zhong was dead. If not, he would make use of the chance to end Yu Zhong's life. Su Qin didn't have much time left. The battle had caused a huge disturbance, and Yu Zhong's subordinates were most likely on their way. The moment they arrived, if Yu Zhong was not dead, then their assassination would be a failure. Su Qin made his way hastily towards the large hole, when a sharp bone spear suddenly shot out from the settling dust, aiming for Su Qin's head. Seeing that the bone spear was almost going to penetrate Su Qin's brain, the assassin with the psychic barrier skill activated his skill, and a transparent wall appeared in front of Su Qin, preventing the bone spear from piercing through. Yu Zhong leapt out from the hole right after. By this time, the encompassing bone armor on his face had already been blasted away, his hair was burnt black, and even his eyebrows were burnt off. He had multiple wounds across his face and on his chest. There was even a deep slash piercing through the bone armor. Fortunately, the Type 2 black scaled boar hide was sturdy. There was only a long white scar on the hide that was a result of the great wind blade. After jumping out from the debris, Yu Zhong felt his whole face burning in pain, as though someone was spraying him constantly with a high-pressure hose. His high endurance had saved him once again. If it had been less than 60 points, he might have lost his life to those spells. I want to see how your psychic barrier will block this. With that, Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a murderous glint, and the Devil Flame appeared in his right hand again. Expending yet another 20 points of spirit to mold it into a spear, he threw it with all his might. The Devil Flame spear shot towards the heart of the psychic barrier enhancer. The psychic barrier user had gotten on Yu Zhong's nerves for the last time. Without him, Yu Zhong had many chances to wipe out the rest of the assassins. The psychic barrier user was taken aback as he raised his hands and conjured another transparent wall in front of him. The devil flame spear Yu Zhong molded exploded violently on the transparent barrier, and the resulting force broke the barrier into pieces. The flying pieces struck the enhancer's face, and at the same time, the enhancer was assaulted by the intense flame and explosion. Ah! The psychic barrier enhancer could only let out an anguished scream, as he was enveloped by the fearsome devil flames and was lit ablaze. The result was that he almost instantly died a most miserable death, with noxious charred-smelling smoke billowing off of his crispy corpse even after the flame died out. Su Chen's eyes flashed coldly as he directly raised his hands, and intended to throw a grenade towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his hands and a .05 submachine gun appeared in his left hand, as he raised it and fired wildly at Su Chen. Su Chen did not dodge the small-caliber fire. Instead, his body seemed to emit a strange holy light, preventing the bullets of the .05 submachine gun from penetrating. Su Chen swung his hands and another hand grenade flew towards Yu Zhong. With a bang, even though Yu Zhong tried to dodge under the effect of the 3 times gravity, his movement was too slow. Of course, this made him affected by the resulting explosion of the grenade, propelling him through the air for 6 meters, while the shrapnel cut into his head. The flying debris caused numerous ugly wounds again to his already painful face. Yu Zhong pointed towards Su Chen and raised a finger, as a huge fireball and an ice pick was conjured out of thin air, viciously smashing onto the protective aura surrounding Su Chen. The protection of Su Chen had its limits as well. After the force of the fireball and ice pick, the strange light vibrated, before it disappeared entirely. Su Chen's face was cold by this time, and his eyes flashed with a hint of frenzy, as he knew he could not escape Yu Zhong's pursuit. He also abandoned all hopes of escaping. Instead, he threw out another grenade with extreme haste. Yu Zhong jumped to the side and he waved his hand, pulling out his stinger, firing 3 times rapidly at Su Chen. 3 stinger bullets landed on Su Chen's skull, and with a light puff of blood proceeded to bore through, directly causing it to explode into pieces. The pink pulpy brain residue splattered violently out the back and sprayed onto the ground behind Su Chen with a sickening series of glop noises. The grenade exploded not far from Yu Zhong, and the blazing explosive force blew Yu Zhong back 7 meters as he slammed into another wall violently. With bits and pieces of shrapnel again cutting into his face and body, adding on to the amount of injuries. Yu Zhong coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and stood up and checked Su Chen, who had just been shot in the brain by him. He couldn't help but give a high evaluation of this person in front of him. Not only was Su Chen thoroughly ruthless towards Yu Zhong, he was the same towards himself. He didn't even leave behind a path of retreat. If Yu Zhong wasn't an evolver, the assassination attempt this time might very well have succeeded. After eliminating Su Chen, Yu Zhong swiftly advanced, wanting to detain the rest of the assassins. However, when he rushed out, he realized they had already fled the scene. By this time, Qin Shi Tu had brought 100 guards as they rushed over, and he asked worriedly, "Commander Yu, are you all right?" Yu Zhong sullenly gave the order, "Immediately conduct an investigation, go notify Qing Yu, get him to bring men and set off for the SY County area. Whoever attacks, they're free to retaliate. They cannot open fire first, and whoever dares to stop the investigation, let them know about the assassination attempt on me." Qin Shi Tu saw Yu Zhong full of wounds, and his heart was filled with unbridled fury as he replied, "Understood, Commander Yu." Qin Shi Tu quickly brought men to search every single household of the 3 streets. Not a single person resisted. They were all frightened as they watched on, not daring to hinder the investigation. On the other side, Qing Yu brought over 100 soldiers that were recently undergoing training, carrying their .03 rifles as they rushed towards the downtown area of SY County. The over 100 soldiers carrying .03 rifles was a fearsome force. Watching Qing Yu bringing these men into SY County gave rise to a lot of shock and panic amongst the masses. Chapter 0269, Restraint. Chapter 269, Restraint. The entire SY city was startled by the sudden wail of sirens constantly sounding out as police squadrons hurried over one after another. As they arrived, they grouped up, forming many blockade lines. The 100 riot policemen stationed nearby were also rapidly mobilized to form a defensive line at the front. Cheng Yu brought people over, only to see that those policemen hadn't actually opened fire yet. The survivors had occupied various bunkers and were armed, beginning to face off against the police. Hello to the little brother over there. I am the bureau chief of the police station Yo Jinbao. I don't know what has happened to cause your side to start a riot like this? A fat, middle-aged man with a massive beer belly and reeking of the sweat streaking down off him in waves, used a loudspeaker to shout loudly towards Cheng Yu's side. Niu Jinbao was extremely hesitant to engage in a battle with Cheng Yu's side. If both sides started to fight, it would be very difficult to avoid casualties. He himself certainly didn't wish to die. Moreover, if he were the one to fire the first shot, then things would get troublesome from then on. Cheng Yu threatened coldly. You people actually dare to try assassinate our commander Yu? Do you really think that we're that easy to bully? If you don't give us a confession, then we will have no choice but to fight it out. Even if the battle carries on until only one man is remaining, we will not give up on our revenge. Niu Jinbao replied loudly in an appeasing manner. Misunderstanding. This is only a misunderstanding. You wait a moment. First, let me go to Mayor Wen to quickly make a report. Think carefully. This matter should only be a misunderstanding. You guys should first disperse, alright? Cheng Yu continued to threaten icily. We will wait here. I will wait 4 hours for you. If 4 hours have passed and I still don't see Wen Baogua or Peng Mingda, then we will launch an attack. Even if we all die in battle here, our 4,000 brothers in Ningguang County will still avenge us. Cheng Yu was also very clear on the fact that Yu Zhong was rather unwilling to engage in battle with SY County. However, if it continued in this way, that loftiness would become even more difficult to dissolve. They would only be able to obtain greater benefits by being more aggressive. Niu Jinbao wiped off some cold sweat and called over his own assistant Wu En, speaking in a stern voice. Wen, I want to go see Mayor Wen, so this place will be left to you. Remember, don't provoke the opposing side, and we also must not fire the first shot. If anything happens, you'll be the only one responsible. Got it? Glancing at Niu Jinbao, Wu En replied coldly. This Niu Jinbao's ability was much lower than that of Wu En's. It was just that Niu Jinbao was good at currying favor and had various supporters behind the scenes. Those were the only reasons for why he was able to firmly step down on Wu En's head, hence Wu En naturally held Niu Jinbao in contempt. After leaving commands for Wu En, Niu Jinbao immediately got into a car and hurried towards Wen Baogua's office. He reported everything from the beginning to the end. What? Yu Zhong was met with an assassination attempt? Has he died or not? Hearing Niu Jinbao's report, Wen Baogua's face paled and he asked solemnly. The matter of Yu Zhong's life and death directly affected SY City's attitude towards his forces. Niu Jinbao lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, I don't know. You just said Yu Zhong's subordinate brought troops over to confront you. Wen Baogua's eyebrows furrowed as he continued to question. Niu Jinbao quickly replied. It is like this. A hint of disappointment flashed past Wen Baogua's eyes. Then he should still be alive. Otherwise his subordinates wouldn't have all fought their way over here and failed to keep this sort of restraint. If Yu Zhong did die, the huge force he had established by himself would definitely fall apart, making it just right for SY City base to send out troops and eliminate those forces, to eventually become the true overlord of the entire region. Yu Zhong's side and SY City had both restrained themselves from battle because both sides had similar battle strength. Even if one side forcefully annexed the other, the winning side would still suffer disastrous damages. Wen Baogua contemplated for a while before standing up and striding out of his office. I am SY City's Mayor Wen Baogua, here to see Yu Zhong. Wen Baogua rushed up very quickly to the front lines of the two sides' confrontation and said to Cheng Yu, Please enter. Cheng Yu glanced at Wen Baogua and leaned sideways, allowing him to pass through. Without showing any signs of fear, Wen Baogua thus proceeded to stride into the streets by himself without any bodyguards. Currently, the three old streets were very heavily guarded, warriors armed with Type 03 rifles defending each and every road, coldly watching everything that was happening. All the gangs, such as the Black Tiger Gang and the Vermilion Bird Gang, began to move out while inquiring everywhere for information about the assassination or assassins. 15 warriors of the Special Combat Battalion had also returned, each of them concealing themselves in the vicinity of the villa in which Yu Zhong was residing. With such tight security, it was simply impossible for anyone to make an attempt on Yu Zhong's life again. Inside the villa, when Baogua saw the nearly disfigured Yu Zhong lying on a bed with his head nestled in Tong Xiaoyun's embrace, his face was covered in swollen purple lacerations and burn marks. A small puddle of blood had run down his body and dyed the sheets crimson from the numerous wounds everywhere on him. He almost didn't dare to believe that the near-disfigured man before him was actually Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at Wen Baogua and spoke tersely, his voice overflowing with killing intent. "Mayor, when you've come? SY City's security really is substandard. Today I almost died in SY City. SY City really does have skilled individuals in hiding, making me really want to go on a killing spree and use artillery to plow through this place at once. If you and Secretary Peng are unable of giving me justice, then just let me use cannons and bayonets in exchange for justice instead. Yu Zhong, you mustn't be impulsive. Today's matter, none of us wanted to see it. I will make people properly investigate this incident and bring you justice." When Baogua's eyebrows furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. He didn't actually believe that SY City's military strength was weaker than that of Yu Zhong's. If they fought though, both parties would definitely suffer huge losses. He was afraid that Yu Zhong was as rash as he was young, and might really bring all his troops to fight it out with SY County's military. Yu Zhong stared at Wen Baogua and spoke in a heavy tone. "Su Tianyang. The person who wanted to assassinate me is Su Tianyang. There were a total of 15 enhancers above level 10 who came to kill me today. 3 of them were expert snipers, and it's obvious that only the military or government commands such experts. After coming to SY County, the only person I have not seen eye to eye with was Su Tianyang. I believe only he would have expended such forces. Therefore the only person who could have ordered the assassination is Su Tianyang." When Baogua frowned and he replied softly, "This is just your conjecture. Do you have evidence? Without evidence you can't just go around spouting nonsense." Su Tianyang was after all the son of one of the 5 heads of the military. A person with such a background could not be slandered nor deemed guilty without evidence just because of Yu Zhong's words. Yu Zhong coldly stared at Wen Baogua. "Evidence? Sure, I will find it for you. I'm tired. Please go back now." "Please rest well then," Wen Baogua said as he walked towards the exit. Yu Zhong had actually gotten a treasure from Su Chen's body and was thoroughly exploring it. Level 3 Treasure, Sacred Arm Guard. Upon equipped, Strength +2. It gives the user the skill Sacred Protection, which allows one to activate a barrier of sacred protection to protect themselves from a set amount of harm. Cooldown 24 hours. Su Chen had used this sacred protection to protect himself as a last resort. However, Yu Zhong's attacks were too ferocious, and the sacred protection had not lasted more than a few hits before collapsing. Yu Zhong directly equipped the Sacred Arm Guard. Chapter 0270, Revenge. Yu Zhong gazed at Lu Yujiao and spoke, "Very good. If this intel turns out to be true, after the matter is completed, I will definitely not treat you shabby." "Many thanks, Commander Yu." Lu Yujiao broke out in a grin. The night was dark and the winds were strong, without even the barest sliver of moonlight. Everything was shrouded in darkness, and only a few areas were lit up in the entire SY County. The 5 heads of the military had conflicts of interest within one another, therefore there were 5 different residences set up within the military itself. Consequently, the distance between each of them stretched for a few kilometers. Under the cover of the pitch dark, Yu Zhong brought his special combat forces as they snuck towards Su Dongming's residence within the military camp. Lu Yujiao's Vermilion Phoenix had plenty of women, some good-looking ones at that. These women prostituted themselves in the military camps at the same time, obtaining valuable intel as well as protection for the Vermilion Phoenix triad. Part of the recent intel gained was that the experts who tried assassinating Yu Zhong had been seeking refuge within Su Dongming's military camp. Yu Zhong carefully maneuvered his way to the front of the camp and saw 2 soldiers standing on guard. Yu Zhong gave Qingyu a hand signal, and Qingyu brought out a blowpipe, shooting a poison dart at one of the soldiers' neck. Upon impact, the soldier immediately grabbed towards his neck and struggled to keep his eyes open, before fainting to the floor. Yu Zhong instantly activated his Art of Fear skill on the other soldier, and under the assault of the mind-shattering fear, the other soldier died while foaming at the mouth. He even passed without a sound. The agility-based evolver Yao Yao, who had been standing by Yu Zhong's side, activated her shadow steps, and her entire body flitted towards the camp like a dark leopard in the night. Within just a few blinks, she was nowhere to be seen. Yu Zhong had already activated his encompassing bone armor, and led the special combat forces inside the military camp, only to discover that along the road, there were many soldiers' corpses. Each and every one of them had their necks slashed. Yao Yao was a naturally talented agility-based evolver, and under the constant forging through battle as well as the strict training of the elite soldiers, she had developed beyond even the strongest soldiers of the world prior to the apocalypse. The moment she was near, even Yu Zhong would feel a headache. Those normal soldiers never stood a chance against her. While the soldiers were silenced one by Yao Yao, the rest of the special combat forces went to attach bombs on various armored tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and even some helicopters as well. Inside the camp, Yu Zhong came across 5 tanks. It was a pity that his storage ring could not accommodate these beasts, otherwise he would have already swiped them all. Since he couldn't have it, no one else could have it as well. Yu Zhong decided to use his devil flame to open up holes inside those tanks and place the time bombs inside. Along the way, whenever the special combat forces came across soldiers doing their patrolling, they would swiftly kill them. These warriors were, after all, specially selected and trained by Yu Zhong. In all reality, each and every one of them became enhancers above level 20. With their combat tactics learned as well as having undergone all sorts of special forces training, they were nearly unstoppable. Very soon Yu Zhong and his team arrived at the residence which the assassins were taking refuge in. Yu Zhong did not barge in directly, however. Instead, they surrounded the entire estate with timed detonation explosives. After finishing, Yu Zhong waved his hands in a predetermined signal, and the special forces soldiers assembled into 4 teams. As they dispersed to the various parts of the camp, placing more timed explosives as well as killing the other soldiers who were not even prepared. After approximately 15 minutes of slaughter, the special combat soldiers arrived back at Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong waved his hands once more, and the special combat warriors all left, leaving Yu Zhong alone. This time, Yu Zhong's motive wasn't to annihilate Su Dongming's forces completely, but to cause a huge ruckus. If it came to a clash to the death between his warriors and Su Dongming's forces, both sides would face heavy losses. Yu Zhong wasn't willing to lose these experts that he had painstakingly trained up. Time's up. Yu Zhong looked at his watch as he whispered silently to himself. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, sounds of explosions resounded one by one within the military camp, and the various armored vehicles and military equipment exploded into pieces, becoming piles of useless metal. The military residence buildings also exploded in a huge ball of fire, instantly crushing and killing the soldiers inside. Countless soldiers were plunged into utter chaos as they ran amok, shouting at the top of their lungs. The entire camp was in a mess. The residence of the assassins also collapsed under the explosive assault, as the ceiling debris fell and buried the assassins within. Inside that particular building were the experts that Su Dongming had gathered with his utmost efforts. If they were to face off in a battle, even Yu Zhong would be forced to retreat. However, with one fell swoop, Yu Zhong had killed over 90% of them. With a hong, as some debris exploded outwards, a huge body rushed up towards the sky from the pile of rubble. Expert. Yu Zhong raised his eyes, and discovered it was an enhancer that had activated his werewolf transformation skill. This enhancer had actually managed to escape from the destruction. He was obviously an expert. In fact, Yu Zhong's guess wasn't off the mark. This werewolf transformation enhancer was an agility-based evolver named Luo Bufan. It turned out that Su Dongming had spent an exorbitant amount on him, and was also the first expert that Su Dongming had nurtured. As an agility-based evolver, when Luo Bufan activated his werewolf transformation, his speed had reached freakish levels, and there was nobody in the entire SY county that could face him. As well as the fact that he had enhanced his werewolf transformation 3 times, his other attributes gained tremendous boosts as well, to the point that even 12.7mm bullets could not penetrate his body and 7.62mm bullets could not penetrate his skin. It was truly fearsome. Let me send you to your death. Yu Zhong eyed Luo Bufan, who had leapt out of the wreckage into mid-air, and he laughed coldly. Yu Zhong winked and hoisted a PF-98 anti-tank rocket launcher up. Click, click, boom. mouthed Yu Zhong under his breath as he lined up the aim and shot at him. No. Luo Bufan saw the anti-tank missile and his eyes flashed with wild desperation. His only thought as he shouted out loudly was to push his werewolf transformation to the maximum, as his muscles grew even larger and his fur coarser. At the next instant, there was a flash and a moment of muteness as the rocket landed on Luo Bufan's chest. The result was the creation of a stunning roar of flame and shrapnel. Even though he tried to resist with his valiant body, it still ended up with him roaring in denial as his body swelled up on impact and exploded into just so many semi-charred meaty pieces covered in sizzling hair. Regardless of how fearsome the werewolf transformation is, he could not possibly withstand the might of a PF-98 anti-tank missile. Even Yu Zhong was not impervious to the might of an anti-tank missile. Enhancers might be strong, but they were not invincible. As long as the proper weapon was utilized, enhancers could be taken down like anyone else. However, compared to most normal people, those enhancers who were familiar with the modern weaponry were even more terrifying. Yu Zhong had never foregone any chance to learn about modern weaponry. Facing different enemies required different tactics after all. Yu Zhong proceeded to gather Luo Bufan's half-scorched head and left the chaotic camp. One by one, reinforcements poured out from different areas of the camp to help put out the fire and tend to the wounded. At the same time, the alarm was sounded and a search was conducted to capture any enemies. However, Yu Zhong had already long ago brought his men away, and the search turned up nothing. Even though there were conflicts amongst themselves, the moment Su Dongming's camp came under attack, the rest of the four powers had dispatched a battalion of soldiers each to assist. In just a short span of time, the entire camp was surrounded tightly. This was one of the reasons Yu Zhong had left the place swiftly. If he had delayed for just a while longer, he might have been trapped within. Damn Yu Zhong. Damn it. Damn you. Su Dongming looked at the scene of carnage and his eyes flashed with a furious gaze. This time, his losses had caused him to almost spit out blood in anger. His tanks, helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles and even howitzers were all rendered to little more than really expensive scrap metal. His entire force of 2,000 people had been reduced by 162 soldiers, and the experts he had gathered painstakingly were all decimated. This time, his power had dropped way below the rest of the five heads, which led him to hate Yu Zhong with a vengeance. The young sure are rash. Preng Mingda took a look at the details concerning this case and sighed. Although there was not a single shred of evidence that pointed to Yu Zhong, everyone knew in their hearts, it was definitely a retaliation from him. No one had expected Yu Zhong's revenge to be so swift and vicious. In just one night, Su Dongming suffered unimaginable losses. Of his weaponry he lost 2/3 of them and lost nearly 200 men. The casualty rate was 10%. This led all the top brass of SY County to open their eyes and witness for themselves how ruthless Yu Zhong could be when provoked. In the meeting amongst the five military powers, Su Dongming submitted a proposal with an ashen face. I reckon that we should gather the army and eliminate the vermin Yu Zhong. He dares attack our military, his guts have really reached the heavens. Today he dared launch an assault on me, who's to say who he will target tomorrow? We need to work together and take care of this problem before he escapes. Shen Hongyang frowned as he gazed at Su Dongming and spoke softly, Division Commander Su, do you have some proof that it was Yu Zhong? If not, how can we just take up arms? Chen Weimin looked to Su Dongming and lightly smiled. Division Commander Su, I feel that it's better if we proceed with caution and conduct a thorough investigation. We cannot possibly let a criminal off, but likewise we can't just blame a good person. Don't you agree? Su Dongming frowned as he looked towards his ally Luo Qianni and asked, Old Luo, what's your take? Luo Qianni drew a long breath on his cigar, and spew out a smoke circle. Without looking at Su Dongming he thought for a while. I think it's time for us to have a chat with Mr. Yu Zhong. Chapter 0271 Assault Helicopters Incoming. The surprise attack by Yu Zhong was executed extremely beautifully, not a single loss was suffered on his side. Meanwhile, he had eliminated an entire company of soldiers as well as destroyed almost 2/3 of Su Dongming's combat capabilities, displaying his keen sense for tactics and destruction. If Yu Zhong had set his sights on SY County, then the five heads of the military would definitely come together to take Yu Zhong down. However, this was a personal grudge between Yu Zhong and Su Dongming, they were not willing to risk it all just for Su Dongming. Based on Yu Zhong's prowess, if they couldn't eliminate him thoroughly, why try? Like some kind of cockroach, he would definitely come back, but more overpowered than before. Undoubtedly he would make them pay many times over. Su Dongming's expression grew steely as he asked Lu Huifeng, "What about you, Lu Huifeng?" "I have no stance. Whatever everybody's decision is, I'll follow." Lu Huifeng laughed lightly. He wasn't willing to entangle his forces with Yu Zhong either. There weren't many benefits to it to begin with. This was a personal score between Su Dongming and Yu Zhong, and he couldn't bear to expend any of his precious subordinates as sacrificial pawns. Su Dongming slammed the table and stood up as he turned to leave. Good. All of you may be scared of Yu Zhong, but I'm not. I'm going this instant to exterminate that bastard. Division Commander Su, please wait. Right at this time, Wen Baogua pushed the door and came in, blocking Su Dongming. Su Dongming shoved Wen Baogua aside with a steely expression. "Mayor Wen, I am going to go destroy that Yu Zhong. Whatever you have to say can wait until afterwards." Wen Baogua once again blocked his path as he stared at him levelly and said in a clear voice, "Division Commander Su, do you have any evidence that it was Yu Zhong?" Su Dongming instantly bellowed back. "What bullshit evidence do we still need? It was obviously that motherfucking Yu Zhong's doing. Over 100 of my soldiers have died at his hands. You want I, your father, to swallow my anger?" Wen Baogua maintained a serene expression and spoke quietly. "Yu Zhong also claimed that your son Su Tianyang had sent assassins after him. I remember that when I sent people to question you, you halted the investigation process demanding conclusive evidence, before you would hand Su Tianyang over to be interrogated. Now without any evidence you want to take up arms against Yu Zhong. Isn't it inappropriate?" When Baogua had previously sent people over to the military camp, wanting to subpoena Su Tianyang. However, Su Dongming had clamped down with his domineering attitude and did not even put the people Wen Baogua sent in his eyes, as he directly refused Wen Baogua's summons. Su Dongming coldly glared at Wen Baogua, before pushing him aside and strode out of the room, his voice echoing behind him. "Wen Baogua, you best clean up your government first. If you want to touch my son, you better execute Peng Mingda's son first. Niu Jinbao, take your men and immediately evacuate the area." Wen Baogua sighed before he spoke into the walkie-talkie and gave an order to Niu Jinbao. It seems like the clash between Su Dongming and Yu Zhong was hard to avoid. "Withdraw. Withdraw. Withdraw quickly." Niu Jinbao hollered, and brought all his policemen who were currently on standby at Yu Zhong's turf and left the front line. He wasn't willing to be embroiled in the imminent fight. Su Dongming gave a slew of orders as companies of his soldiers gathered, and quickly boarded various armored vehicles. Under the command of 3 infantry fighting vehicles, they made their way towards Xinglong Street. Those powers in SY County with a strong intel outreach had gathered. At the same time, they sent people to report on the situation. A number of powers were making their preparations because the moment Yu Zhong was beaten to the ground, they would immediately join in and spit on Yu Zhong to reap some rewards. The long procession of armored vehicles and military weaponry arrived at a station near Phoenix Street. "They're here." The special combat soldiers who were lying in wait at Phoenix Street saw the huge fleet, and their eyes flashed with a cold glint. Just as half the fleet entered Phoenix Street, Yu Zhong suddenly stuck his head out from inside a room and hoisted his PF-98, firing an anti-tank rocket towards the infantry fighting vehicle. With a flash, followed by a huge sound of explosion, the infantry fighting vehicle became a fiery ball of flame. This explosion was like a signal. Each special combat warrior lying in wait simultaneously rose from prone, and each of them were carrying a PF-98 as they all fired at different armored vehicles. Honk, honk. The sounds of chain explosions rang out continuously. Under the sudden attack, many of the various infantry fighting vehicles and armored tanks exploded into balls of fire. There were flying soldiers ejected from blast sites, pieces and whole. The remaining ones were crying out in anguish amidst the flame while struggling to escape the hellish engagement. The sudden attack this time had destroyed over 23 armored vehicles, and the slightly more than 200 soldiers inside were instantly decimated. 2 companies of soldiers had died meaninglessly. Out of those 200 soldiers, there were 60 or more soldiers who formed the core of the experienced soldiers. With the deaths of these soldiers, the overall combat ability of Su Dongming's forces had diminished yet again. After firing those rockets, the Special Forces soldiers started to make use of their guns to pick off the other mostly scrambling warriors of Su Dongming. Within a short span of time, another 20 over soldiers had been killed. Under such a sudden and relentless attack, many of the new soldiers lost their will to fight and started to throw their weapons down in desert. The battalion commander Zhou Wei that Su Dongming had trained up, executed a few of the deserters, before he called out with an utterly savage face, "No one is to desert. Whoever retreats will be executed." Zhou Wei's brain matter had exploded like tofu, red and white head chunks arcing in the sky. Very quickly the flying pieces splattered on the ground moistly. Pap-a-pap. On the rooftop of a building about 2 kilometers away, he shifted his gaze coldly, looking for the next target. He had the sniper specialization skill, plus he had enhanced it twice, causing his sniping to reach a perverse level. Even from a distance of over 2 kilometers, he could do what a normal sniper might find hard to accomplish within a distance of 1 kilometer. With the existence of such an overpowered sniper, he could easily control a part of the battlefield by his own efforts. "Sniper! There's a sniper! Everyone take care!" one of the seasoned soldiers hollered. However, in the next instant that seasoned soldier had his brains bored through by a bullet as well, he had skillfully silenced him with one well-placed shot. Ulamog, Killtacular. Under the threat of death, those soldiers who had come here with the intent to fight started to waver. A number of the new soldiers had started to look for cover, not daring to risk their necks. Yu Zhong's sudden preemptive attack had caused a devastating blow to the soldiers of Su Dongming's 1st Battalion. However, this battalion was the one which contained a lot of seasoned soldiers, and after a number of their soldiers had met with mishap, the expert soldiers banded together and started to engage in an intense firefight with Yu Zhong's special combat warriors. Amongst Yu Zhong's special combat force, there were 6 extremely well-versed snipers. While the other 5 could not match up to Bai He, they were still extremely efficient snipers, and had hidden themselves at various elevated places. Their shots were continually picking off Su Dongming's soldiers, as their comrades around them watched them each die helplessly. The forces of Su Dongming were strong, and soon the unharmed soldiers of the 2nd Battalion joined in the fray. However, without the support of experts and under the control of the 6 elite snipers, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion found it hard to advance. Instead, they watched their own comrades getting killed off as well. The experts gathered by Su Dongming had been ambushed and killed by Yu Zhong. Thinly, whenever the snipers of the military had just stuck their heads out to line up a bead, they would be killed instantly by the 6 snipers on the rooftops. They served to restrict any form of personnel reinforcement. Right at this time, 2 assault helicopters appeared in the skies. Seeing the arrival of the 2 attack helicopters, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion who had lost their morale started to feel more bolstered. These assault helicopters were beasts of the air, and were the perfect counter to tanks. Without any anti-air weapons, these helicopters were basically invincible. Yu Zhong's special combat force saw the 2 assault helicopters, and their eyes could not help but narrow in trepidation. The 2 assault helicopters swiftly arrived over the battlefield. With a flash, 2 rockets were fired and shot at one of the buildings. The flames engulfed it in a serious explosion, which instantly pulverized one of the special combat soldiers inside. After killing that soldier, the 2 assault helicopters began to fire continuously at the other buildings, destroying them and killing some of the survivors and special combat soldiers hiding inside. In just a few moments, 4 special combat soldiers had died under the ruthless slaughter of the 2 assault helicopters. This was the first time that they had suffered such losses on the battlefield. Every single one of the soldiers were decked in the black-scaled boar hide as armor, and their heads protected by helmets made in Big Stone Village. These helmets were further covered with a layer of the black-scaled boar hide. They basically revealed very little of their bodies. Unless they were shot in a location where there was no protection from the hide, it was hard for normal bullets to kill off any soldiers of the Special Combat Force. It was precisely due to their ample equipment that the casualty rate of the Special Combat Forces were shockingly low. Of course, they had fighting capabilities that were above most soldiers as well. Just as the assault helicopters were about to give them too much pressure and reduce morale, Yu Zhong had already jumped onto the roof of a tall building and lifted his trusty PF-98. He aimed quickly and fired a missile at one of the helicopters. With a heaven-rending flash, the rocket near instantly impacted on the helicopter's frame, and the explosion caused the helicopter to blaze valiantly before falling to the ground in a ball of smoking shrapnel and fire. The other helicopter immediately turned and tried to leave. Yu Zhong, however, had already activated his Art of Fear skill. When he did, he directed it towards the pilot of the assault helicopter, bypassing the metal shell and shocking him with it. The pilot's face twisted as he threw up crimson foam and slumped onto the controls. The assault helicopter wobbled and accelerated before crashing into another bungalow, and exploded with a huge bottom. The entire bungalow was correspondingly reduced to rubble by the explosion. How is this possible? He actually destroyed 2 assault helicopters. It's too scary. Is he still human? The soldiers under Su Dongming watched the scene from afar, and their eyes all flashed with fear and shock. Their morale instantly dipped lower than before. The assault helicopters were their strongest killing machines and trump card. Regardless whether fighting against zombies or these small factions, they were extremely efficient. Wiping out a small power faction only needed the appearance of the assault helicopter and it could thoroughly rout them. Su Dongming had been at the forefront of the 5 heads because of his possession of these assault helicopters. However, last night Yu Zhong had decimated a huge part of his force, and hence he had no choice but to bring these 2 monsters to bear. Seeing the 2 assault helicopters destroyed by Yu Zhong, the morale of the Special Forces soldiers soared. In the remainder of the firefight, they completely suppressed the soldiers of Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion. Especially the snipers on the rooftops led by he, they were consistently picking off the commanders and seasoned soldiers. For them, suppressing the soldiers and preventing them from even regrouping to fight as a force was the only goal. After destroying those 2 assault helicopters, Yu Zhong swiftly made his way towards Su Dongming's direction. After having lost their experts, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion found it hard to retaliate against the suppression from the 6 snipers. Chapter 0272, Devil Flame Destruction. Yu Zhong had activated his Shadow Step skill at the first moment, and his speed instantly exploded out. He ran, charging straight through the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion like a gust of wind. The large-scale heavy ammunitions could only hit his shadow. At the same time, Yu Zhong's danger perception was utilized efficiently in the hail of bullets. Amongst the dense barrage, even Yu Zhong would find it hard to completely evade every single bullet. He chose to dodge the ones that posed the most threat, while allowing the weaker rifle bullets to hit his body and bounce away. As the commander of the 2nd Battalion had his head blasted, Su Dongming's 2nd Battalion was thrown into chaos. Those heavy weapons that posed the most danger to Yu Zhong were not utilized properly. This allowed Yu Zhong to directly pass through the defense of the 2nd Battalion. After breaking past their defenses, Yu Zhong discovered the 3rd Battalion currently flanking Phoenix Street from the right. The 4th Battalion was kept by Su Dongming as backup. Although Su Dongming held the position of division commander, he only held 4 battalions worth of power, consisting of almost 2,000 people. This time, in order to completely wipe out Yu Zhong, Su Dongming had brought everything, not intending to hold back. Yu Zhong had just broken past the defenses of the 2nd Battalion, when Su Dongming finished assigning 2 squads to start firing wildly at Yu Zhong with their rockets and grenades. Hong, hong. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously, as round after round of rockets chased Yu Zhong closely as he dodged, causing destruction everywhere. Although Yu Zhong's speed could not compare to the rate of firing of the rockets, it was enough for him to accelerate to dodge the trajectory. Each time the rockets locked onto him, he would respond at the very last critical moment and evade it. If he didn't have the danger perception skill just based on his current enhancement, Yu Zhong would definitely not dare to weave in and out of the enemy's constant firing. He's really hard to deal with. Su Dongming was currently holed up in the operations center. He was using unmanned reconnaissance drones to observe the fighting, and he stared fixedly at Yu Zhong while gritting his teeth. Just one Yu Zhong alone had caused such mayhem amongst a huge part of his army. Without Yu Zhong, he would have already conquered Phoenix Street a long time ago. As Yu Zhong was dodging, he constantly threw out hand grenades, and these grenades landed on those soldiers attacking him. The constant explosions ensured that a number of soldiers would also be taken out. The 1st and 4th Battalion were Su Dongming's elite forces, as well as the battalions with the most number of seasoned veterans. They were extremely tough and resilient, and were keeping Yu Zhong at bay, preventing him from coming too close. Soon there appeared in the distance 2 mobile platform howitzers. Damn it! Damn it! What do I do? Yu Zhong was starting to become frantic as he ran to different cover to adjust his firing angles. Pretty soon they would begin shooting. Their effective range was over 1,000 meters, and this distance was beyond what he could do with his PF-98. Resolving the issue with the two companies of soldiers in front of Yu Zhong still required more time. If this dragged on, those two howitzers would definitely pose a problem to his special combat forces. Let's go all out. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with chilliness, and he activated his devil flame. Upon activation he expended 30 spirit and 10 stamina to condense it into 2 huge spears. Yu Zhong threw the devil flame spears at the two howitzers with all his might, and they shot towards the howitzers like arrows. As the devil flame spears were a product of Yu Zhong's ability, their effective range was as far as Yu Zhong's vision. However far Yu Zhong could see, the devil flame spears could be thrown that far. Additionally, with Yu Zhong's robust spirit power, its hit rate was 100%. Under the guiding of Yu Zhong's sight, the two devil flame spears penetrated the armor of those howitzers, before the fiery hot flames engulfed the two howitzers, turning them into balls of fire. With the sounds of explosions, the two howitzers combusted, destroying them and blasting into flaming pieces. While his devil flame's defense capability could not compare to that of ice, its destruction capabilities vastly outstripped it. It was due to its fiery destructive nature that it could totally annihilate the howitzers at a distance of 1 kilometer. At the same time, the remaining howitzer fired its shot as well. Following the sound of explosion, a building on Phoenix Street was directly blasted apart by the artillery shell. Hot flames enveloped the building, directly burning the occupants and 1 special combat force soldiers inside. The heavy ammunition from the howitzer was one of the most fearsome weapons in warfare. Just a single shell could decimate an entire building. Even someone hiding in any part of the building would be unable to escape from the destruction. What a fearsome guy. Inside the operations command center, Su Dongming saw the two howitzers destroyed from a distance of over 1 kilometer by Yu Zhong, and his eyes flashed with shock. After destroying the two howitzers, Yu Zhong felt exhausted. He glanced at the two companies of soldiers in front of him, before making his way towards the 3rd Battalion without looking back. He had already tested and found the 1st and 4th Battalions to be the toughest to deal with, hence the 2nd and 3rd Battalions should be full of new and inexperienced soldiers. These inexperienced soldiers had the weakest fighting morale and will. As long as one shakes them up enough, they would become desperate. Those two companies that were in charge of hunting Yu Zhong saw that he was retreating, and one of the companies rushed out to give chase. However, Yu Zhong immediately fired wildly, killing 6 of the soldiers, before the rest hastily retreated behind cover. Yu Zhong quickly caught up with Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion. They were currently engaged in an intense firefight with the survivors that Yu Zhong gathered in Sy County led by Qin Shi II. The majority of the soldiers in the 3rd Battalion of Su Dongming were new soldiers. Only a few seasoned veterans were among the ranks, so their fighting capability was low. Yu Zhong, on the other hand, had gathered a battalion's worth of new soldiers, and similarly had a few seasoned warriors leading them. However, the party on defense usually had a slight advantage. Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion had been trying relentlessly to break past Qin Shi Ii's point, but was always pushed back. In fact, they left behind many corpses, and soon it was turning into a firefight with no results. The two sides were constantly firing from behind cover, ammunition was expended like crazy, and yet both sides' losses did not amount to much. Right at this time, Yu Zhong had directly charged into the command post of the 3rd Battalion and fired wildly for a while. This led to the deaths of all the commanders within the 3rd Battalion. With a hung, Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion command post was directly destroyed by the grenade Yu Zhong threw. We've lost. We've lost. Our commanders have all perished. Everyone, let's escape. If we still stay on, we're going to get trapped here. Yu Zhong had blown apart the command post of the 3rd Battalion. Afterwards he used his .05 submachine gun to fire continuously and killed people, as he hollered at the top of his voice. When the soldiers saw their own commanders blasted to smithereens, they were all shaken. Some even threw their weapons down and began fleeing wildly, while some others continued to put up a resistance. The entire 3rd Battalion was thrown into chaos, with sounds of crying, shouting and calling out ringing out everywhere. Qin Shi II took advantage of this time, and selected a company worth of soldiers to rush in. The attackers swiftly killed those soldiers who were devastated. The soldiers of Qin Shi II were also new soldiers and weren't up to standard in terms of warfare. If the enemy decided to counter and if they were successful, he would have lost control of this battalion. Therefore he only dared to send in a company's worth of soldiers to complement Yu Zhong's assault. Under the two-pronged attack, the soldiers of Su Dongming's 3rd Battalion lost all bearings and started escaping in all directions. Yu Zhong focused on picking off those who were staunchly standing their ground, adding further to the devastation. The company that Qin Shi II ordered to attack also managed to capture over 100 prisoners of war. However, Su Dongming's reaction was fast as well. He swiftly gave the command to rout 2 of the elite companies within the 4th Battalion to assist the remnants of the 3rd Battalion. After Qin Shi II sent out a company to attack, he saw the 2 companies of Su Dongming approaching from afar and immediately retreated. Without enough cover, the soldiers under him would not dare fight against the elite soldiers of Su Dongming head-on. Yu Zhong was still weaving in and out, firing his 05 submachine gun, using grenades and rockets to entangle with the 2 companies of soldiers. Although these soldiers were the elite under Su Dongming, Yu Zhong's ease of dealing with them showed just how terrifying his abilities were. One by one, the seasoned veterans fell under Yu Zhong's hands, causing the morale to break down amongst the 2 companies, and it was only a matter of time before they were totally annihilated. Shen Hongyang walked to Su Dongming and spoke deeply, "Cease the fighting. Su Dongming, if this continues on, you will just squander the soldiers' lives meaninglessly." Su Dongming had gone beyond reason by this time, and had the look of a lost gambler as he looked toward Shen Hongyang and asked loudly, "Shen Hongyang, lend me 2 battalions of soldiers. As long as we work together, we can definitely bury Yu Zhong here." Shen Hongyang immediately refuted, "Then what? He only had a new battalion here. Even if you decimate this motley crew, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. He still has 7 battalions back at Ningguang County. He could just easily activate them and send them to attack us. I can't think of a valid reason to waste my precious soldiers' lives just because of your personal feud with him. Su Dongming, cease this pointless fighting. There's still time to do so." If the 4 army heads really joined Su Dongming and attacked Yu Zhong now, Yu Zhong would definitely suffer a huge defeat. However, all he was utilizing now was a bunch of newly trained soldiers. The moment he deployed the elite soldiers of his, even if the rest died, it wouldn't be a huge loss to him. Chapter 0273, Master of Negotiations. After witnessing the terrifying strength of Yu Zhong and his special combat forces, the other 4 heads of the military were not willing to clash against him and risking their all. The only exception was if it was a case where Yu Zhong crossed their thresholds. Su Dongming looked towards the other 4 heads. All of them did not say anything, instead just silently looking at him. They would definitely not send their troops out. "Everyone retreat." Su Dongming looked towards the screen again, just in time to witness another 2 soldiers being blasted to death by Yu Zhong's grenade. He grimaced as he gritted his teeth and issued the humiliating order. After the command had been given, all his subordinates retreated orderly. Yu Zhong stood alone and continued harassing them with shots from the sides, continually causing more deaths. After Su Dongming's forces had gathered, Yu Zhong still didn't relent, and swiped his ring to take out a sniper rifle. Aiming the weapon skillfully, he continued to snipe another 13 soldiers, and by that time, Su Dongming's forces had left the area. Yu Zhong saw Su Dongming's forces really retreating from the area, and he heaved a huge sigh of relief. This time, fortunately, the other 4 heads had stood aside and did not participate. If there was any additional major power joining in, Yu Zhong could only retreat and bring his special combat forces with him. While Su Dongming's forces had retreated, Yu Zhong's own forces had no energy to give chase as well. Although the special forces were strong, if they left their cover and chased the enemy in the wild, it would be a disaster. When Baoguo found Yu Zhong and directly said, "Yu Zhong, this matter should end here. I hope you pull your forces back and leave from here. The remaining matters we have, I hope we can come together and discuss about this. If you continue to wreak havoc, the government will not stand idly by." Yu Zhong's expression turned frosty as he spoke softly, "Mayor Wen. This time Su Dongming, that bastard, had actually moved against me. I had lost a few of my brothers. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I will not let this go." The war this time had cost Yu Zhong a number of people. The list included 5 of his special combat forces, and over 30 of the soldiers from the newly recruited survivors. When Baoguo frowned lightly as he replied back, You have lost only tens of people. Su Dongming has lost over 400 people and 100 missing people to you guys. You have already taken the advantage. Yu Zhong, please don't go overboard. Our patience has its limits. This time Yu Zhong had thoroughly crippled Su Dongming's force. A large number of his weapons had been destroyed by Yu Zhong as well. Even the elite 1st Battalion was wiped out by Yu Zhong. The 3rd Battalion was thoroughly defeated, while over 40 veterans of the 4th Battalion also lost their lives. The 2nd Battalion had suffered greatly while fighting against Yu Zhong's special combat forces. Su Dongming had become the weakest link amongst the 5 major heads. When Pei Shan could not bear it and pleaded with Yu Zhong, "Yu Zhong, just fall back for now. If you continue, many more will die." "Fine. I will give Pei Shan face. I will temporarily withdraw my troops. You would do well to heed my words, Mayor Wen. Su Dongming, that bastard, came and attacked me with no rhyme nor reason, and he has to give me a suitable explanation." Yu Zhong decided to back off, not before he warned Wen Baogua. After all that fighting, Yu Zhong also did not wish for it to continue. If he insisted on it, the other 4 heads of the military would definitely not sit idly. By then Yu Zhong would have made an enemy out of the entire SY county, with neither side backing down. "Thank you." When Pei Shan gave a sweet smile to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had agreed to withdraw his troops on her behalf, and it made her extremely happy. She honestly felt that her position in Yu Zhong's heart must have risen by a number of points. Yu Zhong brought his troops away from Phoenix Street as promised, and retreated back to Xinglong Street. The battle between Yu Zhong and Su Dongming had shaken the entire SY county. Everyone was quietly awed by Yu Zhong's strength. Even those who had wanted to take the opportunity to join in on the Yu Zhong bashing party were sorely disappointed and slinked away. The 2 gangs that came to be under Yu Zhong, Black Tiger Gang and the Vermilion Phoenix Triad, rose in status amongst the people in SY County. The rest of the factions all lowered their heads to curry favor with the 2 gangs. No one dared offend them anymore, adding on to their imposing manner. 2 days later, in the government's council meeting room where the 5 military heads, the 2 government heads and Yu Zhong have all gathered for negotiations. Su Dongming looked at Yu Zhong, his expression frosty as he spat out his words. "Yu Zhong, you brought your men to conduct a sneak attack on my military camp. Your attack ended up killing 162 of my soldiers, as well as destroying my equipment. I can let that go, but what guts you have to dare ambush my army? Do you not put the people of SY County in your eyes?" Yu Zhong cocked his brow in challenge and likewise pointedly asked back, "Su Dongming, you say I attacked your camp, do you have the proof? If not, don't malign me. As for ambushing your army, what a joke, you had sent them to attack me, I was merely protecting my own interest and retaliated. Don't tell me it's fine for you to attack me and I'm not supposed to fight back, where's the logic in that? But coming back to that, why did you send people to assassinate me? Fortunately, my years are not up, otherwise I would have died at your hands. You think I'm easy to bully? If you provoke me, even if it means fighting to the death with you, I will activate all 7 of my battalions. I will call out all my 4,000 good brothers to exterminate you, you piece of reeking green dog shit." In this type of negotiation, no one was willing to appear weaker than the others. The moment weakness was shown, the opposing faction would jump on the chance to apply pressure. Of course Yu Zhong did not plan to fight to the death with the military nor SY County, but he would never show it. Su Dongming's expression went cold as he spat out icily, "You say I sent men to assassinate you, do you have the proof? Without proof, don't go around smearing my name." "Evidence? Of course I have. Men, bring him over." Yu Zhong glanced at Su Dongming, laughing coldly. In a matter of seconds, Qing Yu brought an emaciated youth in. "I'm guessing that you know this guy, right, Su Dongming?" Yu Zhong eyed Su Dongming as he voiced out sarcastically. Su Dongming took a look at the person, and his face turned pale because he naturally knew the person. He had personally conveyed the position of the 3rd Battalion 2nd Company's officer to this person, Su Guang. "Let me introduce this person to you. This person is a commanding officer personally granted by Su Dongming." Yu Zhong laughed lightly and pulled out a bunch of photos before he gave them to Wen Baogua. "Mayor Wen, these are the photos of the assassins' corpses, am I right?" "That's right." Wen Baogua eyed those photos and confirmed the authenticity of the photos. "Su Guang. Who is this person?" Yu Zhong pointed at the photo of an agility-type assassin and asked Su Guang. Without hesitating, Su Guang directly said, "This person's name is Wen Yu. He is a veteran who entered the army in the same year as I did, later joining Su Dongming's special forces. What about this person? Yu Zhong replaced the photo of Wen Yu with another one, depicting an enhancer who possessed the firearms control skill, as he asked Su Guang once again. Su Guang said, "This person is called Guoming. He is proficient at using all sorts of guns and is also very accurate at shooting. He also eventually became a member of the special forces established by Commander Su." Enough. This is all your side of the story. You forced him to say all of it. You are framing me. Su Dongming let out a loud shout, interrupting Su Guang's narration as he stared at Yu Zhong and fiercely roared. Yu Zhong glanced indifferently at Su Dongming and continued to speak lightly. "Mayor Wen, Secretary Peng and all commanders, I have already provided enough evidence to prove that this Su Dongming was the one who prompted people to try to assassinate me. Please uphold justice for me. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands." Hearing Yu Zhong's words, the four heads of the military and the government's two magnates all furrowed their eyebrows. Yu Zhong's meaning was clear: if they couldn't provide a satisfactory answer to Yu Zhong, then Yu Zhong would take the initiative to kill Su Dongming by himself. Currently, Su Dongming still had around 1,500 soldiers under his control. This meant that if his soldiers fought against Yu Zhong, there would also be a huge loss to SY City. This was not to SY City's interests. Su Dongming glanced at Yu Zhong before coldly saying, "If you want my life, come take it by yourself if you have the skill." Su Dongming had correctly anticipated that the other big bosses of the military and the government's two magnates would not remain indifferent to him. An ominous glint flashed past both of Yu Zhong's eyes and an oppressive killing intent surged out. "You think I don't dare?" Su Dongming's bottom lip quivered, yet he did not have any comeback to Yu Zhong's threat. It seemed he could only stare fixedly at Yu Zhong. The tension in the meeting room became palpable, everyone felt tense. The experts behind the military heads all kept their eyes on Yu Zhong, preparing to move in case Yu Zhong suddenly attacked. When Baogua looked at Yu Zhong and asked indifferently, "State your terms. Yu Zhong, what do you want?" When Baogua could see that Yu Zhong didn't want to be at loggerheads with the entire SY county, he was only throwing his weight around to prove that he could not be pushed. Yu Zhong did not skip a beat as he replied, "Execute Su Tianyang. Then I will let this matter rest. I will return the 100 captives to you guys." Su Dongming's expression turned steely as he refused flatly, "That's impossible. As long as there's me, Su Dongming, no one can dream of touching even a single hair on my son." Su Dongming only had Su Tianyang, his only son. If Su Tianyang was executed, his Su line would cease to have descendants. 2 assault helicopters and supporting pilots. The incomparable attack prowess of the assault helicopters had enticed Yu Zhong. He had discovered a few attack helicopters within the mechanized infantry brigade camp. He just lacked the people with expertise to operate it. Su Dongming seemed to spit fire from his eyes as he said, "My assault helicopters and pilots have been destroyed by you." Yu Zhong then went on to state a few more terms with regards to the military compensation, and they were all rejected by Su Dongming. The rest of the 6 heads also silently backed Su Dongming up. They weren't willing to see Yu Zhong obtaining even more firepower and strength. Yu Zhong pulled out De Guzi beside him and said, "Since it's like this, I will allow my subordinate De Guzi to negotiate on my behalf." De Guzi was extremely gifted at negotiating and could be relentless. His bargaining skills were even more superb. After De Guzi was pushed out by Yu Zhong, he grinned and immediately opened with his sky-staggeringly high price. "We want 3,000 pretty virgins. Then this matter will be considered over." His intention of course was less the women, but to use his superb verbal skills to put the opposition on the defensive right from the start. Then wouldn't everything they own be available for the taking? Alamak, this guy reminds me of weed. My wallet hurts just thinking about what's going to happen to these guys XD. Chapter 0274, Transaction. Hearing De Guzi's words, all the people were momentarily stunned. The entire SY county would not be able to deliver such a sum of 3,000 virgin beauties. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the women with a little more beauty would have already been taken by people of power. If they were asked to give a few pretty ladies to Yu Zhong, it wouldn't be an issue, but 3,000 beauties, it was too hard to find. At that moment, the 5 heads of the military plus Peng Mingde and Wen Baogua all looked towards Yu Zhong with a strange gaze. Yu Zhong's face had turned dark after hearing De Guzi's words. He didn't expect that De Guzi would call for such absurd terms. However, he did nothing to stop De Guzi, instead sitting there silently. Su Dongming directly rejected, "No way." De Guzi then proceeded to call out, "Then give us 6,000 pretty women. Yes, we want 6,000 women. Those older ones, kids younger than 16 and males? We don't want them, ugly women we also don't want." Yu Zhong's side was sorely lacking in manpower. So if they had called out for strong males, SY County would definitely not agree. It was because after a little training, those able-bodied males could become soldiers and workers, thus forming a stable power. Therefore De Guzi just tried his luck to ask for women. Su Dongming icily replied, 6,000 women. How are we going to pull that number out for you? Since you like beauty so much, I will give you 30 beauties. But each beauty has to be exchanged with 1 ton of rations. De Guzi looked at him strangely before responding in a crude manner, 1 ton of rations? Why don't you just go rob me? The women outside are at most prostituting themselves at 1 bun for a night. Even a beauty would not cost more than 1 jin of rice for a day. 10 jin rice could easily buy a woman. You want 1 ton for each woman? Are your beauties made of gold? The female survivors in SY County sold themselves cheaply. As long as there was enough food for them, most female survivors were willing to sell themselves. However, Yu Zhong could only accept a small number. If he engaged in a large-scale purchase and brought these female survivors over into his own camp without a viable excuse, SY County's top brass would definitely be suspicious. De Guzi's face hardened as he threatened coarsely, Su Dongming, you sent people to assassinate our commander Yu, and you are trying to shirk compensation now? You must be seeking death, no? Our 4,000 brothers are just waiting for Commander Yu's orders, to fight it out with SY County. We will come and kill and destroy you and burn your entire family to the ground. Su Dongming stared coldly at De Guzi as he replied indifferently, Fine. Let us fight then. Let's see who's afraid of who. Yu Zhong stood up in a jiffy and gave Su Dongming an icy look filled with killing intent. Su Dongming, you're taking things too far. I'm going to go activate my troops right now. Everyone, you've heard him. It's Su Dongming who wants to fight it out. I hope that when we clash you can maintain your neutrality. This is a personal grudge between us. I have no ill intentions towards anyone else here. Whatever happens in the future, it is all on Su Dongming. Shen Hongyang frowned as he opened his mouth. Yu Zhong, don't be so agitated. We can understand your feelings. However, everything can be talked through, don't just go to war each time. Warfare costs lives. Sit down, let's talk things out. When Baogua spoke out softly, let's do it this way. A trade of 100 beauties, 900 young ladies, 3,500 children and 500 males. Our SY County will give you 5,000 people, you will give us 1,000 tons of rations. Then we'll let the matter rest. A child could only use up resource and not contribute to it, when Baogua had been mulling over the problem of the number of children in SY County. This time he could use this as an excuse to hand over 3,500 of them. As compensation he would give Yu Zhong 500 men. Yu Zhong sat down and continued to be silent, looking at De Guzi. De Guzi continued his haggling, there are too many kids. They can only eat and can't help to fight the zombies. Not to mention they can't work, so we're at a disadvantage here. Why not do it like this? We still keep those 3,500 kids, but on top of those 100 beauties, there must be 30 additional virgins. Furthermore, we will use 10 rounds of ammunition to buy a male, 5 rounds of ammunition to buy a female, to trade for 1,000 males and 1,000 females. Peng Mingde's eyes flashed before he lightly smiled, good. I promise you. Seeing Peng Mingde accepting Yu Zhong's request just like that, Wen Baogua, who had wanted to say something, decided to stay silent. The rest of the 5 heads of the military accepted the request as well. Although Yu Zhong gained 7,000 people, most of them were weak women and children. The number of males numbered only 1,500. Also, Yu Zhong had to pay 1,000 tons of rations as well as 15,000 rounds of ammunition. Both parties actually benefited. After the negotiations between both parties ended, Wen Baogua quickly notified the government, and they swiftly selected 7,000 to throw to Yu Zhong. The sudden inclusion of 7,000 people gave Yu Zhong quite a bit of pressure. Amongst the 7,000 people, Other than the 100 beauties, the rest had an emaciated look. Their meals and accommodation was going to be a problem. When Baogua had thrown 7,000 people to Yu Zhong, because they harbored ill intentions and wanted to see how he made a fool out of himself. It must be clear that 7,000 people was not a small number, handling them would be a tough job. Other than that, these people required a few tons of rations every day. Without ample support, one would not be able to maintain such a number. Such a huge number of survivors had suddenly been thrown into Yu Zhong's territory. It really was a headache. Especially the 1,500 males. They were all weak and emaciated to the point that they could die any moment. Even prior to the apocalypse, such physiques would require nourishment for over 1 or 2 months before they could be considered healthy. As for the women and the children, every one of them were skinny to the point they could be blown away with a low gust of a wind. Amongst the 7,000 people, there were some who were rotten characters. On the first day after being handed over to Yu Zhong, there were 30 men who indulged and raped a few women. These men were afraid to fight the zombies and look for treasure drops, yet used force to bully those weaker than themselves. Those men were quickly apprehended by Yu Zhong's subordinates, then swiftly executed in front of everybody, a cold reminder of the consequences of acting out of line. Deguzi was in charge of affairs when he was at Stone Village as well as Qingyuan County, and he quickly settled everybody down and arranged for their accommodations and duties. Yu Zhong had also reassigned some of the soldiers who had performed well during the clash with Su Dongming, giving them the responsibilities of managing these new survivors. As for the issue about rations, Yu Zhong had already stolen 3,000 tons of rations from Su Dongming, so for the time being, there were no issues concerning food. It's time to start preparations. After the situation was somewhat stabilized, Yu Zhong assigned Deguzi to buy steel in bulk. At the same time, he commenced the operations of digging trenches around the riverbank. Regardless of gender or age, even members of the Vermilion Phoenix and Black Tiger gang were routed over, and they all started digging. Under the combined efforts of over 8,000 people, huge trenches with depths of about a few meters were dug out, and inside those trenches, there were sharp steel beams hammered in. The mutant beast meat that had been manufactured into cans were also delivered over from Ningguang County, and those weak survivors who had gone so long without having decent meals and nutrition got to enjoy the mutant beast's meat, and started to recover quickly. Whenever it was mealtime, there would be massive woks that were filled with piping hot rice, wild vegetables as well as plates and plates of meat from mutant beasts. Everyone got a share, and they all wore expressions of satisfaction and delight. Cheng Peipei was passing by, and saw the survivors working and eating heartily by the riverbank, and her eyes flashed with shock. They actually get to eat meat? This Yu Zhong is also too formidable, no? Where did he get this much meat? Beside Cheng Peipei was her close friend Tai Yin. After the matter of the Dark Crows, their relationship got a lot closer. Both were stuck together, going everywhere together, and had specially gone to find Yu Zhong this time. Both Cheng Peipei and Tai Yin had decent backgrounds, hence they could move about freely in Sy County. Because of that, they could walk around and had the free time to find Yu Zhong to entertain themselves. However, even though Cheng Peipei had a decent family background, even her household could not get to eat meat every day. Seeing the normal survivors eating better meals than her own family, it caused her to be shocked. Tai Yin looked at those survivors and she lightly grinned. This is Yu Zhong's ability. Yu Zhong's capability could be seen from the decent meals and care the survivors receive under him. Cheng Peipei laughed and replied, he really is something else. Tai Yin teased, I wonder who was it that hated Yu Zhong till his bones. What, now you're fallen for him? I did not. Cheng Peipei flushed red and immediately retorted, I think you're the one who's fallen for him. Otherwise why would you come looking for him? I do like him. What's wrong about that? Tai Yin did not seem abashed to admit that to her friend. Cheng Peipei was startled when she heard it, as she hesitated a while before saying, but Yin. He already has so many women. Even Zhou Yanxue has become his women. Plus I heard he's extremely lustful, every night engaging in acts of pleasure with different ladies, even doing things that would have been frowned upon. The matter of Deguzi asking for 3,000 virgins from Su Dongming had spread far and wide, and morphed into a version where Yu Zhong is the true lustful character, one who didn't turn down any women, got high on nightlife, capturing any beauty that he saw and becoming a huge sex maniac in the bedroom. However, because of his strength and authority, no one dared to offend him. Of course, these were all rumors. In fact, Yu Zhong had been kept busy running his affairs, He didn't even have time to bed that beauty, Zhou Yanxue. Tai Yin laughed and said a little willfully, so what? Tang Taizong Li Shimin was also a huge pervert and had been unabashed about it. In the end he was still the ruler of the nation. Second to none in the entire country. I like this type of men. Qing Peipei looked helplessly at her friend. Her friend was a gutsy lady who loved and hated freely, her free-spiritedness and decisive nature. A soldier led Tai Yin and Qing Peipei towards the firing zone, as Yu Zhong was there doing target practice. Amazing. Brother Yu. You destroyed a 100 targets with just 10 shots. Wen Peishan was currently passing a bottle of mineral water to Yu Zhong with a look of idolization. These days, whenever Wen Peishan had the free time, she would hang out with Yu Zhong, becoming a frequent guest of his. Wen Baogue had also approved of it, as it meant that his relationship with Yu Zhong would be improved as well. Thanks. Yu Zhong received the mineral water and smiled at her. Qing Peipei glanced at Wen Peishan and muttered under her breath, "Little vixen." After the attack of the Dark Crows, it had led to a rift between Qing Peipei and Wen Peishan. Although it wasn't to a point where they were enemies, it had caused the once friendly relationship to turn a little cold. Brother Yu. Tai Yin broke out into a sweet smile, and walked towards Yu Zhong's side. Yu Zhong glanced at Tai Yin and asked, Miss Tai, is there something you need? Tai Yin cocked her eyebrow as she put on a grumpy expression. Brother Yu, you can just call me Yin. If you call me Miss Tai, I will be angry. Yu Zhong adjusted his register. Yin, is there something you need me for? Tai Yin fixed her gaze on Yu Zhong and asked, Must we only look for you when something's up? Can't we find you for fun? Yu Zhong gazed at Qing Peipei and said, Sure, but I'm pretty busy. I'm afraid I can't entertain both you and Miss Chen. Yu Zhong had to handle a lot of things, and he had already delegated most of the other responsibilities to his subordinates. There were some matters that required his personal attention. Chapter 0275 Mutant Black Fishes. Chapter 275 Mutant Black Fish. Bring me there. Yu Zhong frowned and immediately let Zhang He lead the way. The rest of the ladies present quickly followed behind. Soon Yu Zhong's party came to the outskirts of Xinglong Street. Only to discover that Xinglong Street was packed with countless survivors. Over 100 of Yu Zhong's subordinates were currently pointing their guns at the survivors, being cautious of any survivors that might incite an uproar. Boss Yu is here. Boss Yu. Please hire me. Boss Yu. I'm begging you, hire me. I can dig as well. I was in the civil engineering business prior to the apocalypse. Please hire me. Upon seeing Yu Zhong's arrival, those survivors immediately cheered, and started to kneel and beg to be hired. These survivors were not here to create trouble. Instead, they just wanted to make a living with Yu Zhong. They were leading hard lives and were willing to do anything just to have a decent meal. Needless to say, those who were under Yu Zhong could eat their fill, and even have meat from time to time. This treatment led those outside to be envious and they wanted in as well. Yu Zhong looked at all the survivors and frowned because he was indeed in need of help. However, if he continued gathering so many people, it would definitely get on the nerves of the government. They would not allow him to expand his reach. When Peishan looked at those survivors in tattered clothes, and her heart was filled with sympathy, Brother Yu, please help them. See how pitiful they are. I hate this girl. Too much glowing innocence. Or maybe I'm just a screwed person. Ulamog, yep. You're irreparably broken according to human standards. It's okay. We still love you. Yu Zhong maintained his silence as he tried to come up with a way to deal with the situation. Tai Yin glanced at Yu Zhong and immediately asked, Brother Yu, do you need more help here? Yu Zhong replied, yes. In the post-apocalyptic world, most of the machines had issues and could no longer be utilized. Yu Zhong could only rely on manpower to help set up the traps. He really did need a lot of manpower. Tai Yin looked at Yu Zhong and grinned, before suggestion a marvelous plan. In this case, let me hire them on your behalf. That way these people will be under the wing of my Tai family, and have nothing to do with you. This should bypass the government's annoyance nicely. Is that idea okay? Tai Yin had discerned Yu Zhong's difficulties, and thus proposed this solution. Yu Zhong's eyes immediately brightened and he laughed. Good. Then I'll have to trouble you. I need 5,000 more people to help with the work here. I will let you handle this. Anyone who works for me for a day, I will pay you a dozen jin of food. If Yu Zhong personally hired these people, it will lead to a clampdown from the SY County's powers, but if it was an internal faction that hired these people, it would not be a problem. Tai Yin grinned at Yu Zhong, and strode towards the survivors as she said, I will arrange it properly for you. Tai Yin walked to the gathering of survivors and called out in a clear voice, I am Tai family's Tai Yin, whoever wants to work for Yu Zhong report to me now. I'm willing. Pick me. The survivors jostled and fought to be first as they called out loudly. They followed Tai Yin and left the place. Tai Yin was incredibly capable. After borrowing some subordinates from Yu Zhong, she managed to gather 10,000 survivors, and arranged for a shift system between two groups of 5,000 people, taking their turns to work for Yu Zhong. As long as they could eat their fill, they were incredibly satisfied, therefore they gave it their all in helping Yu Zhong, digging up many huge trenches. The areas of Yu Zhong's territory near the riverbank were covered with large holes, each holes filled with numerous sharp steel beams. As long as a living creature were to fall in it, they would be penetrated by countless steel spears and die. Yu Zhong's actions of digging trenches near the riverbank were seen by some of the people sent by the government to observe, after which no one paid any further attention. They thought that Yu Zhong was wasting his time and energy on these. After half a month's time, SY County had sent out troops to the southeast direction, destroying a few minor power factions and absorbing about 6,000 people. At the same time they killed over 60,000 zombies, and obtained numerous spoils as well as over 6,000 tons of rations. El Diablo. Alamak, what about Diablo 2? I only found it years after its heyday. But phew. What a game. Yu Zhong, side kept themselves busy as well, activating troops towards Longhai County, conducting minor assaults and investigations. The 7 battalions rotated their shifts, and managed to decimate 3 minor power factions as well, gaining roughly 3,000 people. They killed over 10,000 zombies, and while their rations gained might not be a lot, they benefited in other areas. On this day it was about noon time as Yu Zhong looked at his special combat troops who were all prepared and equipped, before he gave an order, commence operations. Under Yu Zhong's lead, the special combat forces went towards the riverbank. Throw the bait. Yu Zhong commanded coldly. No. Don't kill me. A survivor who had raped and murdered 6 women was currently being dragged to the front, his face full of fear as he begged. Cheng Yu stepped up and slashed a few times with a few accurate strikes at various points on the survivor's body, causing him to bleed and shriek in pain. Song Wen calmly activated his explosive strength skill, as he grabbed the survivor, and threw him 15 m away into the riverbank. The survivor started struggling madly in the water, while his blood flowed freely in the waters. Pretty soon, the blood attracted the attention of the various mutant beasts within the waters, and as the water started to stir, a huge fish of about 2 m swam out from the depths. It swiftly lunged, open jaws full of sharp teeth, and with a chomp, bit down voraciously on the man. His body was easily sheared in two and some of his intestinal remains and various organs floated away, while others sank as his fresh blood quickly dyed the water red. Level 30 Mutant Beast, Mutant Black Fish. It is a fiercely carnivorous mutant fish with relatively powerful jaw pressure which enjoys the taste of humans. Yu Zhong stepped out and aimed for the obvious weak spot of the mutated blackfish, as a huge fireball swiftly rushed towards the blackfish and exploded on its eye. With a flash, the huge blackfish was instantly blinded by the crackling fireball. After being blinded in one eye, the blackfish submerged itself as it thrashed in pain. Huge ripples spread out from the spot. Continue to lower the bait. This time put it closer. Yu Zhong watched the struggling blackfish as he coldly called out. Song Wen immediately pulled out another survivor that had committed grave sins. He mercilessly broke his knees and viciously slashed his Achilles tendons, before throwing the wailing man into the waters. As the survivor struggled hopelessly, his body that was spewing blood attracted the huge fish over. Once again it opened its huge jaws and clamped down on the doomed survivor, making the somewhat muffled screams increase to a fever pitch. Song Wen pulled with every ounce of his strength, tugging the dying but somehow still screaming survivor like a broken rag doll back to shore. The blackfish's teeth were embedded in his spine and thus it was also pulled up onto shore along with it. Ulamog, Cabela's, Apocalypse Fishing. Pre-order now to get special Nod Corpse Bait Skin DLC. The huge mutant blackfish was about 2 m wide, 2 m tall, and was covered entirely in black scales that had a layer of slimy mucus. Its muscular front fins supported its body as it swooped forward, allowing it to traverse on land at speeds that were generally faster than a normal human. Under those conditions, without undergoing enhancement, a normal person would not be able to escape its clutches. Seeing the mutant blackfish come ashore, Yu Zhong waved his hand and Tong Xiaoyun rushed up. Killing mutant beasts of this level was enough nourishment for her to enhance and level up quickly. Tong Xiaoyun neared the mutant blackfish and activated her telekinesis. As she controlled the dark magic blade, it flashed down in a majestic arc. The sharp dark magic blade immediately decapitated the mutant blackfish, fresh blood violently spraying out. Even after being beheaded by the dark magic blade and with less than half of its head left, the blackfish was still extremely resilient. Somehow it survived as it twisted its body and made its way towards Tong Xiaoyun in a frenzy. Tong Xiaoyun activated her telekinesis ability once again. Under her practiced guidance, she controlled the dark magic blade to shoot down viciously from the sky. The attack sliced forward, penetrating what was left of its head, before twisting hard and scrambling its brains, finally killing the blackfish. When the blackfish died, a huge orb of experience entered Tong Xiaoyun's body, allowing her to advance in level. Release the blood, Yu Zhong commanded in a low voice. Tong Xiaoyun immediately used the dark magic blade to cut more wounds on the carcass, causing fresh blood to flow out and dye the waters a further dark red. Tasting the blood, those mutant beasts hiding deep within the river were immediately attracted over. The once calm waters of the river was suddenly overcome with activity, as two huge black fishes swam out from the depths, furiously chomping the carcass of their comrade. These mutant black fishes even consumed the flesh of their own species without hesitation. Zhui Yadong, who had always been fighting on the front lines and was also assigned here, wielded her god and devil system equipment, a huge mace, and rushed out swinging it down ruthlessly onto the head of one of the black fishes. The huge mace swiped down with immense force, and directly caused the head of the black fish to explode, splattering the now common sight of chunky brain matter everywhere. On the other side, Tong Xiaoyun was calmly activating her telekinesis ability as she controlled the dark magic blade that Yu Zhong passed to her. Her attacks caused it to flit in and out, penetrating the dark fish's brain, before slashing it viciously and killing it. This time, without time for Zhui Yadong or Tong Xiaoyun to even catch a breath, a huge spout of water shot towards the sky. Following that, 9 mutant blackfishes started swimming towards the shore crazily. Other than those 9 mutant blackfishes, there were 2 huge elite blackfishes that swam out, mouths bristling with even somehow bigger teeth, each of them possessing a body over 3 m wide, 2 m tall and a length of 20 m. Level 40 Mutant Beast, Elite Mutant Blackfish. Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun looked at the 11 mutant blackfish, and their first reaction was to retreat. Trying to handle 11 mutant blackfishes on their own was too overwhelming, especially since they did not know what the huge elite mutant blackfishes could do. Chapter 0276, Fishes on Land. The 11 mutant blackfishes started towards Zhui Yadong and Tong Xiaoyun in a frenzy. Seeing the appearance of the 11 mutant blackfishes, the special combat warriors by Yu Zhong's side all felt excited, and they rushed towards the mutant blackfishes. Yao Yao's speed was the fastest. As an agility-based evolver who had gone through multiple level enhancements, her speed had long surpassed Jianghu and Yu Zhong, and was the fastest attacker within Yu Zhong's force. Flame King Gu conjured a flame spear and threw it at once, which shot towards one of the mutant blackfish like a flash of lightning. The elemental spear pierced its head before exploding, killing it instantly. Cheng Yu held his Tang replica sword, as he made his way agilely towards the side of the blackfish. He swung his sword over and over, slashing a few times before the blackfish was truly dead. All the mutant blackfish had a slimy layer of mucus, and when Cheng Yu wanted to slice apart its skin, he found it extremely difficult to do so. Therefore he expended much more time to kill just one mutant blackfish. All the enhancers trained by Yu Zhong charged forwards, and those who were slightly weaker worked together in teams of 3 to deal with a single blackfish, while those who were stronger fought a blackfish on their own. Ji Qingwu had set her sights on the 2 elite mutant blackfishes. They were much bigger in size compared to the other black fishes, and their speed outstripped the rest by more than half. They were level 40 mutant beasts, and if Jianghu could successfully hunt them, she would gain a huge boost in experience. The two elite black fishes saw Jianghu coming towards them like a speck of dust, and one of them opened its huge mouth, revealing rows and rows of sharp teeth, biting down as it swam repeatedly as if in provocation. These elite mutant black fishes had teeth that were incredibly sharp, even armored money trucks would probably be crushed between those teeth. Facing the assault of the elite mutant black fish, Jianghu activated her shadow steps in preparation. Then, right at the moment before she would be bitten, she moved towards her right, evading the attack from the elite mutant black fish with flair. She pulled out her Qingfeng sword, activated her blade strengthening skill, and directly pierced the belly of the elite mutant black fish in retaliation. Quickly she rushed to the front of the fish with her blade still stuck in its side, opening up a huge wound as copious amounts of reeking fish blood flowed forth from the wound. That huge mutant black fish started struggling in its agony, and twisted its immense body as it slapped the ground, forcing Jianghu to retreat back a few steps. Due to its size, its sheer power could not be underestimated. Just a simple slap from it could cause Jianghu to be gravely injured, therefore she had no choice but to retreat while watching it bleed from its wound. Jianghu had wanted to wait for the mutant black fish to die from loss of blood, but never did she imagine that its recovery rate was freakishly astonishing. Under the effect of the slimy mucus that it excreted, its wound actually closed up and stopped bleeding. After the wound closed and it stopped bleeding, the elite mutant black fish stared at Jianghu, its eyes shining with undisguised hatred, and it opened its mouth, shooting a fluorescent green jet of water at Jianghu. Jianghu was wary of its actions for a while, and the moment she saw it open its mouth, she had already dodged to one side with a flash of her body. Only to see that the moment the green water beam landed on where Jianghu was previously, the piece of land was immediately corroded away as strange wisps of green smoke rose up. Jianghu's heart fell, as she knew the elite mutant black fish was not easy to deal with. She shot towards the fish once again like an arrow. The elite mutant black fish did not let up, and shot multiple green water jets at her. Jianghu's battle prowess was outstanding, thus she managed to narrowly dodge the incoming green water jets, and got near the elite mutant black fish. A long green water jet had just landed behind her, causing the ground to immediately dissolve into a sinkhole. The elite mutant black fish saw Jianghu beside its body, and it twisted itself to swipe hard at her. Jianghu flitted about and dodged the shocking blow from the black fish, as she swung her sword and managed to pierce its head. After utilizing the skill she gained after her evolution, Sword Chi, an invincible beam of Sword Chi emitted from the Qingfeng sword, shooting out explosively, piercing the brain of the black fish, turning it into mush and killing it instantly. The moment the brain was destroyed, the black fish struggled a while more before falling lifelessly to one side, as a huge experience orb entered Jianghu's body, causing her to gain 2 levels in one go. However, the burden of Jianghu had been equally high. The Sword Chi skill that she understood was powerful and shocking, but it expended a huge amount of her spirit, and the Sword Chi could only extend for about a meter. Each time she activated the Sword Chi, she had to spend 40 points of spirit. Furthermore, the more spirit she expended, the more power and threat it obtained. After one of the elite mutant black fish had been dealt with by Jianghu, the remaining black fishes had already been killed by the members of Yuzhong's special combat forces. There was only the other elite mutant black fish left, and it was incredibly resilient, its defenses tough. The special combat forces were not like it, struggling to fend off their attacks, but it was barely injured and was not dying anytime soon. The elite mutant black fish saw its comrades dying under the attacks of the humans led by Yuzhong, and it let out a shrill and strange cry. After the strange cry resounded, the water in the river started being agitated, and following multiple jets of water shooting towards the skies. Following that, a huge school of mutant black fish appeared from the river, the total number exceeding 100. With a massive tidal wave, huge black fishes appeared, their bodies towering above 6 m and covered entirely with scales, as though they were buildings, with the intent to destroy everything in their paths. Level 56 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Mutant Black Fish. Yuzhong saw the towering black fishes and his face changed, and finally understood why the treasured river was left alone. 4 Type 2 mutant beasts were exceptionally terrifying existences. Just being within the river, they were invincible. No one could even take on a single blow from these monsters. Even if Yu Zhong was a dual attribute evolver, if he had to battle any of these Type 2 beasts in the water, he might really be taken down easily and crushed in a single bite. Disperse immediately. Yu Zhong hollered. The special combat forces that had been surrounding the elite mutant water snake immediately retreated to the back. These mutant black fishes were unyielding, forming an army of black fish as they chased up onto the shore. This army of mutant black fishes numbered more than 100, and they were all above level 30. There were even 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes, 10 elite mutant black fishes. This monstrous group was enough to annihilate Yu Zhong's special combat forces twice or thrice over. Facing this situation, the warriors of the Special Combat Force were also well prepared, and made their way towards the trenches that Yu Zhong had arranged to be dug. After all, these black fishes could not be craftier than humans, and many of them fell into those holes that were 3 m deep and 20 m wide, and were immediately pierced by the numerous sharp steel beams. When those black fishes fell in those huge trenches, they started struggling wildly, but the more they struggled, the faster they died. Those huge trenches swallowed up many of the black fishes. However, those trenches were ineffective against those Type 2 mutant black fishes that were more than 6 m tall and 60 m long. Their scales could block even the explosive power of 25 mm missiles and would definitely cause those steel pipes to bend. Their massive bodies just cover the holes and were not impeded in any sense. What fearsome creatures! Yu Zhong looked towards the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes that towered above 60 m, and his eyes flashed with a burning look. He had not lifted his hands to attack the mutant black fishes because those low-level mutant beasts would not be useful to him. However, these 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes were a different story. They could provide him with the best experience. Chapter 0277. Yu Zhong flew through the air and was alarmed as he reached out his right hand and shot out a bone spear. The spear penetrated the ground fiercely. Only then did he prevent himself from being sucked into the mouth of the Type 2 mutant black fish. The other 2 Type 2 mutant black fishes seemed to not notice Yu Zhong. Instead, they made a beeline towards the direction of Xinglong Street. They could detect the rich source of human energy, and could not forget the taste of humans when they had camped near the bank of the river previously. The attacking Type 2 mutant black fish saw that it could not suck Yu Zhong towards it, and instead twisted its body to move towards him, opening its huge jaws to bite at him. The body of the Type 2 mutant black fish was really massive, meaning that with each little movement of its 4 fins it would propel itself a dozen meters or so. This speed enabled it to quickly reach its destination. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps and pushed his speed to the limit as he jumped and rolled. This way he barely managed to dodge the sawtooth maw of the Type 2 mutant black fish. Taking advantage of the moment when the black fish bit into air, Yu Zhong activated his Devil Flame ability. The ability caused 2 fireballs to appear in his hands, while a bone spear shot out from his back and propelled him into the air to land again on top of the back of the black fish. He thrust his blazing hands down towards the body of the black fish, while viciously using his landing momentum to increase his attack. Under the burning hot Devil Flame's impact, his hands caused the thick slimy mucus to evaporate and he managed to grab on tightly into a scale. Yu Zhong's Devil Flame had been enhanced to level 2, and its power was overly terrifying. The fish, which had formidable scales that could even defend against rocket missiles, had 5 small holes burnt into it. This was followed by his burning fingers finally penetrating the scales and brain of the black fish. Unfortunately, it was just that the body was too enormous, and the 5 holes were like a toothpick prick to a human. Ulamog, how much damage is that? The Type 2 black fish shook its body with all its strength, and a huge shock wave emitted from it. Yu Zhong could only hold on tightly and braced for the full impact of that shock wave. Fortunately, his body's endurance was over 100 points, and although the shock wave was powerful, it could not shake him off. The Type 2 mutant black fish continued twisting and turning for a while, before finally quietening down in momentary tiredness. Yu Zhong took a huge breath, as the Devil Flame in his right hand flared up and he expended 50 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina to condense it into a 2 m long Devil Flame spear. The moment it was fully formed, Yu Zhong stuck the Devil Flame spear ruthlessly into the head of the Type 2 mutant black fish. The Devil Flame spear pierced the scales of the Type 2 black fish. In fact, it was only stopped for a mere second, before burning a huge hole in the scale, and directly penetrating the head of the Type 2 blackfish. The Devil Flame Spear released its form after it was stuck into the head of the Type 2 blackfish, and under Yu Zhong's control, its power surged out explosively, frying everything that could be burned. The Type 2 blackfish immediately started thrashing about wildly. In its struggle, it caused the surrounding ground to be stirred as huge shock waves emitted out, and anything in its path was smashed to pieces. As it flopped, it even took out huge boulders and trees. Of course, Yu Zhong had long since jumped off from the body of the Type 2 blackfish. Right at this time, one of the other Type 2 blackfish that had ignored Yu Zhong earlier opened its huge mouth, and shot out a green glob of slime like a rocket towards him. The moment the Type 2 blackfish had opened its mouth, Yu Zhong felt a huge sense of danger. He could even feel his scalp go numb from the impending death. He immediately jumped away towards the side. Fortunately, Yu Zhong's reaction was fast, so the green glob of slime spat out by the Type 2 blackfish only narrowly brushed past his body and exploded behind him. Following the green wisps of smoke that rose, there was a huge hole that had appeared behind Yu Zhong, and the strange green smoke continued rising from the mini crater. The green glob of slime was a killing move of the Type 2 blackfishes. Just one of it was enough to thoroughly destroy an infantry fighting vehicle. Back when SY County had assigned experts to try and hunt the mutant beasts in the waters, a few of the experts had perished and 5 infantry fighting vehicles were destroyed by that green glob of slime. Precisely because of the existence of these overpowered Type 2 blackfishes, SY County stopped sending experts to come and hunt the mutant beasts of the river. The price to pay was too steep, and one of the top experts of the military had died in one stroke by that green glob of slime shot out by the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Yu Zhong's body flashed about as he continuously dodged the sticky green globs, as each of them landed and burst behind him, creating many big holes through its corrosiveness. Damn it! I have to resort to that. Yu Zhong was pressured to constantly evade. He continued to run as he looked towards the 2 Type 2 blackfish crawling crazily towards Xinglong Street and gritted his teeth, before whistling towards the sky. After that shrill whistle from Yu Zhong, a huge green shadow shot downwards from the skies, and within a few breaths it had arrived at the battlefield. What is that? Type 2 Green Eagle. How could there be such a monster here? A number of the power factions within SY County saw the huge green eagle standing with a wingspan of over 70 m blocking out the sun. Its massive body was covered entirely in green feathers, and their expressions changed as they all scurried for cover. The airborne mutant beasts were absolutely the most fearsome. This was because they came and went like the wind and were usually fast. The moment they attacked, even agility-based evolvers would find it hard to escape their clutches. SY County had its air defense mechanisms in place, however they were heavily concentrated at the government areas as well as important military camps. As long as the swift Type 2 Green Eagle did not approach those areas, it would not attract the fire from those defense mechanisms. Even the smaller power factions within SY County did not dare provoke the mighty Type 2 mutant beasts in the air. Just a single one of them could cause the annihilation of over 100 people easily. They had no choice but to hide in their houses, and pray that the Type 2 mutant Green Eagle would eat its fill and be on its way. In front of the frightened gazes of the survivors in SY County, the Type 2 mutant Green Eagle sped down from the sky as it broke the sound barrier, arriving at the riverbank by Xinglong Street. It shot down like a flashing blade, and used those massive claws to penetrate the tough scales of one of the Type 2 mutant blackfish with a crunch, piercing its brain ruthlessly. The Type 2 mutant Green Eagle flapped its mighty wings and a huge gust of wind was created, as it lifted the Type 2 mutant blackfish weighing over 100 tons into the skies. Ulamog, Greenie. I choose you. Gust attack. Great job, Greenie. Yu Zhong eyed the Type 2 mutant Green Eagle, and his eyes lit up in delight. This Type 2 mutant Green Eagle was precisely the beast he had tamed using his tamer skill. After feeding it with the huge amount of mutant beast meat as well as nuclei from the ordinary mutant beasts and 2 from the Type 2 water snake and Type 2 black-scaled boar, Greenie had evolved into a level 60 Type 2 mutant Green Eagle. After Greenie had successfully evolved into a Type 2 mutant beast, it had become one of Yu Zhong's hidden trump cards. Obviously, it was the source of his confidence in dealing with the riverbank issue. The Type 2 mutant blackfish struggled incessantly by twisting its gargantuan body and trying to escape Greenie's clutches. But it was all to no avail. However, as it was so massive that each time it struggled, it actually caused Greenie to wobble in midair. The evolved Greenie maintained its ascension stubbornly. Greenie flew to an altitude of more than 200 m, and then it released its grip. On the other side, the Type 2 mutant black fish that was pierced by Yu Zhong's Devil Flame spear took its last breath, and laid there lifeless. Congratulations, you have reached level 43 and gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Congratulations, you have reached level 44 and gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Following the sounds of notification, Yu Zhong had reached level 44 in a stroke, and he swiftly made his decision, allocating all 4 points into agility, raising it to 84 points. Even without activating any skills, he was on average faster than a normal person by 8 times. So the moment he moved, he was as swift as the wind, and any martial arts practitioner might not be able to land a blow on him easily. When the Type 2 mutant black fish died, a blue treasure box and skill book appeared by its body. Yu Zhong reacted quickly, grabbing the items and immediately opened up the treasure box. Alamog, it's a brick. By embarking on the Tao of the brick, excuses now abound to turn this into a xianxia. Sorry, I'll shut up now. Level 4 treasure, Black Tooth Blade. This is a treasure blade with an incomparable sharpness. Any level 3 god and devil system weapon that is struck by it will be instantly broken. Level 4 skill book, Type 2 Devil Flame. Rank up book for Devil Flame. To learn this skill, the user must have enhanced Devil Flame thrice and 2 free skill points. What a great find. Yu Zhong looked at the Type 2 Devil Flame book and he was overjoyed. With this Type 2 Devil Flame skill, once he had enough skill points, he could immediately learn it. The prerequisites to learning it were harsh, but likewise, its power was terrifying. Currently, the strongest weapon Yu Zhong had against most of the mutant beasts was his Devil Flame. Obtaining this Type 2 Devil Flame book gave him the direction to focus on his Devil Flame instead of other skills. Yu Zhong equipped the new Blacktooth blade that didn't seem too different from a Tang replica sword, except that it was 2 m in length, and rushed towards the remaining 2 mutant black fishes. As Yu Zhong's speed was incredibly fast and he quickly caught up to an elite mutant blackfish along the way, and he waved his Blacktooth blade in attack. As he attacked, he swung down on its head, immediately slashing a gaping wound and neatly partitioning its brain in 2 crossways. After its brain was sliced in twain, the elite mutant blackfish struggled a while, before inevitably slumping lifelessly to the ground. So sharp, he gasped. Yu Zhong saw that the elite mutant blackfish was taken out in just a single stroke, and his eyes flashed with excitement. A good weapon could increase the battle prowess of a fighter by leaps and bounds. After obtaining this level 4 Blacktooth blade, killing ordinary mutant beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. However, dealing with the Type 2 mutant beast required more than that. Yu Zhong dashed about like lightning. With each flash of his blade, an elite mutant blackfish would meet its end. If it were in the water, Yu Zhong might not even be able to handle a single elite mutant blackfish. However, since they came on land, their speed was slower than that in water by several times. After all, they were aquatic life forms and could take advantage of their terrain to terrorize humans. However, facing experts like Yu Zhong's Special Combat Force, they were helpless. Only the 2 Type 2 mutant blackfish continued to move towards Xinglong Street like unstoppable tanks. They wanted to have a feast once they broke through and kill all those who hurt their comrades. The Special Combat Forces evaded the paths of the 2 Type 2 blackfishes. Instead, they dispersed to kill those blackfishes that landed in the trenches and were not yet dead. Many of the blackfishes that landed in the traps that Yu Zhong had set did not die immediately, and hence the Special Combat Forces had to ensure their immediate deaths. Yao Yao, the agility-based evolver, was currently wielding a dark magic blade, and weaving in and out of the swarm of mutant blackfishes, hacking and slashing her way through. With each level up, she was constantly gaining enhancements. This type of massive invasion from the mutant beasts was a rare occurrence, and many of the special combat soldiers took the opportunity to gain experience and enhancements. Under the frenzied killing by the Special Combat Forces as well as the effectiveness of the traps, before the 2 Type 2 mutant blackfishes even reached Xinglong Street, over 50 to 60 of the other blackfishes had already died to the traps or were killed. From the skies, Greenie flew down swiftly once again, its huge claws ruthlessly grabbing one of the Type 2 mutant blackfishes, and flew once again towards the skies. At this time, the other Type 2 mutant blackfish opened its mouth, and a huge green glob of slime shot towards Greenie. As a Type 2 mutant beast itself, Greenie had an advanced perception of danger as well. It was immediately forced to release its grip on the Type 2 mutant blackfish as it shot upwards, dodging the green glob of slime by a narrow breadth. The Type 2 mutant blackfish that escaped Greenie's clutches lifted its head, and shot multiple green globs at Greenie, only to see them rising and falling back to the ground after missing Greenie. When the green globs missed and landed, they landed in Xinglong Street itself. Those that landed on buildings immediately caused huge holes to appear through corrosion. Upon landing on a person's body, the person would dissolve and turn into a puddle. Although Yu Zhong had arranged for a large number of the survivors to leave and avoid the danger, there were some stubborn fools who refused to leave. Yu Zhong could not force them as well, hence when the green globs landed on some of these poor souls, they were immediately dissolved. 276. Type 2 Green Eagle. Greenie evolved. Chapter 0278, Mutant Crab Horde. Cohen. Upon seeing this horrendous scene, the stubborn householders immediately began to escape from Xinglong Street one by one, crazily fleeing towards other places. They even left all their personal property behind. Yu Zhong quickly caught up to the two Type 2 mutant blackfishes that had been impeded by Little Greenie, and he immediately retrieved a Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher, pulling the trigger after aiming at one of the fishes. With a blazing flash, a rocket bombarded the Type 2 mutant blackfish head, directly blowing out a large hole with fresh blood dripping out. It immediately began to writhe about in a frenzy, struggling on the ground with all its might. With Yu Zhong's power, dealing with a beast as such was already very strenuous. His energy consumption was huge. He could thus only make use of a slaughter weapon like the Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher to deal with the Type 2 mutant blackfishes. Until now, there still hadn't been many mutant beasts that were able to block the Type PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher's attacks. The only regrettable thing about using the rocket launcher to slaughter mutant beasts was that there was no way of gaining God and Devil system enhancements from this. The other Type 2 mutant blackfish was enraged, and as it opened its huge mouth and shot green balls of slimy mucus at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's body flitted as he dodged the incoming projectiles continuously. Taking advantage of the scuffle between that Type 2 mutant blackfish and Yu Zhong, Greenie flapped its wings and shot down from the skies, opening its huge talons in attack. It grabbed the Type 2 mutant blackfish by its head and directly rushed back towards the skies. After ascending to an altitude of more than 200 m in a moment, it released its grip. The Type 2 mutant blackfish landed on the ground with such an impact that its brain was instantly pulverized by its own weight. After thrashing about for a few moments, it slumped lifelessly to the ground. After the 4 Type 2 mutant blackfishes were dead, the battle was decided. Near the riverbank, after expending a month's worth of time with the efforts of over 13,000 people, the trenches were filled with the numerous remaining ordinary mutant blackfishes. They were lured there craftily by Yu Zhong's special combat forces. They then proceeded to finish the monsters off. Ji Qinggu, Yao Yao, Zhui Yadong, Gu Zhixing and Qingyu wasted no time, and hunted the mutant blackfishes. Thoroughly wiping them out was only a matter of time. Yu Zhong held his blacktooth blade as he observed the surroundings and didn't join in. He had reached a high level in terms of enhancements, and killing the ordinary mutant beasts were not very beneficial to him. Only by hunting and killing Type 2 mutant beasts could he level up faster. With the passing of time, one by one, all the mutant blackfishes were finally killed off, and the entire place was filled with a fishy smell as well as the smell of blood. After determining that the battle was over, Yu Zhong went over to the Type 2 mutant blackfish that he killed. Next he used the blacktooth blade to cut open its head and began burrowing his body wholly into its massive entirety, retrieving the red blood essence and white nuclei from the brain as he always did. When he burrowed out from the Type 2 mutant blackfish body, he had a huge change in expression. He discovered that near the riverbank, numerous huge crabs, each the size of a human face as well as a pair of huge thick claws, were crawling up from the water. Level 13 mutant beast, mutant crab. An extremely ferocious horde. When they're together, they are the nightmare of many creatures. The mutant crabs were only level 13 individually, but their horde numbered above tens of thousands. They were clustered together like a wave that slowly encroached upon the shore. When they crawled up the carcasses of the mutant blackfishes near the riverbank, they would use their huge pincers to pinch and cut up the bodies. Yu Zhong looked at the sea of mutant crabs that were clustered together densely like ants, and he immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Disperse! All soldiers from the Special Combat Force disperse right now." Qin 2 activate the 8th Battalion. These mutant crabs had low levels, and if they numbered in the thousands, Yu Zhong would not be too worried. However, it was way over tens of thousands. Even his special combat forces would not be able to deal with being overrun by these critters. Jianghu glanced at the concentrated horde, and gave an order to Yao Yao and Qingyu. "Yao Yao, Qingyu, both of you go to the front lines and get as many blood essences as you can. The rest of you, after you have retrieved the blood essence from the mutant beasts in front of you, immediately fall back to Xinglong Street." Yao Yao, Qingyu and Jianghu had always favored the strengthening of their agility through their enhancements, and had the confidence to escape from the horde of mutant crabs if need be. Upon receiving Jianghu's and Yu Zhong's orders, the Special Combat Forces swiftly pried open the heads of the mutant black fishes, and dug out many of the blood essences, before striding back towards Xinglong Street. Every single soldier of the Special Combat Force could easily deal with 10 of these mutant crabs. However, the horde was way more than they could handle, thus they could only retreat. Otherwise, if they were trapped in the midst, they would only end up in a fight to the death. At the riverbank, the mutant crabs were currently swarming over the dead carcasses of the mutant black fishes, using their sharp claws to dismember the bodies near effortlessly. The entire body of these mutant black fishes were treasures to Yu Zhong, especially the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes. Their blood essences and nuclei were even more precious. Yu Zhong was naturally unwilling to let the mutant crabs snatch his prize away. He waved his black-toothed blade about and slashed at the mutant crabs in a frenzy, making his way to the remaining 3 Type 2 mutant black fishes' carcasses. Greenie, who was flying about in the sky, also flew down, and gobbled up those mutant crabs. When they tried to crawl towards it, it would flap its wings, causing 2 huge gusts of wind to blow them away, allowing it to feed at leisure. Yao Yao, Qingyu and Jianghu continued slaughtering any mutant crabs they came across, and swiftly moved to the carcasses of the elite mutant black fishes. As soon as they did, they pried open the heads, and retrieved the blood essence and nuclei. The total number of mutant crabs who were climbing upshore numbered over 30,000, and out of which, 10,000 plus of them were attracted to the dead carcasses of the mutant black fishes, and were dismembering and gorging on the meat in a frenzy. The remaining ones were making their way towards Xinglong Street. Qin 2 eyed the horde crawling towards Xinglong Street and hollered at the soldiers of the newly formed 8th Battalion, "Open fire! Kill these mutant crabs. Tonight we'll feast on steamed crabs. Whoever kill more gets to eat more. I want to eat 3. I want to eat 2. Following the excited hollers, the new soldiers of the 8th Battalion raised their guns and started firing at will. Although the mutant crabs had levels beyond normal zombies, from the exterior they did not seem as fearsome as the zombies. While they had a lot in numbers, in the eyes of the soldiers of the 8th Battalion, these mutant crabs were all juicy meals. They were simply not afraid of these crabs. As the bullets rained on the mutant crabs, many of them would be riddled with bullets. While their horde gave off a huge pressure, since they were on land their capabilities were reduced by over 50%, and the hail of bullets left little to chance, causing many of the mutant crabs to be killed. In order to deal with the possible scenario of a horde, Yu Zhong had long arranged for over 20 Type 56 light machine gun as well as 50 Type 56 heavy machine guns to be transferred from Ningguang County. Facing the imminent assault of the horde of mutant crabs, the Type 56 heavy machine guns opened fire, spraying a fearsome line of bullets. This fire caused a concentrated rain of bullets to fall on the densely clustered horde of mutant crabs. The soldiers of the 8th Battalion were also currently using their 03 rifles and firing wildly at the mutant crabs, picking off the critters one by one. If it were humans facing these attacks, they would definitely lose all morale and retreat. However, these less intelligent mutant beasts only braced the assault and continued marching on towards Xinglong Street. At this time, the experts from the Special Combat Force as well as the close-quarter combat specialists from the 8th Battalion stepped up to engage the mutant crabs that had breached the line of defense. Upon engaging in battle with these mutant crabs, the soldiers understood why these were level 13 creatures. Although they were not extremely fast, their defenses were super tough, and those soldiers who had not undergone enhancement could not even break past their shells even when wielding the Tang replica swords. It took those with strength above 20 points to be able to break their shells open. Furthermore, these mutant crabs had great strength of their own. Their claws could dismember the scales of the mutant black fishes that were level 30. If a normal person got their own legs caught within the claws, it would immediately be clamped off. After a short battle, Yu Zhong's 8th Battalion had already suffered 6 casualties who lost their legs. As soon as they fell, the mutant crabs climbed over them and clamped their heads off. Seeing the horde of mutant crabs coming in like a wave, the warriors of the 8th Battalion switched to using grenades. Alamag, thou shalt throw thine holy hand grenade and thy enemy shalt bloweth uppeth. The which rained down amidst the horde of mutant crabs, caused those critters to be blasted, easing the overall pressure on Xinglong Street. However, the numbers of the mutant crabs were simply too many, and those using grenades and guns could not block the onslaught of those mutant crabs forever. As time ticked by, the casualties on Yu Zhong's side was starting to pile up. Time to feast on crabs. Right at this time, over 100 survivors wielding shovels, sticks, baseball bats and large hammers charged into the battlefield, using their weapons to attack the mutant crabs wildly. Under the frenzied assault of the survivors, 40 of the mutant crabs had their shells forcefully smashed and died. After killing those 40 mutant crabs, the survivors dragged the bodies of the dead mutant crabs and left the battlefield in high spirits. As that team of survivors left, another team of red-eyed survivors rushed forward in guerrilla warfare, waving their crude weapons to catch those delicious mutant crabs. Chapter 0279, Crabbing Team. Koan. When those survivors joined in the crabbing with fanaticism, the pressure on Yu Zhong's forces lessened. Who are these people? Qin Shi saw different groups of survivors joining in the fray, his eyes flashing with suspicion as he asked. Qin Shi's second-in-command Qin Yu reported back. I've checked. These people are the crabbing team assigned by Miss Tai Yen. Tai Yen stood atop a platform as she observed the 10,000 survivors below, as her clear voice rang out, remember this. Each time you head out to catch the crabs, you can only go in a group, and each group consists of 100 people maximum. Each team can only catch 40 crabs, and after passing 4 to me the rest can be shared amongst yourselves. If you dare take more, there won't be another opportunity like this for you in the future. Whoever wants to catch crabs, come and report your name to me. Form your teams. Get in position. I want to eat crabs. Me too. Under the instigation and motivation from Tai Yen, the 10,000 survivors were swept along with hungry passion, and shouted out at the top of their voices. At the same time, many of them got into orderly groups and had sent representatives to report their names, awaiting their turns to go catch the mutant crabs. Working with Yu Zhong, the survivors had learnt that Yu Zhong prioritized discipline. Those who did not behave or acted out of line were either beaten, or immediately kicked out from the team. Therefore they learned to act with discipline and were incredibly orderly. Tai Yen saw the 10,000 survivors lining up in such a fashion and entering Xinglong Street to capture the mutant crabs, and her eyes flashed with a glint of satisfaction. If those survivors were made to kill zombies, they definitely wouldn't dare go. However, if they were sent to go crabbing, even if they had to catch crabs the sizes of washbowls, those starved survivors would still throw themselves at the crabs without any hesitation. Tai Yen hadn't actually organized too many people to enter Xinglong Street at once. On the one hand, Xinglong Street couldn't hold that many people, whilst on the other hand, it was to let those survivors know that it was a very rare opportunity. It would make them long for the opportunity of crabbing, and so when it came to their turn to go crabbing, they would put in much more effort. It wasn't long before teams of survivors began to walk out of Xinglong Street one by one. The numerous washbowl-sized crabs that they carried made the other survivors' eyes all turn red. That was quite a few kilograms worth of meat, perhaps even a dozen. This made them long for the opportunity to catch the washbowl-sized crabs even more. Teams of survivors began to frantically rush into Xinglong Street under Tai Yen's watch one after another. They crazily captured the crabs that had broken into Xinglong Street in their hungry frenzy. Swinging all manner of makeshift weapons, He killed the crabs one by one before snatching them away. Under the fanatic energy of the survivors, the pressure on Qin Shi and his team was reduced by a lot, and the casualty rate was decreased as well. They only had to open fire and shoot at the mutant crabs, while those mutant crabs which broke through and entered Xinglong Street were immediately killed by the Special Combat Forces, as well as the crabbing team from Tai Yen, and the experts in the 8th Battalion. Under the passionate help of the crabbing teams, the situation in Xinglong Street was stabilized. Although the firepower that Yu Zhong obtained from the huge armory could not compare with the mechanized infantry brigade, it won due to its sheer amount, and was enough for the 8th Battalion to equip and utilize in just such a scenario. On the other side, by the riverbank, Yu Zhong had finished digging out the blood essences and nuclei from the 4 Type 2 mutant black fishes. He saw the densely packed mutant crabs around the area, and he frowned. They had devoured the many mutant black fishes that he had painstakingly killed. The number of the mutant crabs was truly unbelievable. Even after Yu Zhong killed a few tens of them in a few moves, the total number did not seem to have shrunk. He could only defend the carcass of the Type 2 mutant black fish near him, not allowing the mutant crabs to devour it. Little Greenie also protected the carcass of the other Type 2 mutant black fish under Yu Zhong's command. After all, it was already a Type 2 mutant beast by now, one that was taller than Yu Zhong by a dozen times. A casual swipe from one of its wings could create a hurricane-like outburst that could blow the mutant crabs away. Its defense was thorough. Right when the crowd of survivors was in a deadlock with the crab horde, the waters of the river churned again, as a whole lot of critters the size of footballs and claws of about 20 millimeters came up ashore. Following the mutant crabs were mutant crayfish. There were even 60 elite mutant crayfishes of 1m height and 12 to 13m in length crawling behind. Level 10 mutant beast, mutant crayfish. Level 30 mutant beast, elite mutant crayfish. Damn it. Are you not really gonna let up? Yu Zhong saw the countless mutant crayfishes crawling up from the riverbank, and he could not help but exclaim in desperation. The mutant crab horde was already enough to cause a headache. Now these countless mutant crayfishes had just joined in the fray. Unless he arranged for the artillery or armored team to come, it would be nearly impossible to deal with these 2 mutant beasts' horde. Just then, the moment the mutant crayfish came ashore, those mutant crabs suddenly changed direction and crawled towards the mutant crayfishes, and used their claws and attacked the mutant crayfishes viciously. The smaller mutant crayfishes were dismembered one by the mutant crabs. Those mutant crayfish did not remain impassive either. They used their similarly large pincers to counterattack, and some of the mutant crabs were likewise clamped clean in two by the mutant crayfishes. The 60 elite mutant crayfishes were like 60 mini-tanks, directly rushing headlong into the horde of mutant crabs, using their massive claws to snap about, each attack dismembering 2 mutant crabs. Their shells were even tougher than the level 30 mutant blackfish scales, and those mutant crabs found it hard to break past their shells. This was why they could proceed forwards within the clash unharmed. The horde of mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes were engaging in an all-out slaughter amongst themselves, and Yu Zhong watched on with delight. He hoped that they would kill each other off. After the two sides were killing each other for a while, the waters again churned and frothed. Shortly, 50 elite mutant crabs that towered above 3m tall crawled out from the water. Level 35 mutant beast, elite mutant crab. The moment the 50 elite mutant crabs appeared, they instantly clashed furiously with the 60 elite mutant crayfishes. Amidst the slaughter, the victors would gobble up the blood essence from the losers and proceeded to level and enhance themselves. Those level 40 and under mutant beasts had no nuclei, their bodies, flesh and blood essence were the only things that provided enhancement. Mutant beasts above level 40 as well as variations like the elites and type 2s would generate a nuclei. Swallowing the nuclei was the most beneficial form of enhancement and evolution. This was precisely why the beasts were so bloodthirsty. The appeal of evolution was too attractive. The battles between the two hordes near the Type 2 mutant blackfish's carcass were the most brutal. Every few seconds, there would be 1 or 2 elite mutant beasts being clamped in two by the opposing horde, their limbs dismembered and bodily fluids spraying everywhere. Yu Zhong hid at a side and observed the all-out slaughter between the two hordes. It must be said that he was enjoying the spectacle. Any mutant crab or mutant crayfish that got too close to him would be immediately killed. These low-level critters could not pose a threat to the heavily armed Yu Zhong. The encompassing bone armor skill reached its limit, and after detaching, White Bones stood by Yu Zhong's side and waved its huge axe about, chopping any mutant crab or crayfish that got too close. White Bones' continuous slaughter for just a few moments already resulted in the deaths of a few dozens of the mutant beasts. Yu Zhong was seated atop the head of the mutant blackfish, drinking his divine spring tea. It could add a little spirit upon drinking it for the first time, and if the user had expended a huge amount of spirit prior to drinking it, it could replenish spirit quickly. The only downside to it was that the divine spring tea could cause people to become dizzy, and Yu Zhong was actually drinking in right smack in the middle of danger. It was almost like he was courting death. However, Yu Zhong's vitality was indeed high. The incapacitating effects of the tea was rather short-lived for him. That was why he dared to drink the divine spring tea to replenish his spirit even in the midst of danger. Just as Yu Zhong was looking on expectantly at the slaughter between the two hordes, the waters of the river churned again, and this time, a huge mutant crayfish towering over 3 m and a length of over 40 m came out. 50 m away from the appearance of that huge mutant crayfish, a huge mutant crab of over 6 m and pincers of more than 5 m also broke through the water surface. Level 50 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant crayfish. Level 53 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant crab. The moment the two monstrous beasts appeared, those critters of the hordes that were clashing seemed to have received some order, and immediately ceased all entanglement. At the same time, a huge wave rippled out from the middle of the river, a huge crocodile-like head emerged, its body covered entirely with scales, its tail serrated, its height exceeding 8 m, as if a huge tower had emerged out from the lake. Level 66 mutant beast, Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. A huge turtle that is extremely ferocious. Ulamog, the patriarch has arrived. The moment the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle arrived, the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab went over to their smaller comrades and they all stood obediently to the side. A huge oppressive aura was overflowing from the body of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. The Type 2 mutant beasts were after all strong and fearsome beasts. This Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was a peak existence amongst the Type 2 mutant beasts, and could easily kill the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had an extremely cold gaze as it emitted a huge sound. The Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab responded with their own calls. After the sound rang out, the hordes of mutant crayfish and mutant crabs ceased all fighting and started making their way toward Xinglong Street. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle brought its two smaller brothers as they walked towards the direction of Xinglong Street. Not good. If I don't take care of these three huge fellows, I'm afraid we can't hold out anymore. Yu Zhong looked at the horde of mutant sea creatures, and his eyes flashed with extreme worry. Chapter 0280, Teenagers. Mutants. Ninjas. Turtles. The total number of mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs combined together exceeded over 70,000, while Yu Zhong's forces standing guard at Xinglong Street were only about 500 people. If those two hordes joined forces and attacked Yu Zhong's subordinates, it would almost be impossible to resist. The only consolation was that after obtaining the huge armory of weapons, Yu Zhong's forces had gained a huge amount of ammo and it could be utilized freely here. When the three Type 2 mutant beasts had come upshore about 60 m from the waters, Yu Zhong, who had buried himself inside the body of the Type 2 mutant blackfish, jumped out, and swiftly took out his PF-98 anti-tank rocket and fired a shot at the weakest-looking Type 2 mutant crayfish. With a flash of flame, the rocket shot towards the Type 2 mutant crayfish and exploded on its body. The explosion rang out loudly, and bits of shell and flesh were blasted everywhere, causing a huge wound on the Type 2 mutant crayfish's body as it was almost blasted to smithereens. However, the crayfish was after all known for its extremely hard shell. Even after the rocket had successfully destroyed its shell, it was not enough to destroy its body. Receiving such a grievous wound, the Type 2 mutant crayfish immediately struggled in agony, and twisted its body about. Its writhing about caused the surrounding dust to be kicked up, as it accidentally fell into one of the trenches and was pierced in its wound by the numerous sharp steel spikes within, adding on to its misery and pain. Yu Zhong's attack had revealed his position, and the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle and Type 2 crab turned their heads towards him. Yu Zhong didn't dare delay too much as he switched out another PF-98 and fired a shot at the Type 2 mutant crab. With a flash, the anti-tank missile shot towards and exploded violently on the Type 2 mutant crab's shell, causing a huge hole to be blasted in the Type 2 mutant crab's shell and body as well, and green fluid started flowing out from the Type 2 mutant crab. The mutant crab started struggling in its incomparable pain, and it violently moved about, before also falling into another huge trench Yu Zhong had ordered dug. It flipped and continued scurrying. Just as Yu Zhong wanted to swap out for another PF-98, a huge sense of danger welled up in his heart, and he immediately activated his shadow step skill, dodging to the side in a frenzy. An extremely sharp ice spear pierced through the space and penetrated Yuzhong above his left abdomen, across his shoulder. Breaking a hole in his bone-encompassing armor, the ice spear brushed past, almost penetrating his body. Yuzhong stared fixedly, only to see the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle summoning a huge layer of ice around it, causing its entire body to be submerged in a layer of thick ice, as though it had become a mountain of ice. With just a thought, long spears would be conjured out of thin air, and shot towards Yuzhong like missiles. Ice control was the special ability belonging to its species, and after seeing Yuzhong ruthlessly attacking the Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab, it brought out its own abilities as well. Right at this time, Greenie shot down from the sky like a lightning bolt, its talons outstretched, and it grabbed the Type 2 mutant crayfish, and carried it as it rushed towards the skies. The weight of the Type 2 mutant crayfish could not compare to the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and Greenie easily reached a high altitude before flinging the beast downwards. When the Type 2 mutant crayfish fell from the sky and landed viciously on the ground, it was killed by the impact. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle continued its advance towards Yuzhong like an ice mountain, continuously firing the ice spears at him. Facing the barrage of attacks from the mutant beast, Yuzhong flitted about, evading the attacks. Fortunately, his agility was high enough, and he somehow managed to dodge most of the attacks. If he was hit by even one of them, he would most likely be penetrated instantly by 10 ice spears and be made into a corpse. All of a sudden, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle activated its ability, and 30 ice spears shot out from the ice mountain, aiming for Yuzhong. The many spears locked down any space that he could possibly escape to. It had cunningly forced Yuzhong to a location with no cover, before activating its killing move. Yuzhong's expression changed and he immediately rolled towards a huge trench. The sharp steel beams in the trench pierced him, but fortunately for the bone-encompassing armor, the sharp steel beams could not do any damage to him. The 30 ice spears lost their target, passing through the air and striking the ground, before the ground became a patch of ice, causing the surround temperature to drop by 1 or 2 degrees. Yuzhong climbed up swiftly from the trench, and hoisting the PF-98 he fired another shot at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. With a flash, the rocket shot towards the mutant beast explosively. Just after Yuzhong pulled the trigger, a thick wall of ice appeared out of thin air in front of the mutant beast. With a bang, the rocket exploded, causing a large hole to appear in the wall of ice. Yet it did not do a single thing to the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. What an overpowered mutant beast! Yuzhong exclaimed as he took a look at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, not believing his eyes. He had used the PF-98 anti-tank missiles on so many Type 2 mutant beasts, but this was the first time one had actually managed to defend against it. After blocking the impact and explosion from the PF-98 120mm round, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle fired its ice spears at Yuzhong. While it attacked, it continued moving towards him with big steps. It wanted to thoroughly squash this small enemy. It surprisingly felt a sense of danger from this little bug. Yuzhong dodged into one of the trenches and evaded the assault of the various ice spears, before swiftly swapping in another rocket with his PF-98. He jumped out in a flash and rolled right in front of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle and fired the anti-tank rocket at point-blank range. With a flash, the anti-tank missile immediately exploded in the face of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, causing the protective layer of ice to be shattered, revealing its shell. However, in just a blink of an eye, the ice layer was immediately reformed. The ice control ability of this Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was truly overpowered, even stronger than the natural defense of most Type 3 mutant beasts. Its only weakness was that the movement on land was reduced, and the attacking speed was affected as well. However, it allowed this Type 2 mutant beast to be a true tyrant amongst its peers. I don't believe that there is no end to your ice ability. Yuzhong stared at the mutant beast, while he gritted his teeth and fired another shot towards the head of the mutant snapping turtle. The mutant snapping turtle saw the incoming rocket aimed at its head. It seemed to cease all other movement, and expended its ice control ability to form an ice wall in front of it. With another explosion, the ice wall faced a similar fate as the previous one, and Yuzhong's attack was contained easily. It was just that Yuzhong did not show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued to fire his PF-98 at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Under the pressure of the rockets, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had no choice but to continue conjuring the ice wall to stop the attacks. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle could withstand the anti-tank rockets of Yuzhong, at the cost of a huge expenditure of its spirit and natural ability to control ice after it had evolved to a Type 2 beast. Its ultimate defense would not be able to withstand Yuzhong's attacks for long. Yuzhong swiftly swapped out the rockets of the PF-98 continuously and did not let up, firing multiple rockets at the mutant beast and slowly wearing down its ice ability. On the other side, after dealing with the Type 2 mutant crayfish, Greenie flapped its wings and shot towards the Type 2 mutant crab, grabbing it and flying to the skies before flinging it the same way it did with the Type 2 mutant crayfish. Upon forcefully crashing onto the ground, it was killed by the impact. Even its incredibly hard shell could not withstand the force and protect its life. The moment the Type 2 mutant crayfish and mutant crab met their end, the smaller mutant crayfishes and crabs had no way of maintaining the peace and went back slaughtering amongst themselves. Near Xinglong Street, the horde of mutant crayfish, mutant crabs and humans were engaged in a killing frenzy. However, when the two hordes attacked each other, the pressure on Yuzhong's side was lessened by a great deal. This made it so that they only had to deal with those mutant beasts that breached the defense and were intending to attack the humans. After which, they just had to watch the show and observe the two hordes killing each other. Yuzhong had fired a total of 22 rockets, almost exhausting his entire supply of anti-tank ammunition. In Yuzhong's storage ring he had kept 30 loaded PF-98 anti-tank rocket launchers. After firing the 30 of them, he had to reload them individually. The PF-98 was extremely tyrannical, useful and efficient when dealing with higher-level zombies. Yuzhong could not possibly keep all the PF-98s with himself and without leaving for any of his troops. That way, even if he was extremely well prepared, his subordinates might meet an undeserving end without ample firepower. Under Yuzhong's constant onslaught, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle was forced to expend a lot of its ice control ability, and there was a dispirited look in its eyes. After blocking the latest rocket from Yuzhong, it actually turned around and made its way back towards the river. This type of high-level mutant beast possessed some intelligence, and knew that if it could not win, it would definitely retreat instead of maintaining a futile resistance stupidly. Good chance. Yuzhong saw the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle trying to escape towards the river, and his eyes flashed with delight, and let out a victorious roar. From the sky, Greenie flew downwards like an arrow, its hook-like talons viciously aiming for the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle could only stop in its tracks, and lifted its head, before controlling the ice layer around its head to form an ice spear to shoot at Greenie. Greenie flapped its wings and changed directions in mid-air, dodging the ice spear extremely easily. However, it was forced to stay at a distance because of the ice spear, and did not dare approach the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Instead, it circled in the air, exerting a pressure on the behemoth. Yuzhong's body flashed forward. In a short span of less than 10 seconds, he caught up with the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, shooting out a bone spear from his back, propelling him onto the turtle's back. The moment he jumped on the back, he activated his devil flame, and a huge fiery ball of flame blossomed in his hands, exploding towards the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Under the intense burning of the devil flame, the ice layer covering the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle started to melt. The burning capabilities of fire was the best counter to ice. Of course, the prerequisite was that both must be of similar levels in terms of power. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had expended a lot of energy to defend against Yuzhong's attacks earlier. Now its ice control ability was running out of power to stand against his devil flames. When the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle noticed its ice layer melting, it immediately withdrew its head and limbs into its shell, controlling the remaining ice to seal up the holes in the shell. Yuzhong exerted all his strength to force the devil flame through the holes, melting the ice quickly. The ice walls were constantly melted down and refrozen, but each time the layer got thinner. After about 10 seconds of exposure, Yuzhong's devil flame finally burned through the wall and made contact with the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. When it was touched by the scorching hot devil flame, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle immediately stuck out its limbs, and pushed with all its strength, rolling rapidly on the floor. Yuzhong landed on the ground after leaping off its back, while controlling the devil flame to continue assaulting the head of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. In a flash of inspiration he activated his tamer technique and guided it towards the mutant beast. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had its ice control ability worn down entirely by Yu Zhong, and was tormented by the devil flame that he used. The moment the tamer technique landed on its body, it barely reacted. A strange rune appeared on the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle's forehead, and gently entered its brain. That rune entered in between the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle's brows, and Yu Zhong felt a strange sense of connection between himself and the beast form. Chapter 280, Taming the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Chapter 0281 Huge Victory. Yu Zhong felt excited. He was initially worried that it would require more energy to try and tame the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. At the very least he might have needed to try 3 times. He did not expect that he would be successful upon the first try. Yu Zhong immediately stopped the burning of the devil flame. After all, it was a mutant beast under his control now, and he did not want to injure his pet. The moment Yu Zhong ceased his devil flame, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle immediately crawled towards him. It came to Yu Zhong and lowered its head, expressing subservience. Yu Zhong took a look at the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, only to discover that its eyes were showing signs of exhaustion, as it had expended a huge part of its energy to the point of injury. The black fish's green slime projectile, as well as the ice mountain and ice wall skills of this Type 2 mutant snapping turtle were the last resorts of such mutant beasts. However, activating them came at a huge price. After expending huge amounts of energy they would become weak, therefore unless they came across a powerful opponent, they would usually not resort to these moves. As Yu Zhong had incapacitated the other Type 2 mutant beasts with his PF-98, the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle had spared no effort to try and deal with him. "Let's call you Turtle." Yu Zhong looked at his new pet that was the size of a bungalow, and proclaimed its name in an extremely satisfied manner. Yu Zhong had no talent in coining names. He liked it simple, so as long as he could say it easily it would suffice. The Type 2 mutant snapping turtle nodded its head, seemingly accepting the name. After all, it possessed some intelligence. After being connected with Yu Zhong, it could understand a bit of his speech. Yu Zhong looked at his new pet turtle and his eyes flashed with excitement and joy. It was a Type 2 mutant beast, and extremely powerful. It could even block the power of PF-98 anti-tank rounds. With this new Type 2 mutant beast, the river would become Yu Zhong's inexhaustible resource. With Turtle's help, as long as Yu Zhong gave the command, the entire river channel would become Yu Zhong's fishing grounds. Similarly, with just an order, the entire channel could only allow fishing and no boats. Yu Zhong looked at the exhaustion in Turtle's eyes, and immediately retrieved the 2 nuclei that he picked from the Type 2 black fishes. When Turtle saw the 2 nuclei, its eyes brightened up and stuck its tongue out, swallowing the 2 nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black fish. Yu Zhong had not discovered any use for the nuclei. It did not seem to have any effect on humans. However, it was different for mutant beast. Greenie could evolve so quickly into a Type 2 beast was precisely because Yu Zhong gave it plenty of nuclei to swallow, of which there were nuclei from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar and mutant water snake, that had hastened the evolution process. After Turtle swallowed the 2 nuclei, its eyes seemed to shine with vigor, and its health started to regenerate quickly. Yu Zhong saw that Turtle was recovering well, and jumped on top of Turtle and commanded, "Turtle, let's charge. Take care of those guys." Hearing Yu Zhong's command, Turtle started to take huge steps towards the battlefield of the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes. Turtle's speed was not extremely fast, but that was when compared to mutant beasts of the same level on land. It was after all a Type 2 mutant beast, its body massive. Every step it took was like tens of steps taken by a human. Its ordinary movement could already match up to an enhancer with 6 times the speed of a normal human. If it exerted its strength, it could reach up to speeds 9 times that of humans. Turtle charged and crushed everything in its path. All the mutant crabs and mutant crayfish unfortunate enough to be in its path would become meat paste. When those ordinary mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs lost their Type 2 leaders, they launched an assault on Turtle. However, while their claws were sharp, they could not do anything to Turtle's defense, since it was a Type 2 mutant beast. What monster is that? Heavens! There's such a monster! The soldiers of the 8th Battalion who were guarding Xinglong Street noticed the building-like turtle and their eyes were filled with shock. The size of the mutant beast was too shocking. Boss Yu. It's Boss Yu. Commander Yu. Goodness, it really is Commander Yu on top that mutant beast. What? He even managed to subdue such a beast? The soldiers of 8th Battalion and the Special Combat Force saw Yu Zhong on top of the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle, and their morale shot through the roof. Countless shots were fired and bullets rained on the horde of mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes, riddling them with holes. The Special Combat Forces also rushed out to engage the mutant crabs and mutant crayfishes in battle. Although the experience gained would not be too much, accumulating it all would still be beneficial. Yu Zhong urged Turtle towards the elite mutant crayfishes and elite mutant crabs engaged in slaughter amongst themselves. Turtle quickly reached their location as it opened its huge mouth and bit off the heads of the elite mutant beasts, gobbling them up. When the elite mutant crayfishes and elite mutant crabs saw that the tyrannical turtle attacking them, they dispersed and scattered, each trying to make a run for it. These elite mutant beasts possessed intelligence, and could sense the overbearing danger from the Type 2 mutant snapping turtle. Without the adequate strength, they could not even muster the courage to face it. When the elite mutant beasts of both hordes started to scatter, it created confusion and chaos amongst the hordes. A huge number of the mutant beasts also made their way towards the river, escaping into the water. We won. We won. Seeing the elite mutant beasts retreating and escaping like a receding tidal wave, the entire Xinglong Street erupted in celebration. Many of the soldiers of the 8th Battalion were elated. Earlier, when the two hordes had moved against them together, they were sure that they were going to die. Never did they imagine that the mutant beasts would suddenly fall apart and escape towards the river. Go back to the river. Yu Zhong patted Turtle's head and gave it an order. Turtle nodded towards Yu Zhong and lifted its massive body as it entered the waters. After the huge victory, the entire stretch of land from Xinglong Street to the river was filled with corpses of mutant crayfishes, mutant crabs and mutant blackfishes. Yu Zhong immediately ordered some troops to keep watch and sealed the place, not allowing any outsiders in. This time, the huge number of mutant beasts that had launched an assault on them resulted in the deaths of 9 soldiers from the 8th Battalion, and another 8 with injuries. However, Yu Zhong had gained a lot more. Over 10,000 mutant crayfishes and mutant crabs had been beaten to death on the ground. On top of that, there were over 100 mutant blackfishes as well as the bodies of 6 Type 2 mutant beasts. The corpses were enough to provide 1,000 tons of food for Yu Zhong. Furthermore, this was not normal meat. Instead, it was mutant beast meat, which was an incredible gift that helped nourish the bodies of normal people who ate it, especially those who had been tormented by hunger over an extended period of time. It was the best supplement for those people to recover. The survivors that Yu Zhong had arranged to be sent out of Xinglong Street were brought back. All the women and ladies were put to work, dehelling the mutant beasts and collecting their meat. After all, such a huge load of meat could not be eaten in a day. A huge portion of it would be converted to dried food or canned food, otherwise most of it would start to decompose in a few days. Commander Yu. I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower. Deguzi observed the ongoing work and reported to Yu Zhong. Although Yu Zhong had deployed all available hands, for 8,000 people to handle 1,000 ton of mutant beast meat, everyone had to handle over 100 gene of meat. Out of the 8,000 survivors, 3,000 were kids, and the responsibilities were too much for them to handle. Yu Zhong directly commanded, "Go notify Tai Yen. Get her to bring 10,000 survivors to help deal with the meat. Get those who handle the 6 Type 2 mutant beasts to send the meat directly to the processing plant." Yu Zhong had spent 50 tons of food to buy a processing plant from Wenbaogua, as well as another 50 tons to purchase generators and fuel, to support the manufacturing of processed meat. The meat of the Type 2 mutant beasts were exceptional treats that were hard to come by. As long as the weak survivors were to eat a few genes, they could recover their health quickly. If the soldiers who fought at the front lines continuously managed to eat the processed meat, it would help their recovery in battle. The moment Tai Yin received Yu Zhong's orders, she delegated and deployed 10,000 survivors to join in the handling. Everyone near the riverbank was working hard. They were in high spirits as they received news that there would be a feast that night. The anticipation of the tasty seafood in their hands fueled their drive in handling the meat. Chapter 0282, Intel on the Horde of 1 Million Zombies. Even Jianghu and Zhui Yadong, who were considered experts, were assigned to help cut up the hard shells of the mutant beasts. Yu Zhong even lent his blacktooth blade to Jianghu to use. The level 4 treasure blacktooth blade was incredibly sharp under the blade strengthening skill of Jianghu. Even the tough scales of the Type 2 mutant blackfish that had withstood Yu Zhong's PF-98 anti-tank rounds were cleanly cut apart by Jianghu, revealing the fresh fish flesh underneath. Alamak, say that 5 times fast. Fresh fish flesh. The Type 2 mutant crayfish and Type 2 mutant crab had shells that were slightly tougher though. Even Jianghu found it hard to cut apart their scales regardless of the combination of her skill and the blacktooth blade. Zhui Yadong, however, had an idea. She wielded her mace that was over 100 jin, lifting and swinging it downwards to shatter the shell into pieces. Doing this, she slowly broke them apart. Under the joint efforts of over 18,000 people, and by the time evening fell, the countless mutant beast carcasses near the river had been cleaned up. Only a huge mountain of bones from the Type 2 mutant blackfishes were left. If it was just Yu Zhong alone, he would definitely have no way of settling the issue with the meat of the dead mutant beast. However, what he could not accomplish on his own, 18,000 could easily accomplish it. In the evening, the survivors under Yu Zhong's banner started cooking the seafood. Every survivor of age received a gene of mutant blackfish meat, while the kids received half a gene of mutant blackfish meat. The blackfish meat was absolutely fresh, and even tastier than the meat of the blackfish prior to the apocalypse. The survivors sat together and enjoyed the fish soup while eating the fish meat, and everyone had satiated expressions on their faces. They were extremely satisfied with their lives currently. As long as they did their work honestly, not only were they able to eat their fill, they could enjoy meat as well. At the same time, the territory under Yu Zhong was the best governed amongst the rest of the county. If there was something they had to say they were unhappy about, it would be that there were too many rules. The slightest infringement of a law could result in whipping, but the main point was that after being whipped, the person would be chased out of the camp. Seeing those survivors who fell back into hard times the moment they were forced out, all the survivors under Yu Zhong's care were secretly alert, and constantly reminded themselves never to flout any rule. White Bones walked to the huge pile of bones, and activated its bone manipulation ability to absorb the bones into its body. Your special summon, White Bones, has gained an enhancement of 15 points to endurance. Yu Zhong was sitting in his own quarters, and when he heard the sweet sound of a system notification, he was not distracted in the slightest. Instead, he popped the 6 blood essences from the Type 2 mutant beasts into his mouth and swallowed. The moment the 6 blood essences entered Yu Zhong's abdomen, they transformed into a warmth that surged throughout him, nourishing and enhancing his body continuously. With the help of blood essences, every pore of Yu Zhong's body started oozing out black dirty blood, and soon he was covered entirely in dark grime. Alamak, Ciencia elements anyone? After some time has passed, the effects of the 6 blood essences wore off, and Yu Zhong heard the familiar notification of his own enhancement. Congratulations on gaining 40 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. Due to his increased immunity to the essences, even after swallowing 6 blood essences, he only gained 40 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. The effects could not compare to the first time he consumed the first blood essence from the Type 2 mutant black-scaled boar. Additionally, Yu Zhong had been consuming so many blood essence that even the Type 2 blood essences were starting to lose their potency. Yu Zhong opened his eyes and could feel the tremendous vitality surging within himself. He knew he had grown stronger yet again. What a stench! Yu Zhong sniffed the pungent grime on him and frowned in disgust. He immediately got up and went to take a cold shower, cleaning himself up. After his bath, Yu Zhong came to the dining hall. Right now, the dining hall was filled with many beautiful ladies. Along the long dinner table on the left sat Wen Peishan, Tai Yen, Cheng Peipei, Zhou Yanxue, while Jianghu, Zhui Yadong, Yao Yao and Tong Xiaoyan sat on the right. What absolute beauties! Both parties were evaluating the other, and their eyes could not help but widened in shock. The women on both sides were thoroughly awed by each other. Only Yao Yao, that lowly, was still dressed in her military garb, and was glancing around with impatience. She sat restlessly in her seat like a little monkey. No one dared to look at her. In today's battle, the numerous mutant black fishes that were felled by Yao Yao were above her in enhancement levels. Most importantly was that she was the top agility expert within Yu Zhong's forces. In just terms of agility, even Yu Zhong could not match Yao Yao. After all, he was a spirit and endurance dual attribute evolver. When Yu Zhong came to the main seat, he smiled at the ladies. "There's no need to wait for me. Go ahead and eat, don't stand on ceremony." "I want to eat the claws of the crayfish." Yao Yao immediately reached for the claws of one of the crayfish without reserve, and used her strength to crush the external shell, crunch before digging into the sumptuous meat ravenously. Yao Yao's somewhat childlike behavior broke the awkward atmosphere, and the ladies all started to help themselves to the food. The dining table was truly laden with delicacies. There was mutant crayfish and mutant crab, as well as huge slices of Type 2 mutant blackfish meat. Also there was Type 2 mutant crayfish claw meat as well as Type 2 mutant crab claw meat. It was incredibly tasty and luxurious in this age. The women could not stop once they started and enjoyed the food tremendously. Congratulations on gaining 1 point in strength. Tai Yin was enjoying a few mouthfuls of the Type 2 mutant blackfish meat, when the notification sound rang out in her mind, and her expression was full of joy, and she immediately disregarded her etiquettes and continued to consume her meal in huge bites. She was after all a normal person and not an enhancer. Therefore the meat of the Type 2 mutant blackfish was extremely beneficial to her, allowing her to gain a point in strength. "Boss Yu. Someone is requesting an audience." Right as the people in the dining hall were enjoying themselves, Jianghu walked in and reported to Yu Zhong. He had already become a member of Yu Zhong's youth corps, and was extremely loyal to Yu Zhong. Loyal even to the point of idolization. He was in charge of relaying messages to and from Yu Zhong, including his orders. "Who?" Yu Zhong frowned and asked in a low voice. Jianghu replied, "She said she's called Xin Shui." Yu Zhong immediately recalled the extremely beautiful and elegant, yet cold to the point of indifferent lady. "Let her in." Yu Zhong thought for a while before replying softly. He did not have a favorable impression towards Xin Shui, and it was likely the same for her. However, he guessed that she must have something to discuss with him. Under Jianghu's guidance, Xin Shui walked in with a proud gait. Xin Shui eyed the 8 absolute beauties in the dining hall, and her gaze towards Yu Zhong increased in contempt and disgust. "I have something important to discuss with you, here's not the place." Yu Zhong brought Xin Shui into a meeting room and immediately said, "What do you need? Just say it." Xin Shui directly replied, "I heard that you have taken care of a few Type 2 mutant beasts. I want to use 1 ton of gold to purchase 30 tons of Type 2 mutant beast meat." In SY County, they had also hunted down a Type 2 mutant beast before, but it was at the expense of 2 infantry fighting vehicles, a tank, 3 evolvers, 13 enhancers. The top expert of SY County had also perished after being eaten by the Type 2 mutant beast. However, the nourishing and beneficial properties of the meat from a Type 2 mutant beast were discovered by the top brass of SY County, and it became their privilege alone. Only a few top officials could enjoy it. This time, upon hearing that Yu Zhong had killed a few of these Type 2 mutant beasts, Xin Shui had rushed over at the first minute. Yu Zhong coldly gazed at Xin Shui. "No way. On account of Commander Xin, I can gift you with 20 gene of Type 2 mutant beast meat. As for the gold, keep it for your own use." Gold could move people's heart. Even in SY County, gold was still used as a form of currency to exchange for food. However, to Yu Zhong, gold was basically trash. It could not be eaten nor used and is useless unless it was given free to him, otherwise he would not even want it. Initially he had agreed to exchange the food for gold was a form of expediency and convenience. Now that he had the sufficient power, he naturally would not lower himself. Xin Shui glared at him coldly. "I knew you wouldn't be willing. Why not we do it like this? I have an important piece of intel to exchange. A top secret one." Yu Zhong continued without batting an eyelid. "What intel?" Xin Shui responded in an extremely serious manner. "There is a horde of zombies that number around 1 million that seems to be aiming for SY County and are currently moving here. Based on their sustained movement speed, within 20 days they would be here to attack." "Is this for real?" Yu Zhong had a huge change in expression as he bolted up and asked. Initially at Qingyuan County, the horde of 100,000 had already given Yu Zhong a headache, and he had suffered major losses. Now that he was well prepared and had an army as well as the firepower to boot, he was not as apprehensive. He really wasn't, but the figure this time was actually 1 million. That was a different story. It was 10 times larger than the previous time. If they really charged, it would be like an unstoppable ocean wave. Xin Shui replied indifferently, definitely true, this was the result of drones that were sent out to collect info. Furthermore, we lost a total of 10 drones because of this. Amongst the skies, while there were no zombies, there were mutant birds, and the drones that were sent out by the SY County's army would definitely come across some mutant birds, and a number of them were destroyed. Xin Shui looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "Is this piece of information worth 30 tons of mutant beast meat?" Yu Zhong replied heavily, "Yes." With this, Yu Zhong could go about preparing and preempting disaster. This way he didn't have to wait till the last moment and panic. If you are willing to send people to help save the county, over a few 100,000 people would be thankful. Yu Zhong eyed the slightly agitated Xin Shui and icily replied, "I'm sorry. I'm not some hero, nor am I looking to become one that your county is looking for. I am just a normal commander. I need to think for my people and subordinates. Without enough benefits, I would definitely not send my troops to their certain death." Yu Zhong continued on with a hint of contempt toward Xin Shui. "Furthermore, Miss Xin Shui, if your father was such a big hero, why isn't he doing anything about Su Tianyang or Peng Ji, those criminals of SY County?" Su Tianyang and Peng Ji were not good things. However, due to the fact they had powerful fathers, even after all the mistakes and catastrophes they caused, they were only grounded. Yu Zhong was not willing to stick his neck out for this type of SY County. Xin Shui grew red in the face upon hearing Yu Zhong's tone and retorted in a loud voice, "What do you understand? My dad has to think of the bigger picture, that was why he chose not to fall out with them. He himself does not condone the actions of Su Tianyang nor Peng Ji." Yu Zhong looked at Xin Shui's flushed face as a result of his provocation and laughed, "Forget it. There's no point in arguing with you. I just want to know, if I send my troops out, what is in it for me? Otherwise please head back. Otherwise, I am not interested in partaking in this war alongside you guys." Xin Shui gritted her teeth, as she glared at this man in front of her who had managed to become the most hated person in her life. He made her feel that she just wanted to tear him apart. However, she calmed herself down and asked, "Don't you like beautiful women? We will gift to you 20 beautiful women. This should be enough, no?" Yu Zhong was speechless for a moment because of that judgment from De Guzi. His own reputation had become like this. He quickly shook his head and said, "No. It's not enough." Xin Shui's tone became incredibly cold as she replied, "We'll add the 10,000 people you have hired under Tai Yin, they will be free to leave SY County. This should be enough." The workers that Tai Yin had recruited were all working for Yu Zhong, and their hearts had long since favored him. SY County thus decided to let them join him to get him to deploy his troops. This way Yu Zhong had in fact gained over 20,000 people from SY County. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed and he pushed his luck. "Add on another 5,000 men, I will deploy my soldiers." Xin Shui immediately rejected flatly, "Impossible. Letting you take those 10,000 survivors from Tai Yin is our bottom line. If you still aren't willing to, then forget it." Yu Zhong pondered for a while longer before he replied, "Fine. I promise you. When the time comes, I will send 3 battalions to take part in the action. However, let me make this clear, my troops will only listen to my commands, our cooperation will not have any mutual interference." Xin Shui did not press for the issue of command and immediately answered, "Good." After concluding her negotiations with Yu Zhong, Xin Shui immediately left the place. She wasn't willing to stay a moment longer by his side. Xin Shui had just left, when Yu Zhong also set off towards his villa, and beckoned Greenie over. He then proceeded to get on top of its back and they flew off towards SY County. He wanted to confirm the intel that Xin Shui had brought. Flying through the skies was not that romantic as people thought. After Greenie had evolved into a Type 2 beast, its flight speed was as fast as the wind speed during a hurricane. Yu Zhong was sitting on its back and could feel the piercing winds as they brushed past him, causing all sorts of discomfort. If it was any other normal person, they would definitely not be able to take the journey. In midair, there were a number of mutant birds that were circling the skies, but they could feel the oppressive aura from the Type 2 mutant bird Greenie, and they all avoided it, not daring to be within a 100 m radius of Greenie. Under Greenie's lead, Yu Zhong came to the skies above SY County. As his eyesight was better in the night than the day, he could clearly see the surrounding horde of zombies surrounding SY County, like a sea that had no end. Every direction he looked there were zombies. Yu Zhong continued his exploration atop Greeny, and discovered that the horde stretched for 10 miles. Furthermore, there were large groups of zombies that came from elsewhere and were joining the horde. Yu Zhong observed the sea of zombies and he furrowed his eyebrows while thinking nervously, "This time, SY County will be hard to defend." Based on a rough estimation, Yu Zhong found that the situation was more serious than Xin Shui had estimated. The number was actually way above 1,200,000. The entire population of SY County prior to the apocalypse numbered 7 million, and within the downtown area, the 700,000 that had turned into zombies were decimated by the military. Throughout the region, there were still a total of over 6 million zombies roaming. The current 1.2 million encroaching the surroundings of the downtown was but only 1/5 of the entire number. However, to deal with just these 1.2 million zombies would be tricky. It must be clear that within SY County, there was only a regiment of 6,000 soldiers, and that regiment's firepower had been greatly reduced, while the new recruits were aplenty. Under these conditions, wanting to face off an enemy with over 100 times their numbers, it was going to be incredibly difficult. After he finished his investigations and confirmed the seriousness of the situation, Yu Zhong swiftly made his way back to his villa and called for a meeting to delegate duties amongst his commanders. The next day, Yu Zhong arranged for the 8,000 survivors under him to be moved to Ningguang County. Post-apocalypse, fuel was extremely valuable. The journey for the 8,000 survivors was not aided by any vehicles, therefore every single one of them had to make the journey on their own feet to Ningguang County over a 100 li 50 kilometers away. Only the warriors of the 8th Battalion and the Special Forces were escorting them on armored vehicles. Within the survivor group, they were mostly women and children. Originally, without the nourishment of the mutant beast meat, just relying on their weak constitution and health, the journey would definitely take toll on at least over 100 people. However, with the supplementary properties of the mutant beast meat, their health and vitality were recovered, and no one showed signs of dropping out of the journey. Almost all the survivors harbored high hopes, and looked forward to a new life in a new place. Yu Zhong had given them a life that had steady meals, a decent living, and these led them to anticipate a better future. As for the 10,000 survivors that had been transferred from Tai Yen to his hands, he arranged for them to all work in the canned meat processing factory, pushing for the Type 2 mutant beast meat to be packed. At the same time, those meats from the mutant blackfish, crayfish and crabs were all processed into dry meat. To bolster the strength of these 10,000 survivors for the migration journey to come, Yu Zhong specially distributed Type 2 mutant beast meat through Tai Yen to these survivors. Only the Type 2 mutant beast meat could quickly replenish and nourish their health, while the ordinary mutant beast meat might be delicacies hard to come by. Compared to the more precious Type 2 mutant beast meat, the effects were not as beneficial. When those 10,000 survivors ate the distributed Type 2 mutant beast meat, every single one of them regained their vitality swiftly, and became extremely energized, and their work became even faster. Out of the 10,000 survivors, Yu Zhong then selected another 2,000 robust males, and formed a new preliminary group. Qin Shi Tu was transferred to act as the chief instructor over this preliminary group, and started to train and instruct them. They were preparations made by Yu Zhong to replenish the ranks of the various teams as new recruits. The preliminary team got to eat meat and rice every day, and the food consisted of the meat from mutant blackfish as well as the Type 2 variant, causing the rest who were not selected to be envious. They wished to be selected as well, but Yu Zhong had closed off the selection after 2000. Furthermore, the back-end factories all required manpower to manufacture all sorts of weapons against the zombies, turning the hide and skin from the mutant beasts into protective garments, as well as repacking ammo. All these support jobs required manpower. Without sufficient people, the fighting forces would not have the equipment and supplies. On the other side, as per Yu Zhong's commands, Lu Eriai, Xiong Zheng, Zhang Youjiang and Guo Quan brought 4 battalions to SY County. Guo Quan had become the first in command in Ningguang County's 1st Battalion after Yu Zhong, and was in charge of Ningguang County's 1st Battalion when Yu Zhong was not around. These 4 battalions consisted of numerous elite veterans from Qingyuan County that served as the backbone, and after countless battles against zombies, they had all grown together. They were no longer some motley crew that would fall apart at the first sign of trouble. Yu Zhong's elite soldiers from Qingyuan County within the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Battalion remained at Qingyuan County, maintaining their defense and constant assault towards Longhai County, wiping out the zombies towards the direction of Longhai County. They searched for resources and rescued any survivors, expanding their power slowly. The moment all 4 battalions of Yu Zhong arrived, the entire SY County was shocked. This time when Yu Zhong entered the city with grandeur, everyone could see the amount of preparation and equipment on each and every soldier of the battalions. On top of that, there were various advanced weaponry and machinery escorting the troops, including the 14 5mm double-mounted machine guns, red arrows, Type 95 anti-air missile vehicles, 40 self-propelled rocket launchers. They were not lacking in any sense. SY County's own army could not even compare with it. When SY County had re-established themselves after the onset of the apocalypse, they only had 2 regiments left. These were the second line of attack and weren't the elite soldiers. They didn't even have tanks prior. The tanks and assault helicopters they obtained were borrowed for the purpose of the exercise. As for Yu Zhong, he had opened up a real mechanized infantry brigade, and thus his equipment and weaponry was much more advanced. Chapter 0284, Deployment. Upon seeing the equipment and strength of Yu Zhong's troops, everyone in SY County celebrated the fact that they had not gone head-to-head with Yu Zhong. Based on his weapons and machinery, if it had really come to a clash, even if they won against Yu Zhong, they would have suffered greatly. While equipment was not the deciding factor of the success of a battle, it was one of the strongest factors. If 2 armies of similar size were to clash and one side was using rifles against the other with tanks, it was next to impossible. Commander Yu, according to our agreement, please send your troops to assist with the clearing of zombies. When Yu Zhong arrived, the army had sent out an envoy to remind Yu Zhong. I know. Go tell Commander Shen that I'm about to set off. Yu Zhong directly replied. After the fierce battle between Su Dongming and Yu Zhong, the tanks and assault helicopters that were destroyed by Yu Zhong, as well as the numerous elite soldiers that were annihilated, Su Dongming's once tyrannical military strength was greatly diminished. It had fell to the lowest position of the 5 major heads, and was now only the vice division commander. The division commander post went to the strongest now, which was Shin Hongyang. Of course, the other 3 powers only had their smaller corps, but were conferred the vice division commander posts as well. After sending the envoy on his way, Yu Zhong went to find Guo Quan. Guo Quan, this place here is our path of retreat. If this place comes under attack, the brothers of the 4 battalions will all be in peril. This time, I'm bringing the troops to clean up the horde. You have to protect this place. Are there any questions? This time, Yu Zhong only intended to bring 4 battalions to fight at the front line. The best of Ningguang County was kept at SY County, to prevent any potential trouble. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, anything could happen. Yu Zhong did not wish to see while he was fighting in the front line, his path of retreat would be suddenly cut off by his allies. Guo Quan stared at Yu Zhong, and his face displayed a resolute expression as he replied, "No problem. Commander Yu, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely defend this place." Guo Quan had went through countless battles, and grown from a normal survivor to become the vice commander of the 1st Battalion of Ningguang County. He was an exceptional military personnel. War was the best form of tempering, and it had caused Guo Quan to grow into a good commander in just the short span of 2 months. Yu Zhong left Guo Quan, while bringing Ningguang County's 2nd, 3rd and 4th Battalion, SY's 8th Battalion, and his special forces. He left with a total of 5 battalions and joined the military as they made their way towards the zombie horde that was coming. SY County's military had also mobilized a total of 5,000 people, marching towards the direction of SY County. Due to the preciousness of fuel, other than the self-propelled rocket launchers and the infantry fighting vehicles as well as the various armored vehicles, the rest of the fighters had to use their feet to march on. SY's army had been attacking their way towards SY County, and a large number of the zombies along the way had been killed by them. Yu Zhong's forces thus had a relatively relaxed time. After 2 days, Yu Zhong's forces had come to a clearing that was about 10 kilometers away from SY County. The entire 8,000-strong army was segregated into 6 parts. The mutual trust between each party was not strong, especially since the relationship between Yu Zhong and Su Dongming was like water and fire. The 8,000-strong army split into 6 different paths as they went on to clash with the zombies. While both Yu Zhong and the military of SY were on guard against one another, they were also using one another. The zombies were the enemies of humanity. Not only were they SY's problem, they were Yu Zhong's problem as well. The moment SY County fell to these zombies, they would target Yu Zhong next. Yu Zhong led his troops and they came to a stop at Tiger's Mouth Gorge. Tiger's Mouth Gorge was a channel that led to SY County. It had 2 hills that were a few tens of meters high on either side. The space of the valley in between only allowed for a maximum of 2 huge tracks to pass through. It was easy to defend and tough to attack, and was the perfect place to set up defense. The moment they arrived at Tiger's Mouth Gorge, Yu Zhong commanded the 1st and 2nd Battalion to commence work on some construction. A few steel barbed wires were laid out, while some steel strips, wooden fences, barricades and a huge pit soon appeared in the gorge itself. The 2 small hills on either side were then occupied by some of Yu Zhong's troops, in case the zombies made use of them to break past this line of defense. After bringing the troops to Tiger's Mouth Den, he handed over command to Su Zhengong. Su Zhengong was an outstanding officer, and had experienced many battles against both zombies and mutant beasts. Commanding a battle of defense was not an issue. Yu Zhong himself went to the command center. The 5 heads of the military were currently within giving commands as well. There were many drones activated in the skies, with positions as the commanders of the military. The heads only had to give out orders from within the safe confinements of the command center, while the battle would be fought by the subordinates. Yu Zhong also obtained a few command vehicles and drones. However, he did not have the technical know-how to train up UAV, unmanned aerial vehicles, personnel. Therefore he could only watch as the equipment collected dust within the armory. Su Dongming saw Yu Zhong walking over as he coldly snorted, before turning his head and not looking in his direction. Yu Zhong possessed a military might that was way stronger than Su Dongming, and thus he could only resort to such petty means to display his unhappiness. As for picking a fight with Yu Zhong, Su Dongming was not that stupid. Shin Hongyang saw Yu Zhong entering and laughed. "Yu Zhong, you're here. Are your preparations done?" This time, Yu Zhong had deployed more men than Shin Hongyang had expected, and thus he had a more favorable impression of him. Yu Zhong laughed. "My side's done. I can deploy them anytime." Shin Hongyang casted a meaningful look to Yu Zhong. "Let's set off then. Begin the assault." The 6 heads gave the command within the command center, and their subordinates set off and began their ferocious assault on the zombie horde. Various self-propelled rocket launchers spat out fire in a frenzy, as the rockets landed in the densely packed horde of zombies, blasting several patches of zombies into smithereens. Regardless of the strong L1 or L2 which had high defense or even the speedy S2S, any zombie that got caught in the blast zone of the rocket would immediately be rendered into pieces. After a round of fearsome blasting, the soldiers of the military proceeded forward with the armored vehicles as cover, and started their assault. With the barrage of the bullets covering the battlefield, huge patches of zombies would fall like wheat that was reaped. The zombies that had been caught by surprise seemed to awaken from their stupor, as they quickly reacted, and under the command of the Z-type, the zombies made for the soldiers like a huge wave. The moment the horde moved, it was unstoppable, and the soldiers from the military experienced for themselves firsthand the true fear of being charged by zombies. Initially, when they had launched their assault, the zombies were not organized and were easily disposed of, but this time it was very different. One can imagine how the waves of assault that came from an organized charge of over 1 million zombies was unstoppable. The soldiers continued their relentless firing, and the fearsome attack rained down on the zombies, killing many of them. Those zombies which were rushing towards them in a frenzy would find themselves dead before they even managed to get too close. However, the waves making up 1 million zombies were more terrifying than facing 1,000 or even 10,000 zombies. It was as though there was no end to the nightmare. The relentless barrage of bullets did not seem to stop, and under those firing conditions, many of the heavy and light machine guns, as well as rifles, had heated up by the continuous firing. The military soldiers immediately swapped out their guns and barrels, and during the switch the firepower was reduced by a lot. Just as the soldiers from the army paused in their attacks, the horde suddenly split open, and over 100 H-1s suddenly appear, as they opened their mouths and shot numerous fireballs at the armored vehicles. Many of the vehicles were instantly destroyed at the first moment of that fireball attack. As they exploded, it engulfed and killed the nearby soldiers. The moment the first attack was successful, the countless S2s hiding within the horde immediately shot outwards with speeds like howling winds towards the soldiers. The speed of the S2s were incredibly fast, crossing a distance of over 100 m in only 7 seconds. Although many of the soldiers had finished reloading, quite a number of S2s had already reached the soldiers, and used their claws to slash at the soldiers, killing lots of them. Facing the sudden attack of the S2s, the soldiers of the military immediately lost their fighting spirit, and started to escape towards the back. Covering fire. Covering fire. Under the orders of the command center, the self-propelled rocket launchers, mortars, multi-barreled missiles all fired at will into the horde of zombies. Large patches of the horde were instantly pulverized and swallowed in flames, burnt into crisps. Those huge H1s numbering in the hundreds were also turned into ash. The various enhancers within the army also made their moves and started slaughtering the S2s. Everyone must fight if they want to survive. Chapter 0285, Beginning of the Battle. When the various enhancers of the army made their move, those soldiers under attack were saved. However, while the 5 battalions of the army had crushed over 60,000 zombies, the bulk of it through the rockets, it had cost them over 300 people who were clawed, leaving them either dead or severely injured. Those who were slashed by the S2s were definitely dead. Adding the 20 armored vehicles that had been destroyed by the H1s, their losses were already huge. Yu Zhong's side was extremely cautious. He had commanded his men to make use of the mortars and blast the zombies from afar, making use of the opportunity to train up the mortar team. The mortar team was a specialized unit in some sense, and Yu Zhong's troops were considered professionals, while those from the army were considered to be semi-proficient. This time Yu Zhong had brought his troops with the aim to shape them up as well. Regardless of how well-trained and well-equipped a unit might be, they could not be considered experienced or elite, until they were forged through war. Other than the mortar team, Yu Zhong assigned his elite snipers to engage in picking off the zombies from afar. None of the other units were deployed, as he knew without tanks, facing the zombies in an open area was tantamount to suicide. The army having suffered such heavy losses from the get-go was due to their separate command of the 5 battalions. There was no organization. Furthermore, they had underestimated the threat of the horde. The horde continued their pursuit of the soldiers, chasing towards their posts. The artillery of the army was constantly firing without stopping. Each time their attacks landed, it would pulverize a huge number of zombies. The soldiers on the battlefield also took turns to fire, and they finally managed to stop the advance of the horde. After maintaining 15 minutes of constant firing, the artillery all started to overheat and turn red. They could only wait it out and let them cool down. The non-stop firing of the artillery was terrifying, and it had destroyed over 100,000 zombies. However, the sea of zombies still seemed endless, as though there was no reduction in their numbers, and it gave birth to a sense of helplessness within the soldier's heart. Right at this time, the zombies stepped over the corpses of their comrades, and continued their advance towards the soldiers. Seeing the zombies that were seemingly endless, even many of the veterans of the military had fear in their eyes. It was simply too terrifying. The sea of zombies was too terrifying. Within a short span of 2 hours, the military had used loads of heavy artillery and countless ammo to kill over 180,000 zombies. However, right in front of their eyes, the sea of zombies seemed endless. Furthermore, as they had to fire the artillery continuously, the weapons would heat up easily, and during the downtimes, they could not support the soldiers. This battle had become hard to fight. The military soldiers maintained their stand at their various stations, making use of their rifles, guns, grenade launchers and any other weapons they could get their hands on to strike out savagely. The moment their weapons overheated, their comrades would provide assistance to swap out the guns. At the same time, grenades rained from the skies onto the zombies, blasting numerous zombies into pieces. The battle was increasingly intense, but without the support of the heavy artillery, the zombies were surging forward, with the deaths of their comrades not fazing them in the slightest. They continued to charge forward, engaging in an all-out slaughter with the soldiers. Under the rush of the sea of zombies, the various sites that were not reinforced or aided by any form of construction were instantly swallowed by the horde. Following Shin Hongyang's orders, 10 tanks immediately set off and joined the fray. On top of that, they were joined by 20 IFVs and 1 battalion of soldiers. The moment the tanks entered the battlefield, they were like tigers amongst sheep, directly obliterating everything in their paths. They flattened the zombies into meat paste, and used their cannons to unleash fearsome balls of fury onto the zombies, incinerating them. At the same time, their mounted machine guns fired heavy round after round into the horde, killing off numerous zombies. The 20 IFVs following behind were also utilizing their ZPT-90 and firing wildly, lobbing grenades into the groups of zombies, blasting them out of the way and turning any zombies who blocked their paths into spraying waves of meat paste. The battalion of soldiers followed the fleet of armored vehicles, picking off those zombies that did not die or slip the net. All of a sudden, the horde parted, and 300 L2s with their immense strength appeared, as they rushed towards the 10 tanks in a frenzy. One of the L2s managed to crash into a tank viciously, causing the entire tank to shudder. By the next moment, the tank had knocked the L2 down, and was crushed mercilessly into meat paste. The remaining L2s that had charged over faced the same fate. A single fist of theirs could punch a huge hole in those small armored jeeps, but against these thick armored tanks they did not possess too much of a threat. The 300 L2s that had charged forwards were either knocked down and crushed beneath the tanks, or were directly blasted by the heavy rounds of the Type 69 tanks. These fearsome L2s that had evolved and become stronger, were absolutely nothing in front of the kings of the battlefield. The 300 L2s had just been annihilated by the fleet of tanks. When 400 S2s emerged from the group of zombies, after paying a painful price, they managed to jump onto the Type 69 tanks, and were currently using their sharp claws to assault the weaponry. One of the mounted machine guns was immediately destroyed by the S2s, however they could not break past the tortoise-like armor surround the tanks. The battalion of soldiers using the tanks as cover were currently firing wildly at those S2s, killing those zombies as they were crawling on top of the tanks. The 20 IFVs behind the tanks were also making use of their Type 25 ZPT-90 to fire crazily, killing off many S2s. In the midst of the horde, some patches started squirming before 200 hours 1 second appeared at about 200 m away from the tanks. The moment those 200 hours 1 second appeared, the 20 IFVs started firing at them, causing tens of them to directly explode. The remaining H1s opened their huge mouths as fireballs landed on the 10 tanks. It was obvious that the Z-types within the horde has determined the tanks to be the most dangerous weapons. Fireballs landed on the 10 tanks one after another, before exploding into huge gouts of flame. The flames had not yet scattered, when the 10 tanks burst out from the fiery inferno, and charged towards the direction of the 200 hours 1 second, firing their weapons, and a huge explosion occurred, directly blasting most of them into pieces. The battalion of foot soldiers were also firing their guns, riddling the remaining H1s full of holes. Yu Zhong looked on as the tanks exhibited their prowess and advanced forward without a care for its surroundings nor being hindered by anything, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the tank is the king of the battlefield. If I had 100 tanks, even 1,000,000 zombies would not be able to amount to much. The 5 military heads looked on as the 10 tanks proceeded to crush everything in their path, seemingly invincible, and their eyes lit up in delight. However, their joy was cut short. While the tanks were indeed effective against the zombies, the number of zombies was simply overwhelming. After the tanks had rolled over and crushed God knows how many zombies, causing them to become meat chunks. After so much killing, the total number seemed to decrease only by a little, and their positions were soon filled by others. Furthermore, the zombies were still advancing in their assault on the soldiers of the military. The 10 tanks and 20 IFVs could only become a fleet that helped save some of the soldiers, traveling everywhere and crushing any zombies that came in their path. With the assistance of the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs, the soldiers of the army managed to catch a moment of breath, and got rid of those zombies who were filling in the empty spaces. After another 10 minutes, the artillery of the army had finally cooled down, and the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs made their way back to rest the equipment as well. Earlier, under the attacks of the H-1S, one of the tanks suffered a damaged launcher, and had to change the barrel. Similarly, a few of the mounted machine guns had been damaged by S-2S, and required some swapping out there as well. The ammunition and fuel that were expended had to be refilled too. The artillery of the military started their relentless firing again, shooting rockets into the horde, directly exploding huge patches of zombies into ash and cinders. With the support of the heavy artillery, the soldiers were in a better shape. On the other side, Su Zhengang had gotten his snipers to lure the zombies over. The moment they were in range, the soldiers immediately retreated back to the traps and constructions set up in Tiger's Mouth Gorge. The densely packed horde soon advanced towards the Tiger's Mouth Gorge. The light machine guns that Su Zhengang had ordered to be mounted on both sides of the small hills started firing, as the barrage of bullets caused the nearby zombies to be shot full of holes. At the same time, Su Zhengang activated the command to fire the artillery, as round after round of rockets landed in the midst of the zombies, blasting them into pieces. Under those conditions, Yu Zhong's artillery team also grew quickly. As the valley of Tiger's Mouth Gorge was extremely narrow, combined with the support of Yu Zhong's artillery team, the defense was relatively easy. A huge number of the zombies that went through the gorge would be immediately killed off, or blasted into ashes. Su Zhengang observed the battle for a while before ceasing fire immediately, and deployed Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion forward with their Tang replica swords, as they began their close combat fight against the zombies at Tiger's Mouth Gorge. Chapter 0286, Uphill Struggle. The soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion were all wearing the hide of the mutant black-scaled boar as armor, gloves, and other bits of body armor. Just like the black-scaled boar, these protective coverings were thick and resilient. The strong scales could block the attacks of any ordinary zombies. With the protection of the mutant black boar hide, the soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion were like winged tigers when facing the ordinary zombies. Every swing of their Tang replica swords cut through the zombies like they were chopping vegetables. With such non-stop slaughter, the soldiers continuously received enhancement. The experts of the Special Combat Forces were still relying on sniper rifles as well as their abilities to pick off the evolved zombies. The sound of a clacking semi-automatic bolt was inevitably followed by zombie heads exploding. Under the cover of the heavy artillery, the soldiers of Ningguang County's 3rd Battalion courageously charged forward, massacring the zombies with wild chops of their Tang blades as blood flew everywhere. Yu Zhong's forces were extremely proficient in melee combat. This was a requisite bit of training. When being whipped into shape, every single battalion had gone through close-quarter combat with zombies. Of course, equipment was important to morale. The protection of the mutant black-scaled boar's hide greatly reduced the chances of being infected. Therefore they were fearless as they charged into the horde. The slow reaction speeds of the ordinary zombies were simply no match for these soldiers. As there was a limit to the cover and support of the artillery, and after firing continuously for some time, Su Zhengang had to let the artillery cool down or risk damaging it. In response to this unavoidable fact, he ordered for the soldiers to fall back. The sea of zombies continued advancing towards Tiger's Mouth Gorge regardless of the bullets and shelling. They knew no fear. At this time, the earlier preparations at the gorge were set in motion. Right in front of the gorge, there were numerous sharp steel spikes aimed outwards like a barbed fence. When the zombies knocked onto the spikes, they would be pierced through by them. Add on to the mindless advance from the other zombies behind, and the zombies in the front found themselves properly impaled by those spikes. Very soon there were numerous spikes full of mostly squirming zombies. The zombies continued squeezing forward, causing the steel spikes to be continuously stuck with zombies, blocking off the route for the zombies behind. After losing more than a few hundred basic zombies, the hundreds of remaining L2 charged out with the horde in attack. As these huge freaks were obvious within the crowd due to their size, the 12.7mm heavy machine guns started firing. Due to the well-planned sweeping fire from the heavy machine gun, those armored L2s were also incapacitated, giving more breathing room. Tong Xiaoyun had been hiding behind cover and at the right moment took the opportunity to thrust the dark magic blade and pierce one of the L2 in its head, before twisting it like a blender and killing it. Tong Xiaoyun's telekinesis ability could exhibit its prowess under these conditions like a fish in water. Those L2s that tried to get back up from the machine gun fire knocking them down? They were systematically picked off by her and the dark magic blade. Flame King Gu was also an old hand at these situations, one should know. His attacks were multiple conjured fireballs and he exploded them on those L2s heads, causing skull shrapnel and flaming fleshy pulp to fly as they were blasted into pieces. After he had joined Yu Zhong back in Qingyuan County, he had taken part in many other battles against zombies and had reached to an enhancement level of 35. His flame control skill had been enhanced 3 times, and the fireballs he conjured were no longer small or faded ones but instead were voluminous blazing spheres. He had an extremely icy gaze as he held his sniper rifle, and picked off the L2s one by one. The L2s kept dying as their heads exploded gloriously under his attacks. The valley was too narrow and the result was the horde could not force their way through. Su Zhengang ordered the soldiers of the 4th Battalion to lock the place down. With the assistance of the Special Combat Forces they slaughtered a large number of zombies, while their own casualties were almost zero. The intense battle continued all the way until evening, and no one had the luxury of time to rest. The zombies were constantly rushing to their deaths, and the soldiers from the army had to maintain their staunch defenses. Due to the overall lack of rest and constant firing, many soldiers' shoulders were starting to swell from the repeated recoil of their guns. The majority of the guns' barrels had to be changed a few times as well. The intensity of the battle was way out of the 5 heads' expectations. Even Yu Zhong's force who were guarding Tiger's Mouth Gorge were feeling the fatigue. Su Zhengang had rotated in the 8th Battalion to take over the 2nd Battalion, which had been fighting non-stop for the entire day. Out of the 10 tanks and 20 IFVs which formed the steel fleet that was constantly dispatched into the battlefield, 4 of the IFVs had been destroyed by H1s which were hiddenly firing amongst the horde. On this first day of intense fighting with the assistance of the heavy artillery, the military and Yu Zhong had jointly massacred over 400,000 zombies. However, the cost was the gruesome death of 482 of their soldiers. Furthermore, the important and highly effective artillery had fired over half of their available ammunition. Without the artillery, the military and Yu Zhong would definitely not be able to obtain such a promising result. Even if it were 400,000 pigs given to be slaughtered, the 6,000 people had chopped and slashed to the point of exhaustion. The self-propelled rocket launchers could fire rockets into the midst of the horde, causing an area of effect within a radius of 18 m, violently exploding and incinerating all zombies caught in its blast zone. Additionally, the shrapnel was incredibly effective at taking down any remaining zombies as well. Each rocket could decimate a few hundred zombies. With the support of the rockets, Yu Zhong and the military had the means to wipe out over 400,000 zombies and had tenaciously defended their positions. However, even after killing almost 500,000 zombies, the sea of zombies seemed as dense as ever, and one still could not see the end. Inside the command center, the 5 military heads and Yu Zhong were having a review. Su Dongming suggested in a loud voice, "Retreat. We should quickly retreat before deploying small teams to snipe them at various places they advance to. The majority of the army should head back, regroup and prepare defenses before engaging them." Chen Weiman frowned and spoke softly, "No. The moment we retreat, how will we deal with those S1s? Our soldiers cannot outrun the S-types." Amongst the million-strong horde, the ordinary zombies numbered the most, but the L1s and S1 type also numbered in the tens of thousands. While the soldiers' speed outstripped the L1s, they could not compare to the S1s. If they were to retreat and the S1s formed a unit to chase up, those soldiers who could only rely on their legs would definitely die miserable, bloody deaths. Luo Channy took a deep puff of his cigar, as he released a smoke circle and frowned. After some thought he spoke. "But if we were to continue fighting, who knows when the battle will end? Our troops may die first." The 5 heads of the military and Yu Zhong had seen the terror of a million-strong horde today. Even with the support of the artillery and the assault of the tanks, it was an incredibly tough battle. There was the constant danger of the front line collapsing, morale was incredibly low, and it was only under the condition of the military sending their 7 assault helicopters to join the fray that they managed to hold the fort. Although they had killed over 400,000 zombies, every single soldier was exhausted. If this continued on, they would not be able to hold for more than 2 days. The crux of the matter was that the battle was too intense. Anyone who had to fight continuously for more than 8 hours without rest was definitely going to feel exhausted. When fighting against other humans, the war could take a pause and both sides would retreat to rest. Against these inhumane zombies, which only knew how to charge forward without fear of death, the soldiers did not even have the time to catch a breath, and had to maintain the defense like a robot. Under that high intensity, a lot of gun barrels were used to the point of waste, and many soldiers had swollen shoulders. Of course, it was not without merit. After killing the 400,000 over zombies, there were some individual zombies straggling about that retreated, converging with those in SY County. This led the soldiers to breathe a little. Su Dongming laughed coldly. That's right. We should retreat immediately. As for the assault from the zombies, we can let one of the teams stay behind and cover our retreat. Since Yu Zhong's forces are the strongest, and they had suffered the least losses, I suggest to let Yu Zhong and his men stay behind to cover our retreat. After Su Dongming's words, the rest of the four heads all shifted their gaze towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's crafty yet brilliant move in defending Tiger Mouth's Gorge, in addition to the preparation and construction they had done, had indeed wore down the zombies' fighting capabilities, and thus they had suffered almost no casualties. Luo Qianni looked towards Yu Zhong apologetically and said, I too feel that Vice Division Commander Su's words are right. Yu Zhong's forces are indeed the strongest. Letting him stay behind and cover our retreat is the best option available. Yu Zhong, as long as you are willing to do so, you will become a huge hero in SY County's eyes. All the citizens will definitely remember this. Yu Zhong flatly refused. I disagree. Covering the retreat is definitely a good idea, which I feel that the responsibility should fall on Su Dongming Commander Su and Luo Qianni Commander Luo. The chance to be a hero, I'll leave it to you guys. Su Dongming let out a cold laugh and raised up his right hand. Let's vote. Then it'll be fair. Those who are in favor of letting Yu Zhong stay behind, please raise your hand. Luo Qianni also raised his right hand. Qin Weimin and Lu Huifeng seemed to hesitate a while, and raised their hands as well. Yu Zhong was an outsider after all, letting him stay behind even if there was loss, it would be borne by Yu Zhong. It was not their problem. Shin Hongyang pondered a while before offering some conditions. Yu Zhong, as long as you stay behind and cover our retreat, once you're back at SY, as long as you have the power, how many survivors you want to take you may take. Since you like women, we'll try and find 300 pretty virgins for you as well. Yu Zhong had an icy expression as he directly refused. Not interested. If you insist on my staying back, I'll pull my troops back immediately. If Yu Zhong covered their retreat and suffered losses without power, the military would pounce on him the first chance they got. Luo Qianni frowned and spoke loudly. Yu Zhong. Why are you like that? Can't you see the big picture? Our army is now facing a crisis, only you have your fighting power intact. Just to protect your own power, you're not willing to stay behind. Do you really want to force all of us to our deaths? Yu Zhong gazed at Luo Qianni contemptuously and said coolly, since Commander Luo can see the bigger picture, why can't you stay behind and cover the retreat? Luo Qianni was naturally unwilling to stay behind. It was a job that was tantamount to suicide. If one was not careful, he might lose everything. Without troops nor the equipment, Luo Qianni would not be worth much. He was not willing to bring his troops to their deaths. Lu Huifeng thought quietly for a while before suggesting an offer that made Yu Zhong's heart itchy. Yu Zhong, if you're willing to stay behind, we can give you 3 assault helicopters and their pilots, as well as their maintenance crew. Three assault helicopters were potent weapons. With just 3, Yu Zhong could be considered to possess an aerial unit. Facing any small powers would just require a single assault helicopter. It could easily cause the enemy to lose the will to fight and surrender immediately. Furthermore, he could use the assault helicopter to directly fly over any places that were surrounded by zombies. Hearing Lu Huifeng's offers, Yu Zhong was slightly tempted, but he still shook his head and refused. I'm not interested. If you guys insist on my staying behind, I will immediately pull my troops back. It was still the same logic. If Yu Zhong lost his strength, he would have no way of protecting himself against the army, much less demand for what was promised. Regardless of their pleading and offers, Yu Zhong rejected them all. None of the 5 heads were willing to stick his neck out for the rest as well, and pretty soon the talks came to a deadlock. After a long while, Shin Hongyang had no choice but to dismiss the meeting, letting the various leaders to take a rest and have some food. Su Dongming immediately found Luo Qianni and asked, Old Luo, what do you think about the battle? Luo Qianni and Su Dongming were from the same regiment, and their relationship was decent. Furthermore, Su Dongming was the one who always held the lead position. Only after clashing with Yu Zhong did he suffer heavy losses, and thus their relationship had undergone a little change. However, it was still closer compared to the rest of the 3 heads. Luo Qianni furrowed his brows and came to a precise conclusion. It's gonna be tough. If those zombies launch a mass-scale assault in the night, we would definitely not be able to hold. Battling in the night was one of the hardest part of war. Under the cover of darkness, even the most elite of snipers would find it hard to discern friend from foe, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. While the army brought plenty of flares, they could not compare to the illumination by daylight. Su Dongming laughed coldly. Tough? There's only death awaiting us all if we stay. It's not like you have no idea how crazy it is to fight in the night. Based on the troops' morale and fighting capabilities now, the moment there is a slight mistake, the entire formation would fall. Luo Qianni maintained his silence. He knew Su Dongming was right. They had such a high number of inexperienced soldiers who had not gone through tough training or experiences like the veterans. The moment a mistake occurred, they were bound to lose their will to fight. Luo Qianni pondered a while before saying, "What do you suggest?" Su Dongming's eyes flashed with viciousness. "We take our troops and leave. By that time, even if they don't want to cover us, it'll be too late. Stopping the horde will consume their resources. And then we'll be the rulers of SY County." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.